I am a bedridden patient who has been suffering from multiple sclerosis for many years. I have completely lost my mobility at the age of 20. But I never gave up. I have been playing games and live streaming with my mouth, and supporting myself with my own efforts. Until I was 25 years old, a strange experience completely changed my life. Welcome to the National Sailing Survival Game. Next, you will spend the rest of your life on the sea. Don't worry about physical illness or disability. This system will help you heal and give you a fair starting point. You can sail freely on the sea and do whatever you want. Whether you are an unknown person or famous, it all depends on you. The sea is full of infinite possibilities. Just pay attention to one thing, keep moving forward, and don't be caught up by the black fog behind you. Its current speed is 10 knots. The voice rang in my mind, and I slowly woke up and found myself in an old bed. As soon as I stood up, the dust choked me and I started coughing. Looking around, this was a narrow and dim dilapidated house. Not far away, a dried skeleton was lying on a table. The left hand was still holding a rusty flintlock. Most of the skull was gone. It seemed that he committed suicide. What is this? I looked at my skinny hands, my heart filled with shock. I was able to stand up. This was simply a miracle. I knew very well that what the voice said was true. I walked to the window and looked out at the endless sea with waves rising and falling. At this time, the strange voice sounded again, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Everyone should know where you are. That's right, you are all at sea, and each person is more than 500 nautical miles away. You won't meet in a short time. Near you, there is a booklet called the Navigation Logbook, which has many useful functions that allow you to communicate without obstacles. Try it and you will know. Other content will be announced later, so stay tuned. After the sound disappeared, I looked down and saw a black-covered, palm-sized, dimly glowing logbook on the bed. It seemed to be calling me to open it. I picked it up and opened it. The first page had the rules written on it. No one else can board my vessel without permission. The items on my ship cannot be stolen by other players unless I am dead. Each ship is equipped with a grappling hook with unlimited durability. Be brave and grab the floating objects. I need to upgrade and reinforce the ship so that it looks safe enough. Be careful at night and watch out for fog. If you get caught in the black fog at the back, you will die. This manual is soul-bound and can be flipped through in your mind. You will never feel lonely at sea. I flipped back and the second page was about the weather conditions for the day, so I skipped it. The third page was the status information, which showed my various attributes. I felt a little relieved after reading it. Low attributes require less experience, so it shouldn't be difficult to catch up. I continued to flip back and found the chat channel, which was divided into world, regional, and private chats. The world channel was the most lively, and everyone spoke one after another. Some were flustered, some were shouting, and there were all kinds of situations. After more than 10 minutes, the speeches gradually became more meaningful. Some people shared the equipment they found, some discussed the situation of the ship, and some asked to form a team. At this time, an announcement popped up, saying that the starting conditions were set according to personality and experience, and objections were rejected, but many people did not believe it and felt that there was a secret operation. I closed the journal and started searching the room. I found that the flintlock in the skeleton's hand was a piece of equipment, and a fine piece. But after reading the introduction, I realized that I might have started from hell. I pushed the skeleton aside and found a piece of paper underneath. Some of the handwriting was barely recognizable. After reading it, I frowned slightly and stood up and walked out of the captain's room. Outside was the deck corridor. I looked up at my ship. This ship is called Nightmare, Level 1, 300/300 durability, 400 units of capacity, 40 knots of speed. Hull skills include Nightmare and Angler's Curse. The introduction said it had been drifting on the sea for hundreds of years and welcomed a new owner. My face turned ugly. This is clearly a ghost ship. The outside is covered with barnacles and seaweed, the deck is wet, and it creaks when you step on it. I have played many horror games, and I know that there is a high probability of monsters hiding in this scene. Fortunately, I searched around and found nothing unusual. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that I didn't want to fight with inexplicable creatures at the beginning. Then I figured out the structure of the ship. The ship consists of the rudder, the captain's room, the deck, and the cabin. The rudder is on the bow deck platform with a good view, the captain's room has a bed and simple furniture, there is a tall mast in the atrium, the stern cabin leads directly to the interior of the hull and is used to store goods, but my cabin is empty, not even bugs, only a damp and disgusting musty smell. The supply at the beginning is 0. After all, this ship has been drifting for who knows how many years, it is strange to have food and drink. I opened the log again to check the World Channel and found that everyone was basically showing off their boats. There was the Fast Gale, a blank ship, and a special ship like the Sakura, whose skill Fu Guangxing could change the crew's attributes and trigger evolution. As soon as the information came out, the World Channel was silent for a few seconds, and then all kinds of noise and abuse followed. I silently typed, "Count me in," and continued to scroll up. I saw someone saying that I could fish. My eyes lit up and I decided to adjust the boat's course and speed first, and go full speed in the default direction, because the black at the end of the rear view is probably the boundary of the black fog, and it's right to drive forward. The boat is easy to operate. You can change the direction by holding the rudder. It is also easy to adjust the speed and use the equipment. It feels similar to the sailing games I have played. It is easier than driving a car. You can directly integrate the boat with the person. The rudder is at the bow, which is convenient for you to pay attention to the sea conditions while steering. Otherwise, one person cannot drive the boat at all. As for the power, I looked at the few rags hanging symbolically on the mast and decided not to think about it and concentrate on catching floating objects. Catching floating objects is like gold miner, but the target is dynamic. After the items are caught, they are converted into materials and stored in the cabin. Each rotten wood has a probability of exchanging 1 unit of wood, and the rags have a probability of exchanging 1 unit of cloth. The probability is less than 10%. The probability of catching good floating wood is higher. I caught hundreds of floating objects, which took 3 hours and harvested 5 units of wood and 3 units of cloth. The efficiency is not high, but this is a technical job, and the efficiency will increase after proficiency. These materials can upgrade the hull. My ship needs 200 wood, 100 cloth, and the captain's remains to upgrade to level 2. This skeleton cannot be lost. It is conservatively estimated that it will take more than a week to collect materials. It is still a level 1 ship. It is estimated that it will be more difficult to upgrade at a higher level later. Moreover, I realized that the materials for upgrading special ships may be different. After checking, it turned out to be the case. There are few materials for upgrading the blank ship, and the upgrade of the Iron Ambition actually requires steel, which has attracted a lot of discussion. I closed the log, picked up the fishing rod and prepared to go fishing. I checked the weather, it was suitable for fishing. I checked my own status, my sanity was 100 out of 100, my energy was 90 out of 100, I also used the log simple synthesis function to make a simple spear as a backup, and put the flintlock behind my waist. After I was ready, I started fishing. 15 minutes passed, and the float remained motionless. I opened the World Channel to see what other fishermen had caught. Some caught giants, some caught treasure chests, fresh water, etc. Some said that when fishing, you should be careful to cut the line if something is wrong. One caught something that looked like a human figure and cut it directly. Some said that they caught a carbon fiber refined fishing rod, which has good properties, but some people didn't even have a fishing rod. I realized that fishing here can catch many incredible things, even monsters, so I was prepared to cut the line if something floated up was wrong. A few minutes later, the buoy finally shook, something had taken the bait. I held my breath, holding my spear and pistol, thinking that as long as it was a fish, it should be fine. The buoy sank, and I pulled the rod hard, staring at the sea surface. I didn't see a huge shadow, and easily pulled the thing out of the sea. What was thrown up was a strange fish that was as thick as a thumb, 3 centimeters long, and had a streamlined body similar to a sardine, but it had 4 5-centimeter long legs on both sides, standing on 4 feet on the deck. I was stunned and looked at the fish. Is this a fish? I was shocked. The next second, the fish used its long legs to escape to the sea, and was killed by my spear. You found a strange fish, and your sanity dropped by 2 points. I checked the information of the fish. This fish is called long-legged sardine, a species of abyssal fish. It is said that eating it can turn you into long legs. It is edible and non-toxic, and tastes delicious, but eating it may reduce your sanity. I picked up the fish, less than 100 grams, and the 4 pale long legs were broken. The structure is the same as human legs, and the touch is QQ and bouncy. Thinking of the boat's angler curse skill, I took a photo of the fish in the log and shared it on the World Channel, asking if anyone has caught it. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and everyone says that this thing is mental pollution. I was instantly blocked by more than 1 billion people, and their sanity has more or less decreased. At this time, Suda, the captain of the Wind, privately chatted with me, saying that if the sea water in my area is dark, I should leave quickly, or I might be attacked by monsters. I looked at the blue sea under the boat and replied speechlessly that my boat was a ghost ship. Suda was surprised and added me as a friend, asking me not to post such photos again, because he only had 54% sanity left. I realized that the situation was serious, but for food and fresh water, I had to continue fishing. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine with a lame leg. Shit. Your sanity decreases by 1. I felt like the system was deliberately messing with me, giving me an abnormal boat. An ordinary person would probably go crazy after fishing for a day. After 3 hours of fishing, I caught 8 long-legged sardines, some of which were missing legs, but there was no freshwater hair. A person can survive for more than a week without food, but will die after 3 to 5 days without water, unless they drink urine. I didn't want to go that far, so I made up my mind and grabbed a long-legged sardine as bait and continued fishing. After fishing for more than an hour, the sky darkened and the first night was coming. I was starving and the long-legged sardines looked delicious, but eating them would probably make me lose my mind, and there was no stove on the boat so I had to eat them raw, so I didn't want to eat them. Just then, the buoy shook, and I pulled hard, and a black fish was pulled up. This fish had no legs but was full of sharp spines, and its body was sticky like edema mucous membrane. Once it fell on the deck, the mucous membrane broke and black smelly pus flowed out. This fish is disgusting. Your sanity decreases by 2. The fish died before I could stab it with my spear. I checked the information. This fish is called a cystic porcupine fish, a deep-sea fish with highly toxic body fluids. Normal people would not eat it unless they wanted to die. I didn't dare to take action, so I stabbed it with my spear and threw it into the cabin. I stabbed it a few more times until the tip of the spear turned black and turned into a highly toxic wooden spear. The sky was getting darker, and it was less than an hour before dark. The system said that it was dangerous at night, so I didn't plan to fish or catch anything. But just as I put away my fishing rod and prepared to return to the captain's room, a treasure chest floated over the sea. My heart tightened, and I immediately went to the rudder to turn the boat around and chase the treasure chest. This opportunity could not be missed, so I controlled the claw hook to grab the treasure chest, but the treasure chest was as slippery and dodgy as a living thing, and it took a lot of effort to catch it. I immediately ran into the cabin to check. Name: waterlogged rottenwood treasure chest. Type: treasure box. Introduction: this may not be the kind of treasure chest you want. I kept an eye out, pointed the flintlock at the treasure chest with one hand, and used the spear to pry it open. Inside was a dead head, hairless, with grayish-white skin and what seemed to be mucus. As soon as I opened it, the dead head responded, opened its cloudy eyes and spoke. "Sir, could you spare me a few minutes to introduce you to the omniscient and almighty Lord? If you can't understand it, your sanity will decrease by 5 points." My scalp was numb and my body was trembling. "Sir, can I?" The next moment, a human head popped out, and I saw it was an octopus. The head was replaced by a human head, and there were a bunch of twisted tentacles underneath. It was jumping towards me, stretching out the tentacles to reveal the bird-like sharp teeth at the bottom. But what it waited for was... bang. Sparks flew from the muzzle, the gun did not misfire, and a dull gunshot sounded. The octopus exploded into a pile of minced meat. Hearing strange gunshots, your sanity decreases by 3. I felt angry and wanted to vomit, so I quickly checked my status. My sanity was 88 out of 100, my energy was 62 out of 100, and my health was 100 out of 100. It seemed that my sanity was decreasing and it was interfering with my mind. Fortunately, I had a high mental attribute and a strong will, so I quickly regained my composure and checked the monster's body. Name: human head octopus. Type: Food/material. Introduction, abyssal fish species. Don't understand its words. It is a means of sneak attack and distraction. If you can understand it, I can only wish you good luck. Edible and can be used as material. Slightly toxic. After eating, strength is temporarily increased by +1, constitution +1, spirit -1, and sanity -20. Tip: do not exceed the limit attribute of all things. The limit attribute of all things is 10. This thing is of some value, so I gathered the minced meat together and laid it out, then continued to check the inside of the treasure chest, which contained some rusted coins. I took out one with a conch pattern on it and a cartoon octopus head on the back. You get 100 conch coins. Apart from these, there was nothing else inside. Where is the fresh water? Conch coins can't be used again. It's getting dark. Yang Yi threw the captain's skeleton into the cabin and returned to the captain's room. He had no intention of fishing at night, of catching anything. Because the system had warned him that there would be danger at night, he didn't want to take the risk right from the start. If it's fresh water, you can continue to work hard tomorrow. As for food, the worst that can happen is eating long-legged sardines. In order to survive, Yang Yi doesn't mind eating some weird things as long as they can provide protein and energy. He never gives up easily. It was so before, and it is so now. He lay on the old bed, tossing and turning. The bed was damp and smelled musty, which was very uncomfortable. But he had no choice. It was completely dark. Only a little moonlight shone down, and there was no other sound except the sound of waves and wind. Yang Yi was not sleepy at all, so he opened the world channel and started checking. The grappling hook can grab treasure chests. He sent out a piece of information. This piece of information is actually of little value, because anyone who sees the treasure chest will definitely go and grab it. But by sending it out, you can gain other people's goodwill and further information. It's true. I also caught a wooden resource chest, which gave me 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of cloth. Then you will be able to upgrade your ship very soon. I'm so envious. Hey, I caught a bronze equipment treasure chest and got a treasure. A blood-stained pearl necklace. Type, relic. Quality, good quality. Introduction, it was once a bride's dowry, and its owner is still looking for it. After wearing it, agility +1, spirit -1, sanity limit -5. I don't think this thing looks like a treasure. You're just jealous of me. It's really dark. My boat doesn't have any lights. I guess I need to upgrade it. There's no blanket, Dad is freezing. I can't sleep. Have you noticed that the waves on the sea seem to be getting bigger? The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Brothers, let's go fishing. Night fishing +1. +2. +10,086. Did you hear the singing? It was quite beautiful. No, don't scare me. Where does singing come from on the sea? I saw it. It was a beautiful lady singing. She was so sexy. She was waving at me. Dude, watch your sanity. That's a siren. She's so beautiful, she's swimming towards me. Dude, hide in the captain's room and lock the door. It's over. He has been charmed. Are you still here, buddy? It's late at night, don't scare me. Hello. There is no more chat from that person. Yang Yi frowned. This system's reminder is definitely not groundless. He listened carefully but did not hear any singing, so he stood up and pushed open the door of the captain's room. The door of this ghost ship is old and the lock has long been broken. It is just a decoration. He pushed open a crack, looked outside carefully, and looked around in the moonlight. After watching for a few minutes and making sure there was no movement, he rushed out, then came to the bow, controlled the rudder, and reduced the speed to 10 knots. Reducing the speed can reduce the chance of encountering monsters. If you encounter a monster while you are sleeping, you will die without knowing how. But staying where we are is not a good option either. Yang Yi believed that a speed of 10 knots was just right to keep a distance from the black fog behind. When he had done all, he returned to the captain's cabin and laid his flintlock on the head of the bed, with his spear against the wall. After continuing to watch the chat channel for a while, he slowly fell asleep until late at night, with a faint murmur ringing in his ears. His brows were furrowed and sweat was on his forehead, as if he was having a nightmare. The first night at sea is destined to be sleepless. Yang Yi didn't know how long he lay there before he fell asleep. He tossed and turned in bed, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He is having a nightmare. At the same time, in the cabin of the nightmare, the captain's skeleton suddenly moved, the bones began to tremble, and the soul fire lit up in the broken skull. Crunch. Crunch. The bones collided and rubbed against each other, and the skeleton stood up. He walked out of the cabin, slowly came to the captain's room at the bow, and gently pushed open the door. In the room, Yang Yi was still asleep, turning sideways from time to time. The dead body looked at Yang Yi and stared for a long time, and then his attention was attracted by a fishing rod with barnacles on it. He walked over, took the fishing rod, and then without stopping, walked out of the room, went to the relatively spacious atrium of the boat, and started fishing. 10 minutes later, something took the bait. A pale, swollen hand stretched out from the sea and grabbed the fishing line. Yang Yi was still dreaming, and it was a nightmare. Ah! He suddenly woke up, touched his abdomen with his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that it was intact. Just now, he dreamed of a bloated drowned corpse who quietly pushed open the door and walked in. The dream was so real, it felt like I was seeing it with my own eyes. He remembered the sound of the drowned corpse moving. Snap, snap. It was like a wet mop hitting the floor. When Yang Yi woke up, the drowned corpse was right in front of him. Without saying a word, he picked up the flintlock from the bedside and shot at the drowned corpse. Click. The gun was silenced. The next moment, he was pressed down on the bed by the drowned corpse, like fish meat on a board, his stomach ripped open, and his bright red and hot organs flowed all over the floor. You experienced death, were slaughtered, and your sanity dropped by 15. Call. Fortunately it was just a dream. Yang Yi let out a long sigh. But suddenly, he found that the door of the captain's room was open, and immediately grabbed the flintlock in his hand. Is it the wind? Impossible, there is no wind at sea today. Snap, snap. Familiar footsteps were heard. A bloated drowned corpse appeared at the door. It seemed to have been soaked in the sea for a long time. It was swollen and smelly. It was wearing a sailor suit that was tattered into rags and covered with seaweed. At this moment, it was looking at Yang Yi with its pale eyes. Fuck. Seeing an unknown creature, your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi cursed angrily and immediately opened fire. Click. The gun jammed. The drowned corpse seemed to still have some consciousness. When he saw the pistol misfired, he grinned. There were few teeth in the mouth, and a crab crawled out of it. This scene was very similar to a nightmare, so Yang Yi was well prepared. Before the gun went off, he threw the flintlock as if it were a stone, hitting the drowned corpse right in the head. While the drowned corpse was being hit, Yang Yi picked up a spear beside him and charged at the drowned corpse. He stabbed the spear into the neck of the rotten corpse and then hit it with his body. But he didn't mean to cause any casualties, he was just anxious to leave the captain's room. Only by escaping from this narrow space and reaching the deck can he have a chance to fight the drowned zombies. The force of the sprint was so great, coupled with his weight, Yang Yi barely managed to squeeze out from beside the drowned corpse. The fishy and rotten smell almost made him vomit. Disgusting stench, your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi didn't have much strength, so it was impossible for him to knock over the drowned corpse or beat it down. He ran to the bow deck without stopping. Here, he has enough space to deal with the drowned corpses. Yang Yi looked back. As expected, the drowned corpse had a swollen and clumsy body, and was no match for Yang Yi in terms of speed. We can win. Yang Yi became excited, adrenaline was secreted wildly, and his breathing became rapid. There is a high platform on the bow deck with the rudder on it. All he had to do was follow the example of the ancient sages, use the tall ship's rudder as a cover, and circle around to shake off the drowned corpse's pursuit. At the same time, he was counting down in his heart. 48. 47. The wooden spear pierced the drowned corpse's neck, but the corpse acted as if nothing had happened and chased after Yang Yi. 3, 2. Yang Yi stopped circling, got rid of the drowned corpse, turned around and ran back to the captain's room. He picked up the flintlock at the door, raised it and aimed at the drowned corpse, holding his breath and aiming. At a distance of several meters, and with the target so fat, there was no reason why Yang Yi couldn't hit him. As long as it doesn't misfire. Bang. The sound of the gunfire was deafening, like a shriek, making people feel sick. Strange gunshots, your sanity decreases too. The shot was a little off, but it still hit. Most of the drowned corpse's head was shattered, and black pus spilled on the ground. Then he lost his balance and fell forward heavily. I won. Yang Yi's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He walked towards the drowned, ready to retrieve the spear from the ground. But at this moment, the drowned corpse that was thought to be dead suddenly moved again. Most of its head was shattered, but it was still able to move. The pale big hand grabbed Yang Yi's ankle with great force, digging directly into Yang Yi's flesh, leaving scratches. Fuck. He's not dead yet. Yang Yi reacted immediately, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He picked up the spear and stabbed the drowned corpse again. The spear pierced directly into the gap in the drowned corpse's skull. After one strike, the drowned corpse's grip gradually weakened, and it seemed to be effective. But for some reason, the drowned corpse turned its head before dying and looked at Yang Yi, with malicious eyes. Then his abdomen swelled rapidly. Self-destruction. Yang Yi reacted immediately and fell backwards. With a dull bang, smelly rotten flesh and broken bones splattered everywhere, like a bloody rain. The drowned corpse exploded, making quite a noise. Fortunately, the drowned corpse was lying prone with its belly facing the ground, and most of the force was applied on the deck. Yang Yi fell to the ground in time and avoided the flying broken bones and flesh. But unfortunately, his foot was injured. He felt a pain in his left foot as two teeth penetrated the sole of his shoe and pierced his foot. The right arm was cut by unknown broken bones, but fortunately the wound was very shallow. As for the falling flesh and blood, it had lost its lethality, and when it splashed on Yang Yi, it only made people feel nauseous. The corpse fragments are disgusting, and your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi struggled to get up, picked off the broken hand on his right ankle, and checked his condition. Status: injured. The left and right feet of the human figure have turned yellow. Sanity: 55/100. Energy: 40/100. Chi and blood: 91/100. He took off his left shoe, endured the pain, and pulled out the tooth embedded in the sole of his foot. Fortunately, it was not as powerful as a bullet. After penetrating the sole of the shoe, it only barely broke the skin. Otherwise, it would be fatal. Yang Yi stood up with great pain, looked at the drowned corpse, and then took a breath of cold air. On the deck, there was only a broken skeleton left, with the entire spine missing. It was probably flown into the sea. The ribs were all like arrows, piercing the deck and going deep into the wood. The power of this self-explosion is not small, but he happens to be in the direction where the power is the smallest. If he is pierced in the ribs like an arrow, the consequences will be disastrous. At the same time, information about the drowned corpse also appeared in the log. Name: drowned. Introduction: the unfortunate person who drowned in the sea stood up again with resentment towards the living. Can be used in monster gashapon machines. Monster gashapon machine, what is that? Yang Yi was confused. But after calming down, he noticed another blind spot. The drowned man walked to the captain's room and Yang Yi happened to find him. But what opened the door of the captain's room? The door of the captain's room was already open before the drowned man appeared. Thinking of this, his hair stood on end. He heard footsteps approaching behind him, and then he felt a pain in his left shoulder. Something stabbed him. There's stuff on board. Yang Yi reacted, but it was too late. A fishing rod stabbed into his left shoulder, penetrating deep into his flesh. He immediately ran forward, turned around, and covered the wound on his left shoulder with his right hand. In front of him was a skeleton with half of its skull missing and a pale green soul fire burning inside. It was the captain's skeleton. He was alive, holding a fishing rod in his hand, the tip of which was stained red with Yang Yi's blood. He looked at Yang Yi, his jaw opening and closing as if he was mocking him. You old bastard. Yang Yi cursed, his eyes filled with anger. When attacked by the dead, your sanity decreases by 10. When your sanity is below 50, you will enter a frenzy state, immune to most negative mental states, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2, ignoring pain, tireless, brave and fearless, until your sanity is restored. Negative mental states, such as charm, mind control, fear, despair, etc. P.S. When the energy is 0, the blood will be consumed instead of the energy. The limit attribute of madness is 10, and it cannot exceed the limit of ordinary things. Yang Yi raised his hand and shot at the skeleton. Click. The gun misfired. The skeleton rushed forward holding a fishing rod, using it as a spear. Although Yang Yi had no sense of pain, the injury on his foot would more or less affect his movements. It was too risky to circle around the skeleton while injured. If you weren't careful, you might get stabbed by the 2-meter-long fishing rod. After a brief thought, Yang Yi changed his tactics and instead of retreating, he advanced directly to meet the enemy. He threw the spear in his hand and hit the skeleton directly, getting stuck in its bones and causing it to become temporarily stiff. Taking this opportunity, he approached the skeleton and engaged in close combat. He also has a weapon in his hand, and it is a blunt weapon. As long as you hold the barrel of the flintlock, the gun becomes a short hammer, which is very effective against skeletons. He raised the flintlock high and smashed it into the crack of the skeleton's skull, towards its soul fire. But the skeleton reacted quickly and immediately reached out to stop it. It seemed to be very afraid of the gun. It even dropped the fishing rod and stretched out its hands to snatch it. Of course Yang Yi couldn't give it. The two sides began to wrestle over the gun. This skeleton's strength is slightly lower than Yang Yi's in a manic state, most likely 4. But due to the entanglement, it was difficult for Yang Yi to launch an effective attack. If the gun goes off accidentally and hits you, you'll be dead. He has to think of a solution. Even in a state of madness, Yang Yi remained clear-headed and quickly came up with a solution. It wants a flintlock rifle, so give it to it. Yang Yi calculated the time, and after struggling for a while, he aimed in the right direction and pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Click. The gun misfired. Then he decisively dropped his gun. As expected, most of the skeleton's attention was on the flintlock. Yang Yi successfully got rid of the entanglement and ran towards the cabin. When the skeleton arrived, he only saw a dim figure in the cabin. That was Yang Yi. He was in the dark, holding a pool of unknown flesh and blood in his hands and gnawing on it frantically. The skeleton pulled the trigger, but the gun did not respond and was still cooling down. It was only about 10 meters from the bow to the stern, and both men had run, so the flintlocks were still cooling down. A pistol that can't fire is no different from a hammer. Yang Yi rushed forward, his mouth full of black mucus and his eyes bloodshot. You swallowed the human-headed octopus, strength +1, constitution +1, spirit -1, sanity -20, lasts for 1 minute. Just like that, Yang Yi's strength went from 3 points to 6 points, doubling. Madness +2. Moreover, Yang Yi discovered that the power in this data did not grow linearly, but exponentially. This means that with 2 points more strength, you can easily crush the opponent. Yang Yi stepped forward. At this time, the skeleton had not reacted yet, as if it was still wondering why the gun didn't fire. The next second, it was knocked to the ground by Yang Yi, and its 2 arm bones were torn off and thrown to both sides. Yang Yi took advantage of the situation and pierced through the gap in the skull with his right hand to grab the soul fire inside. At this point, the skeleton began to show some fear, and its jaw kept opening and closing, as if begging for mercy. But it was too late, it had no way to resist. Yang Yi held the fire, it was not hot but warm instead. The skeleton reacted violently, trembling all over, and soon fell to the ground, turning into a pile of ordinary bones, and the fire of its soul was completely extinguished. But is the skeleton really dead? Not necessarily. Having been tricked by a drowned person before, he became much more cautious. Yang Yi grabbed the skeleton's skull, picked up the flintlock, and then placed its skull over the side of the boat. He seriously doubted that the skeleton was not dead, even though he could already check its information. Name: Captain's Remains. Introduction: He used to be a captain who loved fishing, until he caught can be put into the monster gashapon machine. 2 minutes later, as expected, the pale green light reappeared inside the skull. Yang Yi fired without saying a word. Bang. Flames burst out and gunshots rang out. The skull was blasted into pieces by the flintlock. The gunshot is weird, your sanity decreases by 1. It seems that by subduing monsters or killing them, we can get their information. Yang Yi concluded. But what on earth is this monster gashapon machine? Yang Yi had never seen it, and it wasn't on the ship either. To be on the safe side, it is better to keep the bodies of these monsters. Yang Yi threw them into the cabin and took away the skeleton's arm and thigh bones. After all, headless skeleton soldiers might exist. Yang Yi had seen them in the game before. It's better to take part of its body away just in case. Yang Yi, who had suffered a loss, seemed to have become more cautious. After he simply treated the wound with a piece of cloth, he returned to the captain's room. Check your own status at the same time. Yang Yi. Status: injured on the human-shaped pattern, the left and right feet have turned yellow, and the left shoulder is yellow. Sanity: 24 out of 100. Energy: 21/100. Chi and blood: 82/100. With such low energy, no wonder I feel so tired. Yang Yi opened the world chat channel and typed a random line of words. When you go to bed at night, remember to lock the door. Someone responded quickly. Boss, what did you encounter? A siren. You're not going to kill it. Is it difficult to fight? Will there be any equipment dropped? Yang Yi replied unhappily. No, it's pure torture. He didn't care how others responded. He turned off the world channel, lay down on the bed, put the skeleton's thigh bone under the mattress and used it as a pillow. At the same time, keep your gun with you and keep it where you can easily reach it. Tonight is too dangerous. Any mistake may lead to your own irreparable destruction. Tomorrow, he plans to set up some sound traps to serve as an early warning. Many dangers can be avoided if they are discovered in advance. He thought while trying to fall asleep. But he couldn't sleep until dawn. Yang Yi hardly slept in the second half of the night. Seeing that it was daybreak, he simply got up and threw a few rotten bones under the mattress. It's been so long, the captain's skeleton should be dead. After one night, Yang Yi seemed like a different person. His face was pale, and he had deep dark circles under his eyes, which were bloodshot. As soon as he walked out of the captain's room, Yang Yi discovered that there was a statue on the bow deck. It was a cartoon octopus monster with wings on its back, squatting on a rock. This is. At the same time, a log pop-up notice is displayed. Last night, a total of 13,000 people successfully killed the alien demons, and one of them even completed an amazing double kill. The system will grant you a special talent based on your battle record. At the same time, the monster gashapon machine is open. You can put the monster's corpse tissue into the gashapon machine to get gashapon rewards, and the corpse will be forcibly collected. But please be careful not to throw garbage into the gashapon machine, let alone throw living things into it, as this will annoy the gashapon machine. The world channel exploded immediately. There are monsters in this world. What do they look like? Has anyone seen one? Let me go back now, I can give you anything. There's actually a talent reward, what a loss. A skeleton banged on my door last night, but I didn't open it. I should have opened the door and given it a try. If you open it, you might die. Monster gashapon machine. Did you find this thing? I found it. It's on the bow deck. It's a big-faced cat. It's pretty cute. Why is mine in the cabin? It's a cartoon robot. Shit, mine is a clown, it's so scary, and it's even placed in the captain's room. Is it different for each of you? Yang Yi turned his head and looked at his gashapon machine. There was a cartoon version of an octopus monster, with its mouth wide open, crying for food, and its mouth was full of tentacles. Rewards are issued, you get talent. Unlocking conditions, ×0/3. What is this? Still need to unlock. This is too much of a scam. Yang Yi opened the chat channel. Others are also asking why this free talent needs to be unlocked. Everyone's unlocking conditions are different, and the number of times may be more or less, ranging from tens of thousands or even millions to just dozens of times. He only needs it 3 times, which is quite rare. Soon someone discovered the conditions for unlocking talents, which were all simple conditions. My unlocking condition is walking. I have to walk 100,000 steps. It's a rip-off. Yours is fine, mine is 3 million breaths, just go with the flow. You guys still have a target, but mine is 0 out of 100, I have no clue at all. Maybe I can live for more than 100 days. This system, if you don't want to give talents, you don't have to. Yang Yi looked at his 0 to 3, shook his head, and decided to just go with the flow and ignore it for now. He walked into the cabin, ready to replace the monster corpse inside with a capsule toy. The captain's skeleton cannot be used to obtain gashapon, there is only one. So he just took the severed hand of the drowned man and put it into the octopusman gashapon machine. As soon as it was put into use, the eyes of this octopusman gashapon machine lit up, emitting red light, and the tentacles on its chin changed colors in a cycle like ribbons. Yang Yi twisted the turntable on its chest, and the sound of capsules colliding kept coming out from inside. The atmosphere is full. What a bad taste. Yang Yi commented. After a while, a ball of light rolled out. Yang Yi picked it up and it turned into a bottle of dark blue potion. Name, Grudge of the Drowned. Type, Consumables. Quality, Good quality. Introduction, after taking it, your sanity will be reduced by 20, and you will be considered a drowned person within 1 minute, and will not be actively attacked by low-level demons. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This thing is a good life-saving prop. In survival games, this kind of prop is of great value. The World Channel also became lively, with a lot of people showing off their prizes. I drew a token. Name, Bone Token. Type, Relic. Quality, Fine. Introduction, you can summon a skeleton and control it to fight for you for 15 minutes. When the time is up, it will lose control and attack the summoner instead. After death, the corpse disappears. Cooling time, 24 hours. Use this, and make sure you can defeat the skeletons. So strong. Sell me and I'll give you 100 million. 100 million is useless. We have to use conch coins here, and there is no way to trade unless we meet in person. How about my dagger? Name, Serrated Dagger. Type, Treasure. Quality, Fine. Introduction, a sharp dagger that feels comfortable in the hand and can cause minimal damage. Its only drawback is that it is short. Okay, we both know you're short. Even if you sell me this weapon, I don't want it. I can't afford to lose face like this. Many people posted their capsule toy trophies, but there were very few high-quality ones. The only 2 I saw were these 2, and the others were all good quality. In general, relics are more effective than treasures, but they carry a risk of lowering sanity and have a chance of side effects. The rusty flintlock in Yang Yi's hand can cause medium damage, while other fine weapons mostly cause minimal damage. It's really amazing. But the restrictions are huge, 1 shot per minute, and it will be a misfire, which will cost your sanity. It's a kind of balance. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and swallowed half of the long-legged sardine in 1 gulp. He was very hungry, and after last night's battle, he had fewer concerns. To survive, these are not problems. If you eat raw long-legged sardines, your sanity will decrease by 2 points. The fish actually tasted a bit bad, but fortunately it was not rotten. Can provide energy and a small amount of water. Yang Yi ate all the sardines and felt a little full, then he checked his condition. After resting last night, my energy and rationality have recovered, but because of nightmares and insomnia, the energy recovery effect is very poor. The wound hasn't healed well yet, I don't know if it will get infected. Yang Yi. Status, injured, a large human body pattern, the wound is yellow. Sanity, 74/100. Energy, 52/100. Chi and blood, 83/100. He entered the cabin. Today's priority is to make a sound trap. These demons are not very intelligent, so the traps do not need to be very hidden. Just use the simple synthesis function to make some long ropes, Then make big holes in the thin wood slices and string them together. The wood chips are easy to get, just take them directly. In this game, wood can be transformed into any cubic shape, and 1 unit is roughly equal to 1 cubic decimeter of wood. He strung the wood pieces together, tied knots to separate them, and hung them in the aisle in front of the captain's room and on the door. Yang Yi tried it and found that the difference between the sound of wind blowing and people bumping into each other was quite large, which could provide a certain warning effect. By the time they finished all this, a whole morning had passed, and all the wood and cloth that had been salvaged earlier had been used up. Yang Yi is not in a hurry to get these resources. The most urgent task is still fresh water. You must fish more and pay attention to the supplies floating by to see if there are any treasure chests. As he was thinking, Yang Yi suddenly realized that something was wrong with his body. He seemed to be a little hot, his face was very hot, and his stomach hurt a little. He immediately became alert and checked his condition again. Yang Yi. Status: injured/corpse poison infection, mild/food poisoning, mild, diarrhea, the whole body has turned yellow, and the wounds are darker. Oh no. The situation that Yang Yi least wanted to encounter finally happened. The drowned person has corpse poison, he is infected. But he was in the sea and had no medicine. Today's weather. It's a sunny day, perfect for fishing. Location: Sea of Origin. Daylight hours: 8 hours remaining. Temperature: 15-25 degrees Celsius. Wind force: level 1. Yang Yi is fishing desperately. He now not only needs fresh water, but also urgently needs medical supplies. These can be obtained through fishing. Yang Yi searched the World Channel and found that someone had caught a medical bandage of ordinary quality that had the effect of accelerating healing and reducing inflammation. Although the bandage will not have much effect on Yang Yi's current injuries. But other medical items definitely exist. He has to hurry up and fish now. You caught a rotten log. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of rag. F***K. Yang Yi cursed angrily, picked up a long-legged sardine, bit off its head, and then swallowed it raw along with the internal organs and long legs. He remembered that a survival expert once said that anything can be eaten even if the head is removed. Yang Yi was very hungry, so he ate every fish he caught. As for whether eating raw long-legged sardines would lead to a decrease in sanity, that was not something he needed to consider now. People are starving to death, why bother about sanity? I'm so hungry, I eat everything. After eating too much, Yang Yi made a new discovery: the decline of rationality will weaken as the same event happens repeatedly. For example, eating a long-legged sardine will only reduce his sanity by 1 point, sometimes 2 points. If this continues, after you have eaten too much of this kind of fish again, you will probably get used to it and won't lose your mind. Moreover, his spiritual experience value is growing rapidly. Spiritual growth should be related to the stimulation of reason. Fished for another 2 hours. Yang Yi felt that his body was getting worse and the wounds became itchy and unbearable. He endured the itching and refused to scratch it to avoid worsening the infection. At the same time, he lost a lot of water and salt due to diarrhea. Coupled with the fever, his vision gradually became blurred and his head felt heavy. Status: injured/corpse poison infection, moderate, fever/food poisoning, mild, diarrhea. Hold on a little longer, and you'll definitely be able to catch some life-saving medicine. Yang Yi forced himself to keep fishing, and finally caught something he had never seen before. You caught an eyeball fruit. It was an eyeball that could blink and was the size of a fist. Name: eyeball fruit. Introduction: although it looks strange, it is a fruit from the abyss. It is slightly sweet and can supplement vitamins, salt, and water. Without saying a word, Yang Yi bit it, black liquid splashed out, and the eyeball fruit in his hand trembled slightly. Your sanity decreases by 2. Although this fruit is scary, it tastes much better than sardines. The flesh inside is crunchy and slightly sweet. Yang Yi ate it all up. After eating the eyeball fruit, Yang Yi felt much better. The diarrhea has basically stopped, but the cadaveric infection is still there. Could it be that fishing won't yield any medicine to cure corpse poison? Impossible. The fisherman can catch anything. But until the evening, he didn't catch any medical supplies, but he did catch a bottle of fresh water. The harvest is as follows. Eyeball fruit x2, long-legged sardine x8, wood x10, cloth x9, cyst porcupine x1, fresh water 1L. The rest was eaten by Yang Yi. This 1L of fresh water is 1 unit and can be stored in the cabin, but a container is needed to take it out. This cabin is not a cabin in the physical sense. The resources stored in it, such as wood, cloth, fresh water, and steel, are all invisible data and can be taken out when needed. Yang Yi felt dry in the mouth, having already finished 1/3 of the 1.5L bottle of Farmer's 3 punches. He had to drink sparingly, as fresh water was not in high supply. At night, Yang Yi didn't dare to stay on the deck. He finished fishing and returned to the captain's room. As was his custom, he lay down on his bed with his flintlock at his side. But the fever and wound infection continued to torture Yang Yi. This is destined to be a sleepless night, and there is also a nightmare curse. Yang Yi couldn't sleep, so he opened the chat channel and started looking. It's still lively inside. But careful people will find that the channel no longer displays the number of people online. The dead can't make a sound, they disappear silently. I just made 2 spears. If the skeleton dares to come tonight, I will make him explode with gold coins. Brother, have you never played the game? Do you know that skeletons have no skin or flesh and are inherently resistant to punctures? You might as well use your fists instead of your spears. To reserve steel, 982 more units are needed. Talk to me privately for details. Heart of Iron, you're still alive. Damn it. Even if you die, your grandpa, will not die. How did you manage to get through the black fog at a speed of 5 knots? Give me steel and I'll tell you. Hold it. I don't want to know. Behind all the ships, there is a steel battleship running for its life. Not far behind him was black fog, approaching at a speed of 10 knots. The seabed was full of fish, and they were also afraid of the black fog and fled frantically. A fat middle-aged man stood on the bridge, with an unshaven beard, a cigarette in his mouth, and his hand on the rudder. Although he appears to be arrogant and unrestrained when chatting, he is actually very nervous. If he relaxes even a little, he will die. Chatting is one of the few ways for him to relieve stress. His ship has ample supplies, unlimited ammunition, and amazing durability, but its only drawback is that it runs too slowly and can be caught up by the black fog. Moreover, his starting position was very close to the black fog. Fortunately, there is always a way out. He has a giant whale shooting gun on his ship, which is a harpoon that is difficult to pull out once it is inserted into the body of a giant marine creature. He is now looking for his next target, letting this ocean giant drag him to increase the speed of his ship. Damn it, can't this stupid fish hold on a little longer? Is its endurance so poor? He retracted the harpoon and aimed at the next target, trying to pick the one that swam fast and was large in size. As a result, he has only slept for 3 hours so far. The rest of the time I was looking for a target. After all, this giant fish can bleed, get tired, and die. As for the fish that are blind enough to attack him, he will teach them what fire suppression and civilized cannons are. The next day, Yang Yi woke up with difficulty, having a splitting headache. He didn't know when he fell asleep, he only knew that he dreamed of something bad and felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The ship was in worse shape than he had thought. Without other means of restoring his energy, his gaming efficiency would be greatly reduced. After a whole night's rest, his energy only recovered by 30%. And the corpse virus infection has become more serious. His wound no longer itches, it only stings slightly, which is not a good sign. Moreover, the wound had a disgusting fishy smell, like that of a fish that had been dead for a long time, exactly the same as the smell of a drowned person. Human immunity is no match for corpse poison. His attributes, including strength, agility, and constitution, all dropped by 2, and he entered a weak state. But Yang Yi did not despair. He had experienced worse situations than this, paralyzed in bed for 5 years. He walked out of the captain's room and came to the cabin. After eating 2 eyeballs and a few long-legged sardines for breakfast, he continued fishing. I was lucky today and caught an eyeball fruit at the start. You caught an eyeball fruit. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a rotten piece of wood. You caught. Yang Yi's eyes went dark and he fell onto the aisle deck, falling into a coma. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the 5th day. The trading system is officially open. Please check the log for details. A strange voice sounded in Yang Yi's mind, and he woke up slowly. Day 5, have I been unconscious for more than 2 days? Yang Yi felt as if his limbs were filled with lead, his whole body was cold, his lips were chapped, and his throat was burning. He immediately checked his status. Status, severely injured / corpse poison infection, serious, the whole body turned red. Sanity, 100/100. Energy, 23/100. HP, 14/100, below 100 means injured, below 50 means moderately injured, below 30 means seriously injured, below 10 means dying. If attacked in the dying state, you may die directly. Yang Yi's condition is not far from death. He struggled to get up, his mouth was extremely dry. He planned to eat something to replenish his water first, and then check the trading channel to see if he could buy life-saving medicine. But the moment he stood up, he suddenly found that there was a boat parked next to him. It was a pirate ship with a skull and crossbones flag, more than 20 meters long, with 2 grappling claws hooking onto the Nightmare. Moreover, there was a wooden plank between the 2 ships for passage, forming a narrow bridge. Not good. Yang Yi became alert instantly, but it was too late. An arrow flew over and hit his left arm with great force, going straight through. This arrow directly drained Yang Yi's blood and energy to 9 points, putting him in a near-death state. He immediately dropped down and hid under the edge of the boat. Then, there was movement on the wooden plank between the 2 boats. Someone is crossing the bridge. He should have come here to confirm whether Yang Yi was alive or dead. The arrow was not fatal and did not hit a vital point. But Yang Yi fell down very quickly, and the other party might not have seen it clearly, so he needed to go forward to confirm. Due to the rules, he could not board the Nightmare directly. So he kept following, waiting for the ship owner Yang Yi to show up, and then he could board the ship after killing him. Yang Yi instantly understood the whole story, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Since you want to kill me, then I won't complain even if I'm killed. He thought to himself that he had already made up his mind to kill. Yang Yi's left arm was injured, but it didn't hurt. His right arm was fine and he could aim and pull the trigger. So he took hold of his flintlock and secretly lifted the landing restrictions. He was very sure that the other party did not have powerful firearms, otherwise they would have attacked him long ago. When the men got on board, the first thing he noticed was a person lying on the deck. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a zombie, with a disgusting stench all over his body. Brought by the corpse poison. What's even more frightening is that this zombie is holding a large-caliber flintlock rifle in his hand, with the black muzzle pointing at him. Don't move. If you dare to draw the bow or make any attacking movements, I will immediately shoot your head off. Yang Yi threatened, slowly sitting up from the ground. The other party was pointed at by a gun and did not dare to move for a while. But in fact, Yang Yi didn't dare to shoot easily. After all, this gun is most threatening when it is not firing. Once he opens fire, there are 2 possibilities, a misfire or a gunshot. If it misfires, Yang Yi will be dead. If the gun goes off, the opponent will most likely be blown to pieces by this powerful flintlock rifle. Throw your weapons on the ground and don't make any unnecessary movements with your hands. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, and full of courage. The other party was a little hesitant and stood there for a moment, not knowing whether to throw it or not. Yang Yi stood up as if nothing happened, and a strong smell of rotten sea wafted from his body, making people want to vomit. There was still an arrow hanging on his left arm, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Without even blinking, he took out a huge eyeball from inside his clothes with his left hand and took a bite of it. The eyeballs trembled, as if begging for mercy. But Yang Yi was too thirsty and couldn't help but swallow it in 3 gulps. The dark, sticky juice covered the corners of his mouth. The other party was completely frightened. When stimulated, your sanity decreases by 10. He looked down and saw several rotten long-legged sardines, a smelly cystic porcupine, and a pile of sardine heads that had been bitten off on the deck. You saw some unknown creatures, showing signs of gnawing. Your sanity dropped by 7. Your sanity is below 30. The activity log kept sending out prompt messages, but the men didn't notice anything at all, and at the same time, a strong fear surged in his heart. This fear will interfere with people's cognition, making them weird, suspicious and attacking the weak, or in the face of danger, turn around and run away. The man screamed like a ghost, which scared Yang Yi and he almost shot. Then he threw away the weapon in his hand, turned around and fled in embarrassment. Yang Yi was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what had gone wrong with this man. But he did not miss the opportunity, raised his gun and aimed, and when he ran a distance away, he pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Click. The gun misfired, but the sound was not loud and the other party was unaware. Yang Yi immediately went to pick up his bow and arrow. Name, Pirate Longbow. Type, Treasure. Grade, Good quality. Introduction, it can slightly improve the archery hit rate and reduce the force required to pull the string. A good friend of pirates. Yang Yi did not hesitate and decisively stabbed the cystic porcupine with an arrow, then drew the bow and aimed. Call out. The arrow was shot. Yang Yi was weak and could not fully draw the bowstring, and his aim was also poor. But the distance between the two ships was only 3 or 4 meters, and he still shot at the opponent, hitting the thigh, but the wound was not deep. But in fact, Yang Yi shot him in the chest. But it's okay as long as you win. The other party pulled out the arrow directly, without stopping, and ran straight to the bow of the ship, as if trying to escape. Yang Yi had no intention of chasing after him, but instead lay back down. He is in a very bad state now. It's hard to say what will happen if the other party fights back. Fortunately, the other party was frightened and escaped by boat. He didn't get up until the noise died down in his ears. Yang Yi looks like a zombie now, but in fact, he is indeed at risk of becoming a zombie. He felt no pain, and his wounds didn't bleed, but he felt dizzy and his body was slightly sluggish. He walked into the cabin, replenished some water, ate all the fruits, and only looked at the sea after he had recovered a little. The other party had already run quite far away, and the ship turned into a black shadow. Yang Yi controlled the nightmare and followed far behind. He was waiting for the poison to take effect. After all, this cystic pufferfish is extremely poisonous just by listening to its name. It should be a pufferfish contaminated by the abyss. Pufferfish toxin is famous for its extremely toxicity. After chasing for about a quarter of an hour, he finally caught up. Then he did the same thing, using his grappling hook to grab the other boat, and when he got closer, he built a bridge with wood. I have to say that Yang Yi was in very bad condition. He had to lie down and rest for 3 or 4 times while moving the wooden board. After landing on the enemy ship, Yang Yi held the flintlock in his hand, remained vigilant, and slowly approached the bow deck. The other person seemed dead, lying on the ground motionless. But this might also be an act, in order to make Yang Yi let down his guard. He might have an antidote. Yang Yi was very alert and shot him in the head from a safe distance of 4 or 5 meters. Click. The gun misfired. This thing is really speechless. But Yang Yi is very patient. 1 minute later. Bang. The other person's entire head exploded and turned into a pool of paste. Only then did Yang Yi feel completely at ease and approach. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. After being tricked by the drowned person, Yang Yi became 100 times more cautious. He checked the other's body and found a ball of light dropped. You got conch coin *400. This should be the other party's money. And his pirate costume is also a good thing. Gorgeous blood-stained pirate costume. Type, Relic. Quality, good quality. Introduction, this outfit comes from a pretentious fool. Agility +1. After wearing it, your sanity will continue to decline. If your spirit is above 8, you will be immune to the effect of the continuous decline in sanity. The person wearing this kind of clothes probably isn't very rational, maybe he has gone crazy. Yang Yi accepted the clothes and prepared to loot the pirate ship. But he suddenly discovered, the unlocking condition for his !skill changed from 0 to 3 to January 3rd. Is it possible that the condition for unlocking it is to kill someone? Yang Yi was not sure because he didn't know exactly when it was added. It was Yang Yi's first time killing someone, so he didn't feel any psychological burden. It may be caused by high spirits and high tolerance. He changed into the pirate costume and walked towards the pirate's cabin. This dress is chilly. Your sanity decreases by 5. As for the debuff that continuously depletes sanity, Yang Yi has high spirits and can simply ignore it. Yang Yi walked into the cabin and immediately obtained the ship's information. This is a special ship. Pirate, Level 1, Durability 1000/1000, Capacity 800 units, Speed 45 knots. Hull skills. Extra grappling hooks. This ship has 2 grappling hooks on each side, which can grab objects and other ships. Pirate Assault, increases speed by 25% for 15 minutes. Introduction. The Skull Flag is the soul of this ship, strive to become the Pirate King. Taking this opportunity, Yang Yi tried to change the boat, but he searched the log for a long time and did not find the relevant function. It seems that the ship cannot be changed. And Yang Yi has no plan to change. Although this ship is good, it has 4 more grappling hooks than ordinary ships. If used skillfully, the efficiency of obtaining resources will be greatly improved. But this can't compare with the Nightmare. A Nightmare with predictive effects is much rarer than a grappling hook. Yang Yi searched all the rooms in the cabin and accidentally found a female corpse. She was naked and must have been tortured to a considerable extent before her death. One of her plump thighs was missing and there were clear marks of strangulation on her neck. The bloodstains were also very fresh, so the death should have happened not long ago. So Yang Yi should be the second victim. The first one is already dead. You are thinking about where that thigh went, your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi frowned. The sanity level of this ship owner may be even lower than Yang Yi expected, and his mental state is worrying. He began to review the inventory he found. Includes 2 loaves of dry, hard black bread that can provide 2 days of calories, 5 L of fresh water, 125 pieces of wood, and 98 pieces of cloth. System prompts. You have successfully occupied an unowned ship, the island. You can choose to dismantle the ship and the basic supplies inside will be transferred to your cabin. Before disassembling, please make sure your ship has enough capacity, otherwise the extra materials may cause damage to the hull. This time, you will get 100 wood, 50 cloth, and a blueprint of the pirate ship. Only when you decompose a special ship will you get the corresponding blueprint. Each ship can only be modified once using the blueprint, please make your choice carefully. This tip only appears when you first disassemble a special ship. No wonder there is so much wood in this boat, the previous owner must have broken down an ordinary boat. He checked the Nightmare and found that its capacity was very small, only 400 units. Capacity, 25/400. Wood *14, cloth *10, fresh water *1 L, less than 1 L will be calculated as 1 L. Only supplies will take up ship capacity. Other things, such as equipment and weapons, can be placed by themselves and can be thrown on the deck. As for whether the ship will be overloaded if there are too many things, you'll have to try it later to find out. Yang Yi did a simple calculation. After disassembling the ship, his ship was just big enough to hold all the supplies, and the supplies were enough to upgrade his ship to level 2. It can be said that he got a great bargain. He searched again and made sure that there was nothing else of value before returning to the Nightmare with a dozen more simple arrows in his hand. Afterwards, Yang Yi operated on the log and determined to disassemble the pirate. Then the ship was broken down right under his eyes, into pieces, and then poured into the cabin of the Nightmare. He now has enough resources to upgrade the second-level ship. But before that, he had something more important to do, to buy medical supplies through the trading system to save lives. If he doesn't have enough resources to buy medicines because of the ship upgrade, he will be completely finished. Yang Yi has been paying close attention to his condition. The qi and blood only dropped by 1 point, and the rate of drop was very slow. The wound did not bleed at all. It was probably caused by the corpse poison. Instead, his sanity continued to decline and was now below 80. This was not caused by the pirate costume, but the corpse poison that was eroding his sanity. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to browse and search. First aid bandages for sale, 10 conch coins, 5 left. Name, first aid bandage. Type, consumables. Quality, ordinary. Introduction, a clean bandage can stop bleeding and prevent wound infection. Rum can also be used for disinfection. 30 conch coins a bottle. Only one bottle left. Selling balloons, those who understand will understand. Yang Yi took a quick look. Currently, the transaction has just started, everyone has limited conch coins, and there is no benchmark for prices, so everyone quotes based on their feelings. There are many people who barter goods, and some people even don't accept conch coins, thinking that this is safer. There are very few people selling resources. Currently, wood and cloth are considered hard currencies for transactions and are more popular than conch coins. Salt sale, 100 conch coins per bag. Name, sacred salt. Type, consumables. Quality, good quality. Introduction, it can remove minor curses, and it can ward off evil spirits if you spread it out. Of course, you can also eat it. This one doesn't work either. He continued to flip upwards and finally found his target, which was of excellent quality. Holy water is sold in limited quantities for a long time. If you want it, please PM me. Name, holy water. Type, consumables. Quality, fine. Introduction, blessed water that can be taken orally or used externally. It can also be used as a throwing prop. When facing demons, you can never have too much holy water. Can cure various poisons, curses, speed up wound healing, and slightly restore energy. That's it. Yang Yi checked the chips he had on hand that could be used for trading. Includes the drowned man's grudge, pirate longbow, rusted flintlock, blood-stained pirate suit, barnacled fishing rod, pirate ship blueprint, as well as various resources and 500 conch coins. If possible, he wanted to keep his weapons, pirate suit, fishing rod, and enough resources to upgrade a second-level ship. The Corsair blueprint can be traded, but the value of this thing must be very high and it is not suitable to sell it now. After a little thought, Yang Yi privately chatted with the seller. Before adding friends, everyone is anonymous by default. Players can choose to display their real name or ship name. Yang Yi, how to sell it? After several minutes, the other party replied. It seemed that many people were contacting him. Anonymous, I need a lot of cloth, as well as life-saving props, equipment, fresh water, food, all of which are fine. Yang Yi frowned. In fact, the bidding power is in your own hands, which makes you passive. If it's lower, people will think you're making trouble. If it is too high, you will suffer a great loss. But Yang Yi's life was hanging by a thread, and he had no intention of bargaining. He immediately gave the highest price he could accept. If the deal could be made, it would be done immediately. If not, he would give up and change the person. So he sent a private message, the drowned man's grudge, check the properties yourself, it is a good life-saving item. Plus 400 conch coins, 30 wood, 58 cloth, a loaf of black bread, and 4L fresh water. It is followed by the attribute of the resentment of the drowned. After sending the message, he didn't wait for the other party to reply and continued to browse other props. But this time the other party responded very quickly, replying in just a dozen seconds. Your offer is much more sincere than others. At the same time, a friend request came. Captain Zhou Dai of the Radiant Goddess applies to add you as a friend. Yang Yi agreed decisively, and then several messages came. Compared to you, the others are just here to cause trouble. I have 4 bottles of holy water on hand, but your injuries are probably serious, so 1 bottle may not be enough. So this time I'm giving you 2 bottles as a gift for you. My name is Zhou Dai. My ship can produce holy water. We can have long-term cooperation in the future. Hee hee. May the goddess of light bless you. Yang Yi was still a little bit unbelieving until he received the transaction application. It was a bit too smooth. It seems that the other party also needs a life-saving item like the drowned man's grudge. And she is quite kind, at least judging from this transaction. The Radiant Goddess. It seems that the player's ship is related to the player's personality. On the other side, the Goddess of Glory. This was a pure white 3-masted sailing ship, made of solid white oak, and it looked extremely holy. Captain Zhou Dai has blonde hair and blue eyes, is tall and plump, but has a delicate Asian face. She must be of mixed race. She was in a special building on this ship called the Prayer Room, which contained a statue of the Goddess of Radiance. Currently the ship is only level 1, and the Prayer Room can produce holy water, but the output rate is very low. And Zhou Dai has another big problem: there are always sea ghosts visiting the glorious goddess, especially at night. So she could only hide in the Prayer Room every night. A life-saving item like the drowned man's wrath was exactly what she wanted. As long as she had the means to save her life, she would have enough time to hide in the Prayer Room. The deal was done quickly. You just need to confirm the transaction content in the log and lock it. Next, throw the traded items into the monster gacha machine and they will be teleported to the other ship. There is no need to worry about the other party breaching the contract. The gashapon opportunity ensures that the transaction is completed. Generally, things like gashapon machines, which have a completely different style, are all external bosses, so it's best not to try to use them. Yang Yi threw in the agreed transaction items. If it was supplies, the system would deduct them directly from the cabin. After a while, 2 bottles of holy water were spit out by the monster gashapon machine. This is a pure, colorless liquid in a reagent bottle. Yang Yi opened a bottle, smelled it, found no smell, and then drank it all in one gulp. Then I felt as if my body was on fire, with unbearable burning pain all over, and even a burnt smell. But his mental state has improved a lot and he feels refreshed. Efficient. Yang Yi was overjoyed and checked his status. The corpse poison infection has become moderate, and the qi and blood are beginning to rise slowly. So he drank another bottle to consolidate the effects. Then I spent 50 conch coins and bought 5 first aid bandages. This thing is probably made of cloth, but Yang Yi doesn't have the recipe, so he can only buy it. He pulled the arrow out of his left arm, grimacing in pain. But it's normal to feel pain, because it means the corpse poison has been alleviated. After cleaning the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang Yi bandaged himself and then checked his panel again. Yang Yi. Status: injured/corpse poison infection, mild, improving, a human body pattern, light yellow, with a slightly darker color where there are wounds. Sanity: 93/100. Energy: 35/100. Qi and blood: 19 out of 100, slowly recovering. He let out a long sigh. Finally alive. The remaining supplies could be used to upgrade the nightmare, so he upgraded it decisively. Supplies are sufficient, are you sure you want to upgrade? Yang Yi clicked OK. The nightmare emitted a pale green light, as if ghosts were floating around the ship, and the hull began to extend outward. Upgrade completed, nightmare upgraded to a second-level ship. You can view the specific changes in the ship interface. Navigation announcement: the number of players on level 2 ships has exceeded 10,000, and the Sea of Origin will usher in new changes. 3 days later, an unprecedented storm will descend upon the sea area, players please be prepared. As soon as the announcement came out, the chat channel exploded. 10,000 second-level ships. Damn it. I'm still short of 8 pieces of wood. Anyone want to sell me some? Family, who understands? I've already entered the gaming world, but I'm still so stubborn. We are recycling wood and fabric at high prices. If you want to sell them, please send me a private message. There was an upgrade trend in the channel, and the prices of wood and cloth were rising sharply. But the biggest disadvantage is the special ships that require extra materials to upgrade. Heart of Iron, fish for steel, private message if you want, long-term supply of fresh fish in large quantities. Don't buy it, the fish smells like gunpowder and it tastes terrible. Just tell me if it's fresh or not, we guarantee it's freshly killed and served. Does anyone have low-level wind essence? The price is negotiable. The one who was speaking was Jifango. Yang Yi had his friend, so he was no longer anonymous in the channel. We sell organic cucumbers, organic cabbages, organic apples, and organic bananas. They are rich in vitamins and water. Those who understand will understand. We also buy back seeds at a high price. Where do you get the vegetables and fruits? Can you grow crops on your boat? You guessed it right, you clever fellow. He included the ship information at the back. Farmer, level 1, durability 600/600, capacity 1000 units, speed 25 knots. Ship skill, efficient planting, there is land on the ship. Depending on the seeds, the time required for harvesting varies. Introduction, farmer. No, you are called Dad now. Yang Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect there is a boat that can be used for farming. This is really huge wealth. Each special ship has its own unique advantages. Yang Yi took a look at the drawing in his hand. This thing must be a treasure. Name, Pirate Blueprint. Type, Drawing. Quality, Special. Introduction, you can transform your ship into a pirate ship, which will have faster speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang Yi didn't see any cannons on the Corsair, and he guessed that they were something that could only be available after an upgrade. And just as he expected, the use of blueprints does not consume materials. This means that using blueprints for advanced whiteboard ships will reap huge dividends. For example, a level 3 blank ship can be transformed into a level 3 special ship using the blueprint, which can save a lot of materials needed for upgrading. The higher the level, the more you save. Therefore, the price of this drawing will not collapse in the later stage. He checked his ship interface again. Nightmare, Level 2, Durability 600/600, Capacity 1000 units, Speed 50 knots. Hull skills. Nightmare, the sleep quality on the ship is extremely poor, you will have nightmares, and your energy recovery efficiency is -75%. Angler's curse, normal fish will not be caught by this boat, and the chance of encountering abnormal things increases. Introduction, the ship has become bigger, but that doesn't change the fact that it's old and shabby. The durability of the hull has doubled, but it is still very low and cannot withstand any abuse. The length of the ship became 20 meters, and a skeleton was tied to the bow with a rusty iron chain. It was the remains of the previous captain. There is also an additional room in the cabin that can be expanded, and there are 3 branch routes to choose from. 1. Extra cargo hold, increasing ship capacity by 100%, requires 300 units of wood. 2. Ancient War Room, provides 2 water-soaked cannons that can be used for attack, requiring 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. 3. A great statue that can intimidate passing ships and cause panic. It requires 300 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, and a corpse of a demon. After a little thought, Yang Yi set his target as the Ancient War Room. Nothing can make people feel safer than a cannon. Cannons are indispensable for naval warfare. The supplies he now has are as follows. Capacity, 102/1000. Wood *39, cloth *58, freshwater *5L. Steel and sulfur should be high-level resources, but I haven't seen them yet. The upgrade interface for the 3rd level ship is not open yet and will only be unlocked after the expansion is completed. After Yang Yi had dealt with everything, he started fishing. He still had to prepare more food. Behind the Nightmare, there are dozens of nautical miles. There is a special ship here, which is about 10 meters long and has an extremely huge crystal ball with a diameter of over 3 meters. Astrology, Level 1, Durability 500/500, Capacity 800 units, Speed 50 knots. Hull skills. Astrology, a nautical chart showing the surrounding 100-mile sea area, with the ship's name displayed. Spy, you can display the image of a ship on the chart, but you cannot view islands. You can only view 1 target per day. Introduction, just opening the picture, not cheating. The captain was a beautiful woman with black hair and brown skin, and her eyes were a rare red. She had noticed the Nightmare earlier. After all, it is very rare for 2 ships to move forward side by side. Until later, there was a change, and the Viking icon suddenly disappeared from the nautical chart. He was killed. The woman looked at the crystal ball in front of her, which was only the size of a palm, and it displayed the nautical chart of the nearby sea area, including the names of ships. She reached out and used the spy skill to check the image of the Nightmare. She saw Yang Yi on the boat, he was fishing. He caught a long-legged sardine, which went into Yang Yi's mouth before it even hit the ground. The woman's red eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. After a while, another eyeball was caught and eaten again. The last one was a cystic porcupine, which the men threw aside in disgust. But when the woman saw this highly poisonous fish, her eyes lit up. "How did he catch these treasures?" the woman asked enviously. She didn't lose any sanity, but was curious because she had a special gift. Talent. Witch blood, you thirst for knowledge. Your red eyes are proof of your knowledge, but also a curse you are born with. Upper limit of your spiritual power is +2. You are highly resistant to strange creatures and phenomena. But remember, anyone who touches the taboo will be expelled by the holy light and burned by the holy fire. Bang. 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 The gunshots continued, but each time the sound was slightly different. Yang Yi is practicing shooting. This flintlock rifle is unreliable, so he has to improve his hit rate to make up for this shortcoming. A piece of wood was hung at the stern of the boat, and Yang Yi stood at the bow and shot. There is a 1-minute interval between each shooting. It doesn't matter if there is a misfire, it's just practice after all. There was a fishing rod next to him, and he would look at the sea from time to time to see if there was any catch. After a whole morning, he only hit a dozen shots, which was still a long way from being a sharpshooter. Yang Yi ate a long-legged sardine. Now he has gotten used to eating it and finds that the long-legged sardines have an excellent taste, especially the 4 long legs, which are crispy and have a chicken flavor. In one more day, the storm that the system said would come will come. Yang Yi stocked up on 10 eyeball fruits, a loaf of black bread, 6 ell of fresh water, and a dozen long-legged sardines. During this time, he also caught a big one, which was half a meter long. Name: red-lipped eel. Type: food. Introduction: the best flaming red lips, but unfortunately they grow on the mouth of a fish. Do you want to have a passionate tongue kiss with it? Abyssal fish, edible, non-toxic, with delicate fish lips. When the fish first appeared, he was really scared. If you eat this fish raw, you have to chew on its flaming red lips. Even Yang Yi couldn't bring himself to eat it, unless he was really hungry. Looking at the flaming red lips, Yang Yi remembered the nightmare he had last night. He still remembers the dream clearly. In the dream, a woman with red eyes pointed a gun at his head. Those bright red eyes made him shudder. You feel scared and your sanity drops by 8. Yang Yi was also very familiar with the gun in the woman's hand. It was his flintlock rifle. But for some reason, it ended up in the woman's hand. Whenever I think about it, I feel a little scared. Thanks to this, Yang Yi didn't sleep well again, and his eyes were covered with thick dark circles. Fortunately, the corpse poison in his body has been eliminated, his wounds have almost healed, and his chi and blood are at 76, but his energy recovery is too slow. After a night's sleep, he only recovers about 30% of his energy, and his daytime activities are severely restricted. This won't work in the long run. He needed to find a way to quickly restore his energy to offset this drawback. For example, holy water has the effect of restoring energy, but it is too expensive and the restorative effect is not strong. As he was thinking, he suddenly received an anonymous call. Look to the upper right, there's an island. Who are you? Yang Yi replied, but the other party did not respond. In this world, if you want to take the initiative to chat with someone privately, you must at least know the name of the other party's ship. If it is not a special ship, you must also know the other party's name. But Yang Yi never took the initiative to reveal his information. How did this person know? Is there a cheat? After thinking for a while, he came to 2 conclusions. 1. The other party may have special skills, saw me, learned the name of the ship, and this person is not far away from me. 2. This is a special task given by the system. He circled the ship and did not see any suspicious ships. And in the upper right corner, there is indeed an island. The island is not big and there is a bit of green, so there should be trees on the island. This tree can most likely be cut down and turned into timber. And there may be other gains on the island. If he happened to discover it, he would probably climb up to take a look. But now that someone reminded him, he became a little unsure. In the end, Yang Yi decided to circle the island and observe. If there are no signs of other ships or player activities, he will choose a suitable location to take a look. The gun in his hand gave him confidence. At this stage, almost no players have guns, at least not in the chat channel. As the boat approached, Yang Yi could see the entire island clearly. This is a tropical island with a diameter of about 3 kilometers, which is not very big. The edge is golden sand, with some shell crabs moving around on it, but in Yang Yi's eyes, these are all protein. But what attracted Yang Yi most were the coconut trees on the island. The tallest one among them has a bronze treasure chest hanging on it. And there was no sign of players landing on the island. These coconuts have not been touched. After hesitating for a while, Yang Yi decided to go to the island. He chose a suitable place to drop anchor and then disembarked. As soon as he stepped on land, Yang Yi felt as if he was in another world. We have only been at sea for a few days. He caught some food on the beach, such as blue crabs, clams, and scallops. Name: blue crab. Type: food. Introduction: common crabs, pure natural and pollution-free, with plump meat. Name: clam. Type: food. Introduction: common shellfish, edible, can be made into delicious clam soup. Name: scallop. Type: food. Introduction: if you have garlic and vermicelli, roast a few and it will leave you with an endless aftertaste. Yang Yi picked up a pile and threw it into the cabin, preparing to eat it later. Next comes the highlight, a bunch of lush green coconut trees. These trees are generally 7 or 8 meters high, and the tallest are more than 10 meters high, and are heavy with coconuts. It is an important source of fresh water and is durable. Coconut meat can also provide dietary fiber. It tastes okay. This is a treasure that you absolutely cannot let go of once you see it. But Yang Yi is not good at climbing trees. If he accidentally slips, he might even break his legs or even his spine. He has no means of healing, so he can't play like this. It is very convenient to use a gun to break it, but the noise is too loud, which will be bad if there are monsters on the island. He walked around the tree and some stones of different sizes caught his attention. Name: stone. Type: supplies. Introduction: can be collected as stone and used for manufacturing. If it's a large rock, you'd better prepare a pickaxe. Yang Yi simply picked up a pile of medium-sized stones and placed them on the shore. He then swam up to the nightmare, maneuvered himself, and grappled it aboard with his grappling hook. After 2 trips back and forth, he collected a total of 25 units of stone. To make a simple stone axe, you need 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. This is the synthesis function that comes with the log, which can make some basic tools, including fishing rods, spears, bows, arrows, etc. The quality must be very poor. After all, even the attributes are not displayed, and it is even worse than ordinary equipment. He got off the boat with a stone axe and walked towards the tallest coconut tree. There are more than 10 large coconuts and a bronze treasure chest on it. This was the first tree he was going to chop. The logbook provides many convenient functions. But without the logbook, this world is no different from reality. Cutting down trees is a job that requires both strength and skills, especially since the stone axe is not very sharp and it makes your hands shake. After cutting down the largest coconut tree, Yang Yi's energy points were directly deducted by 13 points, leaving only 30 points. All in all, with all his energy, he could only chop down 5 or 6 trees at most. Any more and you're not going to get enough. If your energy is below 30, you're at risk of fainting. After the tree fell, Yang Yi immediately went to pick up coconuts. As soon as he picked them up, a look of joy appeared on his face. Name: Vitality Coconut. Type: food. Introduction: this is a rare and special coconut, rich in vitamins and minerals, and the coconut juice inside can improve energy recovery speed. Without saying a word, Yang Yi split open a coconut and drank from it, gaining a buff that accelerated energy recovery. This thing was exactly what Yang Yi needed urgently, so he made a big profit on this trip. He opened the bronze treasure chest, and several balls of light immediately fell out of it. After being touched, they turned into 3 props. Name: Vitality Coconut Juice Recipe. Type: recipe. Quality: good quality. Introduction: after use, you will get the recipe of Vitality Coconut Juice. You need a reagent bottle, salt, and Vitality Coconut. Name: Edible Sea Salt 500 g. Type: food. Introduction: seasoning, can increase flavor and supplement salt. Name: reagent rack. Type: Tools. Quality, good quality. Introduction, an indispensable tool for making various reagents, which can be synthesized using crystals. It can provide a reagent bottle, and after the reagent is finished, the reagent bottle will disappear. A treasure chest contains not only the recipe, but also the other 2 materials required for the recipe. Yang Yi was overjoyed and used the recipe immediately, then started to prepare the Vitality coconut milk. Required materials: Vitality coconut *1, salt 10g. Essential tools: reagent rack. Yang Yi made a bottle. Name: Vitality coconut juice. Type: consumables. Quality: good quality. Introduction, a drink that makes people full of energy. It can restore 10 stamina and increase stamina recovery speed by 50%, which lasts for 8 hours. Each effect takes 24 hours. Yang Yi smiled, turned his head to look at the coastline, which was full of coconuts, and the axe in his hand danced like a flower. Anyway, his energy level was almost at 30, so he lay on the beach to rest, and when he recovered, he continued to chop trees. By the evening, he had chopped down 4 trees, obtained 38 coconuts and 43 pieces of wood, and transported them all back to the nightmare. Each tree, depending on its thickness and length, can yield 5 to 15 pieces of wood, and a super large tree will yield more. He was not planning to leave for the time being. He planned to spend the night on the boat and continue chopping the next day. But before he went back, he made a new discovery. There was a sparkling trail on the beach, only 100 meters away from Yang Yi. As the sky darkened, these traces began to glow faintly, and were then noticed by Yang Yi. This trace leads directly into the island. The glowing substance is the mucus on the surface of some organism, which smells fishy and unpleasant. He followed the traces and took 2 steps into the island. There are no waves here, so the traces are more clearly visible. Judging from the shape, it looks like the traces left by some snake-like animal crawling on the ground. Yang Yi measured it with his palm and found that the snake was at least half a meter thick and quite large. It was indeed the right thing not to use a gun. Yang Yi changed his mind and decided not to spend the night on the shore. He planned to move away from the island because there was some kind of large creature on the island. He gripped his flintlock tightly, looked around carefully, and backed away. Only after returning to the nightmare did he breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Yi sat in the captain's room and thought for a while. He decided to collect more Vitality coconuts, even though there were risks. This kind of thing is hard to come by. It can eliminate the shortcomings of the nightmare and must not be let go easily. There may not be this kind of coconut on the islands further away. He piloted the nightmare away from the island and stopped about 20 nautical miles away. At this distance, the islands are invisible. Even if the unknown creatures on the island can swim, there is no need for them to swim so far to eat the few pounds of meat on my body. Isn't it delicious to eat fish from the sea? He drank a bottle of coconut milk, ate a few scallops, an eyeball, and half a red-lipped eel. Before falling asleep, he held the flintlock in his right hand, hanging under the bed, with his finger not touching the trigger. This is the latest trick Yang Yi has come up with. It allows him to raise his gun and shoot the monster at the door at the fastest speed. He fell asleep quickly and had a nightmare. Late at night, a woman's beautiful singing voice was heard from outside the boat, ethereal and melodious, like the sound of nature. But this is the sea, where does the woman singing come from? Yang Yi sat up in a daze, his eyes blank. He was attracted by the beautiful song and lost control. He looked towards the door of the captain's room with an obsessive look on his face. There stood a humanoid creature, half human and half fish, very much like the legendary mermaid, with golden hair and a charming and enchanting figure. She was soaked to the skin, as if she had just taken a bath, and her chest was covered by 2 huge shells. Her waist was also very slender, and below her navel, fine scales began to appear, and her lower body was like a fish tail. Creatures like this are generally called mermaids. But on the sea, she actually has another name, the Siren, and is the nightmare of passing sailors. The Siren sang, smiled at Yang Yi, and flirted with him. The sound trap at the door was also triggered, making a tinkling sound. But Yang Yi had lost control and the trap became useless. With an obsessed look on his face, he walked towards the Siren, still holding the flintlock in his hand. Bewitched by the beautiful song, you lose control of your body and your sanity decreases by 10. You saw a very beautiful woman, and your body and mind fell for her. Your sanity dropped by 7. About 50 nautical miles away from the nightmare, there was another ship floating here, which was the astrology following behind it. Captain Suna was sitting in the captain's room, writing something in a booklet. He can eat some weird foods without any expression on his face, and can even kiss eels, eat red-lipped eels, without any scruples. More importantly, he didn't show any signs of going crazy. This is incredible. The booklet is titled XX Observation Diary. Since she doesn't know Yang Yi's real name, she hasn't written his name yet. It records Yang Yi's private information, including how long Yang Yi sleeps, when he gets up, what he catches, what he eats. This behavior is no different from that of a stalker. In a normal society, she would definitely be classified as a dangerous person and would be locked up for re-education. Isn't he afraid? Suna bit the cap of her pen and thought. She was also the one who provided the information about the island, just to see how this person would react. But at this moment, the nightmare on the nautical chart suddenly moved and headed towards the island at full speed. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Suna had used the astrology's peeping skills to spy on Yang Yi for several days and knew that he was a cautious person who would not take risks in the dark, let alone go to the island at night. She immediately used her peeping skill to track the nightmare. "Is this a siren?" Suna exclaimed, her eyes showing a bit of fanaticism and surprise. Yang Yi had a nightmare. In his dream, he saw 3 extremely beautiful women, standing in a circle and staring at him silently. Suddenly, the scene changes suddenly. A woman takes out an object and starts to eat it. She chews it carefully, with blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. Yang Yi was a little confused at first, but after looking carefully, he realized that it seemed to be his right arm. He also saw the appearance of these women clearly. Although their upper bodies were human, they had fish scales growing from the waist down, and further down they had turned into fish tails. His arm was broken, and a sharp pain rushed straight to his head. Yang Yi was awakened by severe pain and found himself lying naked on the slippery floor. The light here is dim, it should be a cave. The walls and the ground are covered with fluorescent liquid, like the mucus left behind by mollusks crawling on them. My body is covered with a thick layer. Just smelling it makes me refreshed and I forget to eat for 3 days. He immediately looked to the right. Fortunately, his right arm was intact. The source of the pain was a woman. She was biting Yang Yi's arm with her pearly teeth, biting 3 inches into the flesh. Yang Yi grimaced in pain. "Let go, are you a dog? Why are you biting me?" Yang Yi cursed angrily. The woman finally let go when she heard the sound, leaving 2 rows of deep teeth marks on his shoulder. "Woke up. I thought you weren't awake," the woman said dissatisfiedly, her bright red eyes full of allure. "I'm sitting up, do you think I'm awake?" Yang Yi said unhappily, rubbing his right arm continuously, as if he was hurt by the bite. He looked at the woman. She has a typical Asian face, quite pretty, with a slim figure, seems a little malnourished, and has an attractive wheat-colored skin. She was tied up by a bunch of unknown water plants, and there were traces of her crawling on the ground, which must have taken a lot of effort. "Who are you?" Yang Yi asked with a splitting headache. "You were bewitched by the siren, and I saved your life," the woman reminded. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately checked the activity log. Above is a series of charming reminders. My own sanity is also at a delicate figure. Sanity, 51/100. This group of sea monsters didn't even bother to eat you for 3 days, and they kept you plump and white. It's really a miracle. The woman looked at Yang Yi and continued. Yang Yi also understood. I was captured by the siren, and 3 days have passed. That's right. More than one siren. Yes, there are 3 of them. They should be a kind of social creatures, good at using singing to seduce men, and use them as objects of peace and food. Yang Yi looked at his body and found that he was naked, and suddenly he felt a chill. Not far away, there were pirate uniforms and rusty flintlock rifles scattered on the ground. They are fantasy creatures from legends, but they really exist in this world, and their habits are similar to those in legends. The woman continued to speak, seeming to be very interested in creatures like sirens. Yang Yi, however, only felt a moment of fear, and immediately put on his pirate uniform and grabbed the flintlock rifle on the ground. Putting on the blood-stained pirate costume, I felt an inexplicable chill, and my sanity dropped by 1. At this time, his sanity is just stuck at 50. If it is any lower, he will go into a state of madness. This mucus is so disgusting. How can a siren secrete mucus? In the sea, many soft-bodied or scaleless creatures secrete mucus to protect themselves, so it's normal for sirens to have mucus. Moreover, this mucus will emit fluorescence in the dark, which can illuminate and attract prey, similar to the lantern of the anglerfish, making it easier to show off its attractive figure and thus assist in the entire hunting process. Seeing that Yang Yi was confused, the woman began to explain the rationality of it, mixed with her personal views on the mermaid. You are a player, right? Why are you here? Yang Yi suddenly asked. This woman's origins were unknown, and she looked strange all over, especially her bright red eyes, which made people shudder. They were exactly the same as the eyes he had seen in his nightmare. This made Yang Yi extremely alert. Although the other party did not seem to have any ill intentions and seemed to be trying to save him. My name is Suna. I'm a passing player. Unfortunately, I was captured by the siren and became an emergency reserve. Didn't you say that the sirens only target men? Why would they catch you? Yang Yi asked. Suna had already prepared an answer for this. She didn't intend to tell the truth, but turned her head and pointed to a corner. I'm not alone. My companions have been eaten by the sirens. But for some reason, they didn't eat you. Suna explained. Yang Yi followed her gaze. There was a male corpse that had not been completely eaten. It was already rotten, with its abdomen opened and its internal organs hollowed out. Its face was hideous and its limbs were incomplete. It was likely that he had suffered inhumane abuse before his death. Near the corpse, there were many scattered human skeletons that had been eaten whole, demonstrating the ferocity of the siren. But does Suna really know that man? I don't know him at all. She just used the body and made up a lie to make her arrest seem more reasonable. In fact, Suna came alone, following Yang Yi and the siren. She was so engrossed in observing the sirens that she was caught by 2 sirens who suddenly appeared behind her. She originally thought it was just a mermaid. As for the corpse, the man was there before Yang Yi arrived. But after Yang Yi arrived, this man seemed to have lost his value and was eaten by the sea monster. So Suna didn't know who this poor man was or where he came from. After hearing what Suna said, Yang Yi believed it a little bit, but he still remained vigilant. You said it's been 3 days, but why don't I feel hungry at all? Yang Yi asked. He checked his status and found that except for his low sanity, all other data were almost full. Suna gestured to another corner. There was a big swordfish, a ferocious fish in the sea, with a sharp upper jaw as sharp as a spear tip. However, this big swordfish was already dead, and there were traces of bites on its body. It seems that Yang Yi survived during this period by eating this big swordfish. But what about water? Don't I need to drink water? Yang Yi had no memory of these 3 days. He felt confused and unreal. On the other side, Suna was a little anxious. Can you help me untie it first? In half an hour, those sirens will be back. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Suna reminded. Until now, she has been bound and can only move like a caterpillar. She observed the siren for 3 days and figured out its habits before she ventured over and tried to wake Yang Yi up. But Yang Yi looked at her with complicated eyes. This woman is very smart and doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. But the more this happened, the more alert Yang Yi became, and he felt that this woman was not simple. She is so calm. If it were someone else who was kidnapped and whose life was hanging by a thread, how could they speak so fluently? And she appeared in nightmares. The nightmare foretells that this woman will aim a gun at her own head and try to kill herself. So Yang Yi was very conflicted, not knowing whether he should save her. But he couldn't bring himself to kill a woman who had no ill will towards him and even had some kindness towards him. After thinking for a while, Yang Yi finally made a decision. He felt that this woman must be hiding something from him, so he decided to give her a warning first, no matter if there was any result or not. Yang Yi's eyes turned cold. He looked at Suna, pointed the black gun at her and threatened her. Woman, in 3 sentences, give me a reason not to kill you. Suna's pupils contracted violently, as if she couldn't understand Yang Yi's train of thought. What are you talking about? Was your brain eaten by a siren? I have a gun in my hand. Yang Yi replied with a smile and swung the gun in his hand like a robber who did whatever he wanted. He raised a finger in warning. This is the first sentence. You still have 2 more. You must seize the opportunity. The pitch-black muzzle of the gun was silent and the atmosphere instantly became depressing. After more than 10 seconds, Suna's face showed a bit of panic, as if she was annoyed and regretful. She spoke quickly, I can give you all the resources and equipment I have, including the food on the ship. Yang Yi shook his head, not enough, I just need to kill you, and these will naturally be mine. Suna's breathing became rapid and her eyes became wandering. 10 seconds later, she told her secret. I can provide you with a nautical chart, so that you can sail much safer. Navigation chart. My ship is called the Astrology. I can check the charts of the nearby waters. So that's how it is. Yang Yi's smile was chilling. You lured me here, didn't you? He calmly felt in the inner pocket of his pirate suit and took out a blueprint. You haven't seen this before, have you? This is a ship blueprint. You can obtain it by killing the ship owner and disassembling his special grade ship. Tell me, why don't I kill you and take your ship's skills for myself? Suna's face turned pale. It was the first time she had heard of the existence of ship blueprints. And she knew that Yang Yi was not lying, and it was he who destroyed the pirate ship. Finally, she showed an unwilling and angry look, without a trace of calmness on her face, and spoke viciously to Yang Yi. You are such a greedy, despicable villain. Ugh. Shoot me, and I will damn you to the bottom of hell. After saying that, she closed her eyes and waited for Yang Yi to shoot. You are quite tough. I will help you, Yang Yi said coldly. Suna trembled slightly. But she waited for a long time, but there was no pain and no gunshot. She opened her eyes and saw Yang Yi finding a sharp broken bone in the pile of bones and walking towards her. Hand over half of the supplies on your ship and provide 1 month's nautical charts, and I will save you. Yang Yi said seriously. Suna's face showed surprise at first, then anger. He understood that Yang Yi was deliberately deceiving her. Suddenly she became angry and cursed, what if I don't agree? I have a gun in my hand, you have to agree. Yang Yi swung the gun again, posing as a winner. Suna was helpless about this. Suna had no choice but to agree to Yang Yi's conditions. But she didn't feel sorry at all. Because the supplies on her ship only included 8 units of wood, 5 units of cloth, and 4 L of fresh water, it didn't matter if she gave half of them to Yang Yi. Her ship, the Astrology, is very special. To upgrade it, it does not require wood and cloth, but 100 crystals and 50 steels. So the wood and cloth were of little use to her, and she exchanged them for food and water. Of course, she would not take the initiative to tell Yang Yi that she was a pauper. And she was looking forward to it, wanting to see what expression Yang Yi would have at that time. Yang Yi was completely unaware of this and thought he had blackmailed the other party. After all, the information was not equal and he didn't know that Suna was so poor. He used his broken bones to cut through the seaweed that bound Suna and set her free. But Suna had been tied up for too long and hadn't eaten for several days, so she was very weak and couldn't stand up for a while. But the movements of her hands made Yang Yi astonished. What are you doing? Yang Yi asked in confusion. Suna was using her hands to gather the mucus on the ground to form a small hill, then she opened her mouth and sucked it in. You know, this mucus stinks. I'm thirsty. The mucus secreted by the mermaid can provide me with water, salt, and some nutrients. Suna said lightly, frowning. Obviously, the mucus didn't taste good, but she still suppressed her nausea and didn't spit it out. Aren't you afraid that this mucus is poisonous? Yang Yi asked. Don't be afraid. You've been eating it for 3 days and you haven't gotten any poisoning. Forehead. Yang Yi had nothing to say. He just felt that the woman in front of him was a little abnormal. After Suna replenished her water, her complexion improved a lot. She took out a small knife from her clothes, crouched down, came to the body of the swordfish, cut open the skin, cut a few pieces of fresh fish meat, chewed and swallowed. This knife is also a piece of equipment. Name, witch dagger. Type, treasure. Quality, good quality. Introduction, a dagger that witches like to use. It has many functions, including cutting open your belly. It can cause slight damage to demons. As Suna gradually recovered, Yang Yi began to look around the cave. There is not much space here, with only one passage leading directly to the outside world, from which the sound of dripping rain and whistling wind can be heard. There is also a pool of water in the cave, which is bottomless and may be connected to the sea. He examined the man's body and felt that he had been dead for some time. He felt around the body and found nothing of value. The pool, the cave entrance, where do the sirens usually come back from? Yang Yi asked Suna. It's possible, she replied. So they acted together? No. Suna has been observing this group of sirens for 3 days and has learned some patterns. They usually move in 2 groups. The larger one moves alone, and the other 2 smaller ones, about 1.4 meters long, usually move together. Is that so? Then generally speaking, does the older one go back first, or the younger one? It's possible. There's no pattern, but the interval between coming back is not long, about 15 minutes. Yang Yi nodded and roughly grasped the situation. If the 3 sirens are used to acting together, the best plan is to run. After all, fighting 3 sirens head-on is too risky. But if there are 2, then we have a chance of winning. Can you entangle one? Yang Yi asked. If it's a small one, it should be possible. I've fought with them. Suna's voice came. She replenished salt and water, ate fish, and gradually recovered. It can be seen that her physical fitness is not bad, and may even be better than Yang Yi. The siren's main weapon is her song, but her song is ineffective against women. Moreover, their upper limb strength is not strong, about the same as that of ordinary women, and their strength should be around 4, about the same as mine. If we fight on land, we just need to avoid their claws and teeth. Suna explained. There were several cuts on her body, but they were not deep, probably caused by the mermaid's scratches. I didn't know there were 3 sirens at the time, otherwise I wouldn't have been caught by them. You have a gun in your hand, which is more than enough to deal with them. Just cover your ears and shoot as quickly as possible. Suna didn't know that Yang Yi's gun would misfire, so she thought it wouldn't be difficult. Yang Yi didn't intend to explain. It was not in line with Yang Yi's character to actively expose his weaknesses. He began to check his property panel. Yang Yi. Status, healthy, a large human body pattern, all green. Strength, 3, 49/50. Spirit, 7 + 1, 892/8000, talent bonus. Agility, 4 + 1, 69/100, pirate suit bonus. Constitution, 4, 4 out of 100. Perception, 5, 32/200. Sanity, 50/100. Energy, 92/100. HP, 99/100, bitten by Suna, 1 HP lost. He has figured out the growth conditions for each attribute. Exercising your body can increase your experience in the 3 attributes of strength, physique, and agility. Being injured and recovering can increase your physical experience. Sanity changes, especially drastic changes and restoration of sanity, can greatly increase spiritual experience. Fishing, shooting, grappling, etc. can all increase perception experience. The improvement method can be said to be very realistic. Combined with Suna's information, the Siren's combat power on land is average, with a strength of only about 4, and they do not act in groups of 3. Then he just needs to seize the time, increase his strength to 4, and with the bonus of crazy strength, +2, he can suppress the Siren. After all, the opponent is a sea creature, and its agility is definitely not high on land. The only thing you need to pay attention to is her fish tail, which should be very powerful, and you should be careful not to get hit in the vital parts. After figuring it out, Yang Yi took action immediately. A little experience should be easy to gain. He looked around to see if there were any heavy objects suitable for training in the cave. But at first glance, he didn't see anything. The cave was empty, with only stone walls and light bones. But his mind was flexible and he was not constrained at all. He immediately turned his attention to other objects. For example, Suna can be lifted to build strength. For example, the dead swordfish on the ground looked like it was of the right weight. For example, the male corpse on the ground. After comprehensive consideration, Yang Yi felt that the male corpse was the most suitable. If you choose swordfish, there is no good point of force. If you choose Suna, she will definitely resist and might even get bitten. So male corpses are good, they won't resist or bite. Although only half of his arms were left, the weight was just right, and his head and neck were still there, making them easy to grasp. So Yang Yi grabbed the man's neck with both hands, lifted him up, and started doing weightlifting training. Are you out of your mind, crazy? Suna looked at Yang Yi and was deeply shocked by his strange behavior. Tell me, how much sanity do you have left? Don't worry, my sanity is up to 50. 50. Suna looked at Yang Yi, her eyes full of disbelief. Reduced sanity will affect the mental state. Even if it is not lower than 50, it will still have a certain impact. But Yang Yi didn't seem to care about his sanity value, or, he was always in a subtle state of madness. Suna's gaze towards Yang Yi gradually became more and more passionate, as if she was looking at some rare animal. Yang Yi was completely unaware of this and continued with the snatch. But unfortunately, just when he was doing the 9th snatch, he heard the sound of some creature crawling outside the cave entrance. Judging from the noise, it should be just one. She's back, put this in your ears quickly. Suna handed Yang Yi 2 pieces of fish meat of appropriate size, which she had just cut from the tuna. But Yang Yi shook his head and refused. No, I have my own way. He turned and looked at the siren. This is a mermaid about 2 meters long, with most of its tail dragging on the ground, supporting its body. The mermaid came back and was stunned when she saw the 2 people in front of her, especially Yang Yi, who was still pinching the neck of a corpse with both hands. But she reacted quickly and immediately sang a beautiful song. You hear a beautiful and moving melody, become fascinated by it, fall into a state of enchantment, and your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving, dropped the corpse, and let his hands hang naturally. It's over, this fool has been bewitched again. Suna clenched the dagger, ready to fight to the death. This time, the siren probably won't keep her as an emergency reserve food. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Suna's forehead. On the other hand, Yang Yi seemed to be deeply attracted by the mermaid and walked towards her with a light and crooked step. This mermaid is very beautiful, a standard beauty with golden wavy hair and delicate features. She also has a beautiful voice, skin as white as porcelain that glows, and a tall, plump, and sexy figure. But at the same time, she also has teeth sharp enough to bite through a skull, claws sharp enough to cut open a belly, and a fishtail that can break human bones. Yang Yi was so fascinated by her that he snuggled in her arms as if asking for a hug. The latter also seemed to like Yang Yi as his prey and gave up attacking for a while. Her eyes softened and she opened her mouth several times, but she was reluctant to bite Yang Yi. Sorry, after all, we are not the same species. Yang Yi whispered in the siren's arms. When your sanity is lower than 50, you will fall into a frenzy state, with strength increased by 2, agility increased by 1, constitution increased by 1, and spirit -2. You will be immune to most abnormal mental states. At some point, Yang Yi had taken out his flintlock rifle, stuck it to the mermaid, and aimed at her head. By the time the siren noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. Boom. The gunshots were deafening, with a lingering vibrato. This time the flintlock lived up to expectations and the first shot fired, the sound echoing throughout the cave. The half of sharp broken bone stuck in the belt at the back of the waist seems to be of no use. Can you resist enchantment? Then what happened to you that you followed me here on your own initiative? Suna's bright red eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Your gun makes such a weird sound, it's taking away a bit of my sanity. Just a little deduction. Yang Yi immediately grasped the key. This woman is really abnormal. Even though Yang Yi's mental level was as high as 8 points, he lost 3 points of rationality when he heard the gunshot for the first time. Yang Yi didn't intend to explain. He took a step back and watched the headless body of the mermaid in front of him slowly drooping and twitching continuously. The sticky dark red juice and some minced meat splashed all over Yang Yi. Suna immediately ran over and looked at the corpse of the mermaid with a bit of regret in her eyes. "Your gun is too powerful. Can you please not shoot at the head and leave me a complete siren's head?" She took out a bottle from somewhere and began to collect the mermaid's blood, brain tissue, and body mucus. "What are you doing?" "I killed the siren, the spoils belong to me." Yang Yi frowned, immediately picked up a piece of meat and put it in his pocket to remind Suna. After all, gashapon only requires a small amount of tissue, and then the monster's body will be recycled by the system, eliminating the possibility of gashapon being used twice with the same body. When Suna heard this, she stopped what she was doing, looked up at Yang Yi, and began to think. "How about this? If you leave me the most intact body, I will give you all the resources on the ship, plus an extra month of nautical chart guidance. How do you think?" Yang Yi thought about it for a while and then agreed. This siren's fighting power is not as good as the drowned one. Without its singing, most adult men with spears can kill it alone on land. Therefore, her lute is unlikely to be very good and not as useful as a sea chart. "You said before that the time interval between two groups of sirens returning to their nests is about 15 minutes, right?" Yang Yi asked. "Yes, the 3 time intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes respectively," Suna replied, indicating that she remembered it very clearly. "Then you have to add a new data, less than 2 minutes." Yang Yi pulled Suna and brought her in front of him. The next second, 2 sirens rushed out from the pool behind Suna and pounced on where Suna was originally, but they missed. Just now, Yang Yi saw ripples on the surface of the pool and became alert. When he saw a head sticking out of the pool, he immediately pulled Suna and helped her escape. 2 much smaller sirens jumped out of the pool. After seeing the siren's corpse on the ground, they became furious and made threatening sounds. Their fair skin began to turn red and they opened their mouths to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. The beautiful melody sounded again, this time it was sung by a duet, the sound was a little sharp, and it echoed in the cave. Even Suna was dizzy from the sound. "The song is harsh and beautiful, your sanity decreases by 5. Although Yang Yi was immune to charm, the voice still made his chest feel stuffy, his eardrums stung, and even began to deplete his blood. He immediately raised his gun and aimed. Click. The gun misfired. "Hurry up. Let's go outside first. The space here is too small. Their singing will echo in the cave again and again, which is not good for us," Yang Yi said decisively. Suna's condition was not good either. Blood was flowing from one of her ears and she looked a little dazed. Yang Yi pulled her directly out of the cave. Fortunately, the siren is not fast. After all, it has no legs, and its fishtail is not suitable for land activities, so its speed is relatively slow. The 2 of them rushed out of the cave successfully. At this time, Suna had also recovered and no longer needed Yang Yi to hold her. "Your pistol doesn't need to be reloaded, but it misfires from time to time, right?" she asked. Yang Yi frowned, somewhat displeased. This woman likes to pay attention to things that she shouldn't pay attention to, even though it obviously doesn't benefit her at all. The 2 continued to run forward. Yang Yi wanted to delay the time until the flintlock's cooling time ended, so that he could win more easily. But the 2 stopped after running for a while, and saw a turbid sea in front of them. Most of the island was submerged by the sea and there was no road ahead. There was no sunshine overhead, the sky was covered with dark clouds and it was raining heavily. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the entire world, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Storm at sea. Yang Yi immediately remembered the system announcement, which warned that a big storm would come. "I haven't told you yet, the storm has already started for 2 days, and now all the players are desperately trying to escape from the sea area," Suna explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Will it be of any use if I say it? We still have to deal with the siren." Suna seemed very calm. She was right. If they don't deal with the siren, they will inevitably be chased by the siren in the storm, which is not a good thing. Calculating the time, Yang Yi looked back. The 2 sirens were still nearly 20 meters apart. By the time they ran within 5 meters, the cooling time of the flintlock rifles was almost over. 5 meters is the range Yang Yi is currently more confident in, and he has a high probability of hitting the target. He raised his gun and began to aim, holding his breath. As soon as the siren ran within 5 meters, he immediately opened fire. Bang! A gunshot rang out and a severed arm flew into the sky. But the mermaid's head was still there and Yang Yi missed the target. "Your shooting skills are terrible," Suna complained. "You make it sound like you're a great marksman." Yang Yi didn't care. "You take care of the sea monster with the broken arm. I'll go deal with the other one, and then I'll come back to help you." "Okay." They both ran towards their respective targets. Yang Yi rushed towards the siren on the left whose body was intact. He had no weapon in his hand, and his broken bones had fallen somewhere long ago. But this is land, there may not be anything else, but there are definitely enough stones. He picked up a stone and rushed forward. Halfway through, his strength was upgraded. The basic strength reached 4 points, and after the bonus it was as high as 6 points. Hee. The siren threatened, and its scales exploded. She was quite smart, and seemed to know that the man in front of her was not susceptible to her charm, so she stopped wasting her energy singing and instead prepared to tear the man to pieces with her sharp claws and teeth. But what she didn't know was, if magic is put aside, humans are the only absolute overlords on Earth, and even without hot weapons, their position cannot be shaken. Because humans will fight with all kinds of weapons and won't even give you a chance to fight hand to hand. Yang Yi is like this, he has no martial ethics at all. Seeing that the two sides were so close, he threw a stone directly at the mermaid in the face. Yang Yi's strength was 6 points, exceeding the average of 5. This blow hit the mermaid hard, causing her to stagger and her head to bleed. He took advantage of the situation, rode on it, picked up the large pebbles he had just picked up, and hit the mermaid in the face, without any intention of showing any mercy. This is a man-eating beast in painted skin. No normal person would show mercy to it, let alone Yang Yi who is in a crazy state. 1, 2, 3. Yang Yi didn't stop until he felt that he had smashed something and the mermaid under him stopped resisting. He was not uninjured. There were several bruises and blackened whip marks on his back from the fish's tail, and several scratches on his body, leaving his skin and flesh exposed. The power of this fish tail is really scary, but fortunately, as Suna said, the upper body is similar to human strength. As long as the battle is on land, humans still have the advantage, but the situation is reversed in the sea. After dealing with this siren, Yang Yi picked up a piece of tissue and put it in his pocket, then ran towards the last siren. The battle here is in a stalemate. Suna and the mermaid hugged each other, rolling around like a rolling gourd, their faces and bodies covered with mud and dirty water. The siren was injured and had a broken arm, and Suna was weak. The two of them wrestled with each other, and neither could do anything to the other for a while. Until Yang Yi intervened and broke the balance. 2 against 1, Yang Yi directly stepped on the siren with his foot, pulled out his flintlock, and prepared to shoot it in the head. "Don't shoot, I want the whole thing intact, especially the head." Yang Yi remembered Suna's previous request, so he stopped and asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" "I've observed that her chest is rising and falling, so she's probably breathing with her lungs. Try strangling her to death." Suna used her entire body weight to hold down the mermaid and signaled Yang Yi to take action. The latter nodded, and without hesitation, he grabbed the siren's throat with both hands. It wasn't long before the siren's resistance subsided. After a few minutes, she was completely motionless, her eyes rolled back, and she seemed to be dead. In order to prevent her from faking her death and coming back to life, Yang Yi maintained the posture and pinched her for 5 minutes until Suna tapped him and he let go. At this point, the 3 sirens were completely dead. "I didn't expect that sirens also breathe through their mouths. I thought they had gills." Yang Yi joked, looking at the siren. At first glance, it looks like a person and a fish were forcibly spliced together. Suna touched behind the siren's ears. "She has gills behind her ears. We need to perform an autopsy to figure out exactly how they work." Suna touched the mermaid all over, just like a child who had gotten a favorite toy and kept fiddling with it. Yang Yi was not very interested. He only needed to know the siren's weakness and how to kill it. He did not need to understand the specific structure so clearly. He opened the log and checked the detailed information about the siren. Name: low-level siren. Introduction: the siren is a kind of demon that captures men with its singing and beauty on the sea. It is half human and half fish and usually lives in groups. They like to play with their prey thoroughly before eating it bit by bit. This one is a low-level individual with limited intelligence and weak power. There are also high-level sirens. Yang Yi was extremely alert. If he was a high-level siren, he might have died in the land of gentleness before he triggered the frenzy state. Even if madness is triggered, there is a high probability that you will not be able to defeat it. What a horrible creature. I hope that next time I see you, I'll be able to resist your charm. On the other side, Suna had already begun to cut up the body of the mermaid. The scene was a bit bloody, so Yang Yi simply turned his eyes away and looked at the weather forecast. He must get the information as soon as possible and find out what happened in the past 3 days. Today's weather. The storm is coming, escape from the dark clouds above your head as soon as possible. Location: Sea of Origin, Storm Sea. Sunshine duration, unknown. Temperature: 12-20 degrees Celsius. Wind force: 8. Yang Yi began to check the announcements from the previous few days. An unprecedented storm is sweeping across the Sea of Origin. You need to hurry up and escape from this stormy sea that is about to get out of control. Warm reminder: the speed of the black fog will increase to 15 knots. If you run slowly, you may die. After reading it, Yang Yi frowned. We've wasted 2 days. We must hurry and set off. He began to look for any trace of the nightmare. Today, most of the island has been submerged by the sea, and the land diameter is less than 1 kilometer. At the original island boundary, only some tree crowns are left protruding from the sea surface, and the sea depth is estimated to be around 10 meters. He saw the shadow of the nightmare on the left. Fortunately, it was not blown away by the wind. He wondered if it was because the sail was made of rags. In terms of distance, it is about a few hundred meters away from the nearest land, probably less than a kilometer. At sea, that's a long distance, especially for land creatures. Yang Yi is not a good swimmer, but he learned to swim when he was a child, so he can still swim a few dozen meters. But swimming several hundred meters is a bit too much. Moreover, the sea water is turbulent and there may be undercurrents underneath. When he was at a loss, he saw Suna stuffing a piece of the mermaid's corpse into her stomach. Clam. Yang Yi looked carefully. Only then did I notice that there was a black pocket under Suna's clothes, on her belly. Is this a space bag? Yang Yi didn't expect that the other party actually had such a rare item. Name: Witch's personal treasure bag. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Introduction: it can be attached to any part of your body and cannot be stolen. It can provide 1 cubic meter of space for storage, but not for living things. A qualified witch must first have her own treasure bag. Yang Yi immediately had an idea and walked towards Suna. If a low-level sea monster is stuffed into a cubic meter of space, how should it be folded to take up the least space? Suna was too lazy to think about this problem, so she chose a more convenient method, which was to divide it into more pieces. The fishtail is 1 piece, the human body is another piece, and the hands and head can also be removed. Then they can be stacked neatly and won't take up much space. Suna is doing this now. Yang Yi walked over and asked, "Do you have any simple ropes?" "There are 15 units. Suna replied. 1 unit is 1 meter. Great. Yang Yi was delighted. "Give me all the ropes, and I'll make a raft so we can cross this sea. If I swim over there, it's too far and too dangerous." Upon hearing this, Suna stopped and looked towards the sea. Her astrology was parked next to the nightmare, about 1,000 meters away from the land, so it was indeed difficult to swim over. Okay. After a little thought, Suna agreed to Yang Yi's proposal and gave him all the ropes. At this point, cooperation is the best option. Moreover, the battle just now also allowed the two of them to establish the most basic trust. Yang Yi took the rope, ran back to the cave, converted the clothes on the male corpse into cloth, and then rummaged through the pile of bones, obtaining a total of 5 pieces of cloth, which he synthesized into 5 units of simple ropes. This way the rope has 20 units. Then there are the logs. Yang Yi had a flintlock rifle in his hand. The rifle was very powerful and one shot was enough to cut down a medium-sized tree. With a little time and a few shots, they had enough logs. Then use the witch's dagger to fine-tune the logs, and then tie them up and tighten them with ropes. A small raft 1 meter wide is completed. The total cost is 13 units of rope and 8 logs. The extra rope can be tied around the waists of Su Na and Yang Yi. When one of them unfortunately falls into the water, the other can rescue him in time. The preparations are complete, and now it all depends on the execution of the two people. After all, they have only known each other for a short time and there are many variables. Okay, come on up, the raft is ready. Yang Yi said to Su Na. He checked the raft and found it had enough buoyancy to carry 2 people. The latter also finished dismantling the siren, walked over and climbed onto the raft. The 2 men each held a simple oar, carved from a dagger, and pushed the raft towards the boat. Because of the trees and islands, this section of the waterway is much smoother than the outside world. The process was smooth and they quickly approached the ship. Yang Yi even had his eyes on the coconut trees. Although these trees are flooded, they still have coconuts hanging on them, which can be grabbed with grappling hooks. Just as they were thinking about it, a huge force came from the bottom of the raft, almost throwing the 2 of them into the sea. There's something in the water, and it's quite big. Yang Yi immediately became alert and pointed his flintlock at the water. Su Na almost fell down just now and was now lying on the raft. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark shadow swimming by. There is a giant snake in the sea, here. She pointed in a direction and warned. Yang Yi was just about to look, but the raft was pushed up again, a rope broke directly, and the raft became loose. If this happens a few more times, the raft will definitely fall apart. At that time, the 2 will fall into the water and be directly attacked by the sea serpent. The consequences are disastrous. They are now 200 meters away from the boat, and it is impossible for them to swim up in a short time. Thinking of this, Yang Yi's eyes flashed with ferocity. He was in a state of madness, fearless and very belligerent. Since this sea snake wants to eat him, it will probably have no complaints about being eaten. He grinned and tried to shoot the flintlock by dipping it in water. Boom. Water splashes. As expected, this flintlock rifle is not afraid of water at all. Being wet by rain or even soaked in water does not affect its firing. Su Na heard the noise, turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" "Test the gun." Su Na frowned, not understanding what Yang Yi said, and proposed her own solution. "You can try to use the flesh and blood of the siren to lure it away so I can throw it further away." "No need, it's useless." Yang Yi shook his head and stared at the black shadow in the sea. "I can feel that it has set its sights on me and is inviting me to a duel." "Feeling? Are you sick? How much sanity do you have left?" Yang Yi didn't reply to her. Like a madman, he jumped into the water, leaving only these words in the air. "If there's a big noise underwater later, just pull me up." You plan to fight it in the water. You're basically committing suicide. But in fact, Yang Yi has a chance of winning, and it is very high. He was very calm and kept calculating the time. In another 15 seconds, he can make his next shot. With the power of this flintlock, he only needs to hit it once to kill the snake. And it would take at least several minutes for the snake to kill him. Since snakes do not have sharp teeth to tear their prey apart, they usually kill by strangulation or suffocation. During this period, Yang Yi could fire at least 3 or even 4 shots. As long as the shot hits the target, the snake will be broken into 2 pieces on the spot. The prey came down on its own, and the sea snake was overjoyed and quickly wrapped around it. This snake is as thick as an adult's thigh, as flexible as a fish, and very good at swimming. If on land, Yang Yi might be able to fight him. But in the water, if he doesn't have the right weapons, Yang Yi's chance of winning would be very close to 0. He was tightly entangled by the snake and only managed to free his right hand, giving himself a chance to shoot. As for the rest, why not give it? Soon, Yang Yi pulled the trigger for the first time. Click. The gun misfired. But it doesn't matter, he still has a chance. The sea snake wrapped itself tighter and tighter, Yang Yi felt his ribs rubbing against each other, unable to resist. He counted the time and fired a second shot. Click. Misfire again. The air in Yang Yi's lungs had been squeezed out, his ribs were in danger of being fractured, and his whole body was numb. But he remained calm and waited for the next opportunity to shoot. The sea snake sensed something was wrong. Yang Yi is different from any prey it has seen before. It was about to deliver a fatal blow, biting Yang Yi's left shoulder hard. You dare to bite me, right? Then I will bite you too. Yang Yi also bit the snake with such force that the snake's scales were penetrated. At the same time, his third shot came, aiming at the snake head on his left shoulder. Boom. Thunder exploded from underwater. The shot blew off half of the sea snake's head. But it did not die immediately. It let out a sharp scream and immediately let go of the tricky prey in its hand. But its death is a foregone conclusion, it is impossible for it to survive. Win. Yang Yi won the final victory and felt relieved and relaxed. Even though it was difficult, he won. The body is slowly sinking. Oh no, I have to swim up. Yang Yi tried to control his body, but unexpectedly found that he had no strength. There was a loud bang on the water surface, and the water splashed directly into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of black blood floated up. Suna had been paying attention to the movements underwater. As soon as she heard the gunshot, she immediately pulled the rope around her waist. But the other end of the rope was broken. At some point, the rope broke during the fight between Yang Yi and the sea snake. Suna looked at the water, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally jumped in. A few minutes later, Yang Yi spat out a large mouthful of water, including a piece of snake skin that had been bitten off. After he resumed breathing, his energy and blood quickly recovered and he regained consciousness. It was Suna who saved him and performed CPR on him. Thank you, I owe you my life. Yang Yi thanked. He noticed the broken rope before he fell unconscious and thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, the woman jumped down and saved him. At the same time, he also noticed that the unlocking condition for his question mark skill became 2 of 3. By this time, Yang Yi had roughly guessed what the condition was, probably 3 near-death experiences. On the other side, Suna was also feeling mixed emotions. The way she looked at Yang Yi was a little strange, as if she was looking at some rare animal. Risking one's life to fight without hesitation is against the instinct of living things. How strange, I'll have to write it down in my observation diary later. After thinking about it, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. You've been bitten, this snake is probably poisonous. Suna came over and tried to use her mouth to suck out the poisonous blood from Yang Yi. She didn't stop until the blood turned bright red. Yang Yi looked at her and felt a little touched. After all, doing so involves risks. Although snake venom is mostly protein, it will be digested by gastric juice. But if the mucous membranes in the mouth or digestive tract are damaged, it can be very dangerous and may cause poisoning. After the situation was resolved, Yang Yi finally recovered. The 2 men successfully approached the ship and boarded their respective boats. Yang Yi's observation diary. His madness is so fascinating. Never back down, have a clear understanding, and formulate a battle plan. But he himself may not have noticed how strong his desire to fight was, how much he wanted to kill the other party, and he would not hesitate even if he would die. But what if the opponent is too strong? What choice will he make? This remains to be observed further. Which Suna? Back on the boat, the fish and shellfish they had caught had rotted and were inedible. Yang Yi only kept 1 cystic porpoise and returned the rest to the sea. His remaining food consisted of 1 loaf of brown bread, 3 eyeball fruits, and 38 vitality coconuts. There is 1 L of fresh water. Yang Yi ate 3 eyeball fruits, picked up a vitality coconut, and prepared to drink a bottle of vitality coconut juice to restore his energy. Player Suna requests to board the ship. Yang Yi agreed decisively. She boarded the ship from the stern and quickly entered the cabin of the Nightmare. At this moment, Yang Yi is preparing the energizing coconut milk drink. You can make potions? Suna asked in surprise. Well, I got a recipe on the island that can be used to mix salt and coconut to make coconut juice. Would you like to try it? Yang Yi handed the prepared coconut milk to Suna. The other person saved my life, so it doesn't matter if I give him something as a gift. Suna took it and looked at it curiously for a while, but did not drink it. Instead, she put it in her treasure bag. I won't take the supplies on your ship. Yang Yi suggested drinking the newly prepared energetic coconut milk. Suna doesn't care. Because there were not many supplies on the astrology, it was extremely poor. Should we cooperate again? Yang Yi suggested. The storm at sea is very big. If two people work together, they will have a much better chance of success. Moreover, the astrology can provide nautical charts so that you won't get lost in a storm. Okay. Suna agreed because she came here for that too. Yang Yi walked out of the cabin. It was dark outside and the sky was covered with dark clouds. The howling wind, mixed with the sea water, caused the ship to shake violently. He didn't plan to leave right away because there was an emergency to deal with. He was poisoned by a snake and needed medicine to detoxify. The poisoning status had already appeared in the attribute panel of the log. And the information about sea snakes also shows that they are poisonous. Yang Yi walked to the monster gashapon machine and threw the flesh and blood of the two sirens, along with the snake skin, into it. Name large sea snake. Introduction: a cunning giant sea snake, larger than an average python, likes to torture its prey, can be put into a monster gashapon machine, slightly poisonous. Are you sure you don't want to exchange that siren corpse for a gashapon? Yang Yi suddenly turned around and asked. Because in Suna's treasure bag, there is another mermaid's corpse. No. Suna shook her head like a rattle. In her eyes, this corpse has a very high value, far more than a capsule toy. By studying the siren's physiological structure, you can gain the knowledge she wants. And knowledge is much more valuable than props. Yang Yi shrugged and stopped trying to persuade him. He turned around and turned the turntable on the chest of the octopus head gashapon machine, and the sound of the gashapon colliding was heard. After a while, 3 capsule eggs were spit out. Suna stood behind Yang Yi, watching his every move and took out a small notebook to record everything. Yang Yi lives on a ghost ship and his mental condition is worrying. His gashapon machine has a scary octopus head, but Yang Yi seems to like this octopus head very much. Yang Yi was completely unaware and picked up the ball of light on the ground. First up was a can with a mermaid painted on it. Name: Voice of the Siren. Type: Consumables. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: There is a special gas inside. When you open it and inhale it, it will emit a piercing whistling sound, causing surrounding creatures to fall into temporary paralysis and reduce their sanity. Inhalation causes 20 points of sanity loss. You have acquired the voice of the siren, but apparently, you cannot sing. The second item is a blue crystal pendant. Name: Tears of the Siren. Type: Relic. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: After wearing it, the spirit is reduced by -2, and the charm effect is immune. If you hear the siren's song, it will turn into a piercing wail. Occasionally, you will have auditory hallucinations, as if there is a siren humming in your ears, and your sanity will decrease. You can only listen to my singing, you belong to me. The third item is a short sword. Name: Sea Serpent's Fang. Type: Treasure. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: A short sword made from the teeth of a sea snake. It has a slight paralysis effect and can cause slight damage to demons. Yang Yi was lucky. He got 2 pieces of equipment from 3 capsule toys, one of which was a weapon, which could just make up for the embarrassment of the low output when the flintlock was cooling down. 2 other items. Yang Yi thought about it for a while and prepared to sell it or replace it. Tears of the Siren is a powerful weapon against sirens, but Yang Yi is in a state of madness and has an inherent immunity effect, so the Tears of the Siren is a bit useless to him. As for charm, this kind of mental attack will be quickly adapted by players with high mental attributes. When he was charmed for the first time, Yang Yi deducted 10 points from his rationality, but later on, he only deducted 5 points. Next time I encounter this, I probably won't be able to deduct 5, and it won't have much effect. This siren voice is a pretty good prop. However, Yang Yi urgently needs to recover from his injuries, so he had to give it up reluctantly. He immediately sent a private message to Zhou Dai, the captain of the glorious goddess. Yang Yi, I need 2 bottles of holy water, do you have any? It seemed very busy over there and the message came back after a few minutes. Zhou Dai, to make a long story short, I'm busy sailing right now and don't have time to produce holy water. The stock on hand is limited. Yang Yi understood what she meant. The implication is that the product is available, but the price is high. But Yang Yi also had enough chips prepared, so he replied. A bottle of vitality coconut juice, tears of the siren and voice of the siren, these things together, in exchange for 2 bottles of holy water. The second time, Zhou Dai responded much faster. You are a male player, right? You actually killed the siren. She felt incredible. After all, many male players in the chat channel have fallen into the hands of the siren. For this price, I can give you 3 bottles of holy water, and we can continue to cooperate in the future. The deal was done quickly. Yang Yi threw the trading item into the monster gashapon machine, and soon, 3 bottles of holy water were in his hands. He drank one immediately and handed one to Suna. You're right, that sea snake is poisonous. Just in case, you should drink a bottle as well. It can detoxify and heal your wounds. Suna took the holy water, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she looked at the bottle of holy water curiously, and then stuffed it into her treasure bag. I asked you to drink it, not to put it away. Yang Yi interrupted Suna's actions. If you don't want to drink it, please give it back to me. At the same time, Yang Yi was also very puzzled and felt that Suna was weird. The coconut milk is refreshing, the holy water is refreshing, and the mermaid's body is refreshing. Why does she like to put everything into her treasure bag? Suna was stunned for a moment and did not respond. But she could see that Yang Yi was very serious, and he finally compromised, opened the bottle cap, and drank the holy water. Not even if you put it in your mouth. Yang Yi had sharp eyes and noticed that the woman didn't swallow it at all, but held it in her mouth with her cheeks puffed out. Suna frowned, seeming a little dissatisfied, but finally, under the coercion of Yang Yi, she swallowed it reluctantly. Open your mouth and show me. Ah. Suna opened her mouth obediently and seemed to really drink it. Yang Yi nodded. In fact, Suna was also injured, so this would help her recover faster. But secretly, Suna took out a booklet and began to record. Yang Iren is very fierce and likes to force others. What are you writing? Yang Yi walked over and asked. Nothing. Suna remained calm and hid the booklet. Seeing this, Yang Yi felt embarrassed to ask more questions. After all, it was the other party's privacy. Have you read the chat channel and announcements? Now everyone is desperately trying to escape from this sea area, so we have to escape too. Yang Yi analyzed the current situation and asked Suna for information about the astrology. Her astrology was only level 1, and its speed was 10 knots slower than the level 2 nightmare. The 2 men discussed that they could use a grappling hook to tie the 2 boats together. In this way, no ship will be left behind due to lag behind. Do me one more favor before you go. Yang Yi looked at the coconut trees. Only the crowns of the trees were visible, and the coconuts were almost floating on the water. Come with me, go around the island and grab these coconuts. Catch as many as you can. Just one round, don't stay any longer. Suna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi originally wanted to capture them all, but doing so would take too much time. The 2 boats circled the island and harvested a total of 92 coconuts. This was already a large number. Yang Yi was very satisfied and generously gave half to Suna. They each got 46. Together with the 34 coconuts originally on the boat, the 2 of them had a total of 126 vitality coconuts, 80 for Yang Yi and 46 for Suna. For a long time afterwards, Yang Yi didn't have to worry about recovering his energy. Today's weather. The storm is getting stronger, please be careful to avoid floating objects on the sea. Location, Sea of Origin, Storm Sea. Sunshine duration, unknown. Temperature, 13-18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, 9. Yang Yi and Suna formed a fleet and had been sailing on the sea for 2 days. During these 2 days, they had not seen the sun at all. The sea was pitch black and the visibility was limited. the wind speed also increased by 1 level. The sea was rough, and it was good enough to maintain half of the original speed of dozens of knots. At the beginning of the storm, the wind force was only level 4, which was the golden period for traveling. During this period, Yang Yi was bewitched by the sea monster and missed the golden period of travel. His progress fell far behind and he was at the end of the main group. Learned from the chat channel. His good friend, Captain Suda of the Gale, had already escaped from the stormy sea last night. His ship can reach speeds of up to 70 knots, making it the fastest ship in the game. If it were already level 2, it would probably be even faster. He released the information. Outside the stormy sea, the wind was calm and the sun was shining. It is expected that in the next 2 days, many faster ships will rush out of the storm area. Except for the 2 unlucky guys who set out halfway, Yang Yi and Suna. Damn it. Yang Yi hadn't slept for several days, his eyes were bloodshot and his temper was very bad. He drank a bottle of coconut milk to replenish his energy and sent a private message to Suna on his diary. Suna, there are no islands or reefs ahead. He didn't want to get stranded on an island or hit a reef. No, don't bother me, this is a critical moment. She hadn't shown her face since she returned to the astrology 2 days ago. What are you doing? Yang Yi asked. But Suna did not reply. She was in the cabin of the astrology, where there was a long wooden table. Not far away, there is a basketball-sized crystal ball, which displays a nautical chart of the surrounding area within 100 nautical miles. But her attention was not on the sea chart, but on the body of the mermaid on the table. Suna used the witch's dagger as a scalpel to cut open the mermaid's skin, observe the complex neural and vascular structure inside, speculate on its organ composition, and record it in detail. Some organs have been removed intact, including the brain and eyeballs, and are soaked in glass jars. She spent a lot of supplies and exchanged them for several glass jars, just for now. This mermaid has many defects in its body structure, so it is more appropriate to call it a mermaid. She also has an immune rejection reaction in her body, as if forcing the organs of a human and a fish together, the two will repel each other. You need to eat humans to alleviate this rejection. She kept recording her findings as she talked about them. But this rejection reaction seems to be getting weaker. If it disappears completely, the siren's body may undergo new changes. On the other side, Yang Yi was still at the helm, avoiding floating objects brought by the ocean current. If it weren't for the storm, many people would probably be happy to use grappling hooks to catch these floating objects. But now, everyone avoids it like a monster. These floating objects are large and fast, and some are simply fragments of ship hulls. It is unknown which unfortunate player they came from. So Yang Yi never relaxed, keeping his nerves tense and trying to avoid these floating objects. His nightmare was in tatters, and its durability was its weak point, with only a mere 600 tons. The hull was made of rotten wood, and it was not at all sturdy. After only 3 collisions, the durability dropped by more than 100. If this happens a few more times, his boat will fall apart. The situation was urgent, and Yang Yi had the idea of using the pirate's drawings. However, the system prompted that the environment he was in was unsafe and the use of blueprints for modification was not allowed. There was no other way, he could only continue driving. At the same time, Yang Yi was also paying attention to the World Channel to grasp the changes and trends in the sea area. It's basically all bad news and complaints from players. It's over. The wind was so strong just now that I seemed to be driving the wrong way. Can someone tell me the direction? How far is it? Hurry. Buy wood at a high price. I have millions in my bank account, just 10 pieces of wood, I'll give it all to you. Stupid X. Damn it, my boat is taking on water. Who's selling wood? 30 conch coins per unit, unlimited. The wood can be used to repair the ship, which will increase in value and be difficult to buy. Sometimes 1 unit of wood can be sold at a whopping price of 50 conch coins. There's something on the seafloor, attacking my ship. Suddenly a piece of news caught Yang Yi's attention. This may be a new change in the sea, monsters are coming. His experience attracted the attention of many players, and they asked questions one after another. Brother, did you hear clearly? Did you hit an obstacle? No, I'm already in the cabin, and the hull keeps making noises. Something must be hitting my boat. Oh my god. Haha, the monsters have started to spawn. Take your time, I can already see the boundary. Bye. Save me, this is a fishman. The message was interrupted, the man was probably dead, and the system sent out his last unfinished words. Yang Yi also became nervous. A wave of water blew on Yang Yi's face, chilling him to the bone. He immediately contacted Suna. Suna, there may be monsters in the sea, we have to be prepared. What happened over there? Yang Yi asked. Suna had completed the autopsy, and her face was flushed with excessive excitement. Her eyes were bloodshot and her breath was as fragrant as orchid as she looked at the information that popped up on the diary. Conditions met, dissected and studied 2 halves of the alien demons, your talent unlocked, Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar, the upper limit of sanity is permanently reduced by 20, and the mysticism system is opened. Now you can build special rooms, develop your own original formulas, and create unique props. You finally couldn't resist your curiosity. Little did you know, this might be a road of no return. Suna, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing? Answer me. Yang Yi was a little angry. At this time, Suna took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and replied. What's up? How is the durability of your ship? Yang Yi asked. There was little damage. Well, come to the nightmare. I'll give you permission, and you can help me repair the ship and restore its durability to full. Okay. Suna agreed. She put these precious organs and body parts into her treasure bag, grabbed the crystal ball, and walked towards the nightmare ship. The 2 boats are connected front and back with rope hooks, and the distance between them is very close. Under normal circumstances, you can easily walk over by just placing a piece of wood. But now both boats are a bit bumpy, so it's better to change from walking to crawling, which is more stable. As soon as Suna climbed over the wooden board and boarded the nightmare, she was called into the cabin by Yang Yi. You have been given the authority. Use the stones to make a stone hammer, and then replenish the durability of the nightmare. Then you can stay in the nightmare. We might encounter monsters next, it will be dangerous if we separate. In the World Chat channel, news about players being attacked popped up one after another. The monsters they encountered were different. There are many red lanterns in the water, and they are gathering towards me. Has any one of you encountered them? What on earth are they? It's just a firefly, don't be afraid. Fuck. A dozen murlocs have cornered me in the captain's cabin. Let's fight them one-on-one. Why is there a person standing on the sea, and blocking my route? A demon fell into my trap. It seems to be called the Drowned. I have poked it into a hornet's nest. Wait. Yang Yi observed a second of silence for him, most likely because he was blown away by the drowned person. Almost every minute, someone is attacked and killed. But at the same time, many people manage to escape from the stormy sea area without any danger. Yang Yi sighed. Perhaps it was because the nightmare set out late and was some distance away from the main force, so it did not encounter any monsters. Instead, there was another thing that made Yang Yi worried. He's out of food. You don't have to worry about water, as there are energetic coconuts, but protein and energy must be supplemented. Suna, do you have food on the boat? Yang Yi sent a private message. Only 1 L of water. Suna's voice sounded in his ears. She had just finished repairing the boat and came to the bow deck with a crystal ball in her hand. This crystal ball is a dynamic nautical chart that can synchronize the sea conditions within 100 nautical miles around it. There are only 2 ships on it now, the Astrology and the Nightmare, and the markings of the 2 small ships are very close to each other. The map on your ship can be dismantled. Yang Yi asked in surprise. This crystal ball is a receiver. It's fine as long as it's not too far away, Suna explained. This nautical chart is actually very simple. Apart from ships, it only shows large obstacles on the sea. For example, giant floating objects are shown as a small black dot, and islands are shown as a large shadow. By avoiding these black spots, ships can effectively avoid being caught in the turbulence of huge floating objects. At the same time, the existence of the nautical chart prevents them from losing their way. Another day has passed. Even if Yang Yi is made of iron, he still needs to sleep and rest. The voyage became a two-person shift, and when we got tired we went to the captain's room to sleep. The nightmare of the nightmare seemed to haunt only the captain. Anyway, Suna never said that she had had a nightmare. During this time, Yang Yi kept paying attention to the chat channel to see if he could buy food. But he was destined to be disappointed. Right now, because of the storm, most players have run out of food and won't sell it at all. There are some for sale, but they are only sold by the lucky few who manage to escape the stormy sea. Not only are the prices high, but you can't even get one. Yang Yi sent a private message, but the other party took more than 10 minutes to reply, and the reply was still 3 words, sold out. Some don't even reply. This is the real hunger marketing. Those who can't buy it will starve to death. We can't go on like this. Yang Yi sat up from the captain's room, his stomach growling. Now Suna is at the helm, and the wind speed has reached level 11. People standing on the deck have to squat slightly to avoid losing their balance. The clothes have never dried, they are always wet and have a salty smell. I have to get something to eat, otherwise when I run out of strength, it will be all over. Yang Yi said secretly, and ate a vitality coconut, drank all the coconut water, and even ate up all the coconut meat. Without food, we can only eat coconuts. But this thing is not very filling, you still need to have high-energy food as a base. After much thought, the only way Yang Yi could think of to get food was fishing. And he happened to have a fishing rod in his hand. Suna, if you continue like this, you will starve to death. I'll try fishing, you drive the boat for a while. Yang Yi sent a private message. Okay. Suna replied straightforwardly. Yang Yi carried the fishing rod and came to the atrium of the boat. He chose a suitable place and prepared to cast the rod. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Switching to today, I guess the bigger the waves, the weirder the fish, and maybe the bigger the fish. But he underestimated the difficulty of fishing in a storm. The boat was heaving and rolling, the sea was rough, the buoy was hard to see, and there was no sign of any fish. An hour passed, and apart from almost unlocking the achievement of manually fishing, Yang Yi didn't catch anything. 2 hours later, he still had no results and was getting a little irritable. He opened the world chat channel and sent a message. Have any of you ever tried fishing? Attached are photos of fishing in the storm. Fish your sister, do you still have time to fish instead of hiding from floating objects? Yes, only Yang Yi has time to fish, everyone else has to be careful to avoid floating objects. If I catch a mermaid later, she'll eat you right away. In fact, if you really catch a siren, it's hard to say who will eat whom. After a bunch of enthusiastic replies, there was finally a reliable piece of information, which should have come from a veteran fisherman. The waves are big right now, the fish are all at deep bottom, your buoy is useless. If you really want to fish, remove the float, let the line out longer, hang a heavy object on it and fish deep down. Yang Yi suddenly realized what was going on and immediately adjusted the length of the fishing line, removed the float, and hung a small piece of stone on the hook. Anyway, when fishing in this world, you don't have to use bait. Half an hour later, there was finally a response and the fishing rod coil rolled wildly. Yang Yi pulled, and a huge force almost pulled him into the sea. Fortunately, he used his feet to support the edge of the boat and did not fall into the sea. He continued to pull, but the other end stopped struggling. What's going on? Is the line broken? Yang Yi leaned over to look. I saw a ray of red light appearing on the seabed, coming from far away, like a red lantern, as big as a fist. This is... He immediately became alert and took out his flintlock. The next second, a shark rushed out of the sea and rushed straight towards Yang Yi to bite him. This is a hammerhead shark, more than 1 meter long, red all over, with a smooth, streamlined shape. Its head was very strange, flat like a shovel, with 2 eyeballs hanging on each side, emitting a faint scarlet glow in the dark. But what's even more strange is that it has 2 strong hind legs, which are bumpy and look like a toad's hind thighs. This fish is wrong. Your sanity decreases by 5. The shark broke out of the water, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to bite Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He immediately lay down and dodged, while pulling the trigger on the flintlock in his hand. Bang! Fire burst forth. The shot was so powerful that it broke the shark, which was as thick as an adult's waist, into 2 pieces. But it was not dead yet, and its upper body kept jumping, as if it was going to bite Yang Yi. Yang Yi picked up the sea snake's fang, waited for the right moment, and rode on it directly. Phew! After 2 fierce stabs with the sword, the shark finally stopped moving completely. Name: Hammerhead Devil Shark. Type: Food. Introduction: A hammerhead shark contaminated by the abyss, cruel and bloodthirsty. Its meat is edible and can also be used for gashapon. If it is edible, it can no longer be used for gashapon, so choose one of the 2. Please note, this is a social creature. When you find one, it means there are a group of them following behind. After reading the introduction, Yang Yi's pupils contracted and he immediately looked towards the sea. Red lanterns lit up one after another, more and more, gathering towards the nightmare. They did not even take a moment to mourn their dead compatriots. Instead, they floated to the surface, showing their fins, as if they wanted to jump onto the nightmare. The number is probably close to 100. Soon, something happened. Yang Yi immediately ran to the bow deck. The latter also discovered something was wrong, so he abandoned the rudder and rushed to meet Yang Yi. Another hammerhead shark jumped onto the deck. This shark is also capable of certain mobility on land, using its 2 hind legs to jump like a toad, but it is rather clumsy and can only jump 1 or 2 meters at a time. But there are so many of them that they are simply impossible to defeat. Yang Yi was observing the shark and suddenly had an idea. Soon, we have to climb up the mast to have a chance of survival. Yang Yi judged. He observed the movements of devil sharks and found that they could only jump on the deck and had only hind limbs. This means that devil sharks do not have the ability to climb, they just need to hide on the mast to remain invincible. When it comes to action, take action. Yang Yi holds a flintlock rifle in his left hand and a sea serpent's fang in his right hand, capable of both long range and close combat. But Suna didn't have a suitable weapon. It's too dangerous to use that small dagger against a shark. There's a bow in my room. Grab it when you run over there later. It'll be just what you need. Suna nodded, her hair fluttering in the strong wind. There was no fear on her face. On the contrary, she seemed a little excited and looked at the devil shark from time to time. I want a complete shark, especially the eyeballs must be intact. Suna suddenly said. Let's talk about it after we survive. The 2 men took action immediately and ran to the right side of the ship. The sharks all gathered on the left side of the ship, so it was relatively safer to go to the right side. The 2 men crouched low and moved forward quickly against the strong wind. There was no door in the captain's room on the right side of the ship, but Yang Yi could temporarily open a door using the flintlock in his hand. The cooldown time should be just right now. Yang Yi fired a shot, creating a big hole directly, just big enough for him to lean in and get something. He felt around and found the pirate longbow placed in the corner, and also took out more than 20 simple wooden arrows, all coated with poison. He handed the bow and arrows to Suna, and then the 2 of them rushed to the courtyard. The atrium has much less wind and is located between the captain's room and the cabin, so most of the wind is blocked, which has less impact on archery. As soon as I stepped into the atrium, a devil shark jumped out from the shadows on the side. If Yang Yi hadn't discovered it in time, he would have been knocked to the ground. He pulled out the sea snake's fang and was about to attack, but an arrow suddenly shot out from behind and hit the devil shark's eye. This eyeball seemed to be the weak spot of the hammerhead shark. After being stabbed, it fell into complete chaos, rolling on the ground and losing its combat power. Yang Yi turned around and glanced at Suna. You're so good at archery. The 2 continued running towards the mast. At this time, there were already 7 or 8 devil sharks in the atrium of the deck. They were all on the left side of the deck, and when they saw the 2 people, they jumped over like frogs. Suna showed her prowess, constantly drawing the bow and shooting arrows, accurately hitting the eyeballs of every shark. Even though this shark's eyeballs were huge, glowing and conspicuous, every arrow hit the target, which was amazing. What did you do before? Yang Yi asked after swallowing. Studying medicine. But when I was in middle school, I won the provincial archery championship and was able to join the national team. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Yi said speechlessly, when we were fighting the sea monster before, why didn't you use a bow? I was ambushed and my bow fell into the sea. Forehead. If he had known that Suna was so powerful, he would have prepared enough arrows and would not be afraid of these jumping sharks at all. But now, they have limited arrows and cannot continue fighting. Some devil sharks even swam to the right, preparing to attack from both sides. New sharks keep jumping onto the deck. Fortunately, both of them have reached the bottom of the mast. While the new shark is still far away, the two must hurry and climb up the mast. You go first, go up and shoot arrows to cover me. Yang Yi leaned against the mast, staring at the sharks approaching from both sides. This was the most reasonable solution he had ever thought of. If Yang Yi climbed first, the only thing he could use was the flintlock rifle. Although it is powerful, it is not as useful as a bow and arrow that can shoot multiple times in this situation. Suna also understood what Yang Yi meant. Without wasting time, she stuffed the bow and arrow into her treasure bag and started climbing. Yang Yi held the sea snake's fang horizontally and a gun in his left hand, ready for battle. The shark on the left arrived first and jumped towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi has been observing them for a long time and discovered that these sharks have a characteristic, which is that they can only jump forward. Before they jump, they will first choose a direction, and jump in the direction their heads are pointing. Using this feature, Yang Yi successfully dodged the shark's attack by turning sideways. He took advantage of the shark passing by and stabbed out with his sword, directly piercing the gill hole of the devil shark. The devil shark continued to castrate and a huge wound was cut on its body. After landing, a bunch of internal organs flowed out and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Yes. Yang Yi kept his eyes open and dodged another shark's attack. Then he did the same thing, thrusting the sea serpent's fang into its gill. In this way he killed 3 sharks that surrounded him. But Yang Yi is not a battle-hardened warrior. Not long ago, he was a bedridden patient who couldn't even stand. This poor swordsmanship was only possible because he was observant and calm enough. And it doesn't always work out. On the 4th time, he made a mistake and failed to dodge in time, and was bitten by the shark on his right shoulder. The piercing pain almost made him faint. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was as strong as steel, and he immediately put the flintlock against the flat head of the hammerhead shark. This shot must be fired. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click. This broken gun actually misfired at the critical moment. Damn it. Yang Yi did not give up and immediately made another plan. He let go of the sea snake's fang with his right hand, switched to his left hand, and stabbed the shark. Just at this moment, an arrow shot past Yang Yi's scalp and hit the shark's eyeball. The latter opened his mouth in pain, and Yang Yi was able to break free, but his right arm was covered in blood. Come up quickly. Suna urged. She sat on the horizontal bar, about 5 meters above the ground, out of reach of sharks and very safe. At this moment, she bent her bow and drew her arrow, exerting her tremendous fighting power to protect Yang Yi as he climbed the pole. I'm running out of arrows, you'd better hurry up. Yang Yi put the flintlock rifle on his waist, endured the pain, and began to climb. The sharks that came from behind were all shot by Suna. Yang Yi was safe for the time being, but he crawled very slowly. He used his legs to push forward, pressed his left arm and cheek against the mast, and struggled to climb up. Hurry up, I only have 3 arrows left. Yang Yi had only climbed 2 meters when he heard the bad news. Soon, the last 3 arrows were shot. Suna could only hold the mast tightly with one hand, lower her body as much as possible, and try to pull Yang Yi. But the distance is not enough. At this moment, a shark was ready to attack, jumped towards Yang Yi and bit his calf. The teeth and bones collided, making a creepy sound. Yang Yi! Suna exclaimed. Yang Yi paused, his body trembled violently, and he felt nauseous due to the severe pain. But he didn't dare let go and held on with gritted teeth. Because he knew that if he let go and fell, he would surely die. The shark just hung on Yang Yi's leg, and its sharp teeth tore his wounds. Yang Yi felt dizzy and had chest tightness, and his vision became blurred due to tears. He looked down at the shark and saw 2 huge scarlet eyeballs. It seems to be laughing. No matter how hard Yang Yi tries, he still can't escape death. Don't even think about it. For no reason, a surge of rage exploded in Yang Yi's chest, burning hot. At the same time, the log pops up information. Conditions met, facing death 3/3, you unlock the talent, refuse to die. Refuse to die, triggered when HP is below 10, or when receiving fatal damage, HP will not fall below 1, refusing to die, lasting for 5 minutes. At the same time, all attributes except Spirit are +2, Spirit -2, Sanity -50, and then it will enter a 24-hour week period, all attributes except Spirit -2. During the week period, refusing to die will no longer take effect. P.S. Refusing to die can break through the limits of the attributes of mortal things. When your sanity is below 50, you will enter a frenzy state, immune to most negative mental states, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2, ignoring pain, tireless, brave and fearless, until sanity is restored. With the double bonus, Yang Yi's strength reached an astonishing 8 points, and his spirit became 4 points. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and his right arm, which had been drooping, somehow regained its strength and held the mass tightly. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the eyeball of the devil shark below. With a casual squeeze, he squeezed the eyeball and made it burst, with juice splashing everywhere. Yang Yi used brute force to crush the shark's eyeball. The latter loosened its mouth due to severe pain, but Yang Yi did not let it go. He directly picked it up by the exploded eyeball and smashed it towards another shark. Yang Yi's strength is now as high as 8, and he can easily crack the shark's head even with his fist. But Yang Yi is not a reckless man. He will not fight hand-to-hand combat easily if he can be beaten, at least not now. Yang Yi exerted force with his right arm, jumped up, lighter than a monkey, and went directly to the horizontal bar. From now on, it's my turn. Yang Yi looked grim, pointing the dark muzzle of his gun at the devil shark below. Bang! A devil shark was split into 2 pieces. What happened? Suna looked at Yang Yi in disbelief. In the last second, Yang Yi was about to die, and in the next second, he counterattacked and reversed the situation in an instant. So strange. The look in Suna's eyes when she looked at Yang Yi became fiery and hungry, as if she wanted to eat him alive and see him thoroughly. This look was too explicit, making Yang Yi feel uncomfortable. He just said casually, "Nothing, I unlocked a new talent." "Oh, I see." Suna didn't ask any further questions. Even if asked in detail, Yang Yi was not prepared to say it clearly. This is his trump card, which is very powerful and can kill the opponent at the critical moment. Moreover, the side effects of this talent are also fatal, with a weakness period lasting up to 24 hours. Therefore, the fewer people who know about it, the better. On the other side, Suna was also a little scared. Her sanity had just dropped by more than 20 points, and she almost couldn't resist the urge to dissect Yang Yi with a dagger. Fortunately, in the end, Suna managed to hold herself back and her sanity remained in her early 50s. "Suna, don't be impatient, you have to be patient, Yang Yi is special, you have to observe him slowly," she admonished herself secretly. Yang Yi had no idea what this crazy woman, Suna, was thinking. He took out the holy water, drank 2/3 of it, and poured the remaining 1/3 on the wound. The effect is good and the wound stopped bleeding quickly. He continued to take out his flintlock, aim and shoot. Once it misfired, once it fired, he killed a shark. Because the sharks couldn't bite the 2 people, they became frantic and some of them even bit the mast. The other part began to eat their dead counterparts. But the mast is the strongest wood on this ghost ship and it is very thick. The shark's mouth is not that big and it cannot destroy the mast in a short time. But the risks remain. It depends on whether the mast breaks first or the group of sharks die first. There are only more than 30 uninjured sharks, and Yang Yi feels that he has a great chance of winning. "Wait, no need to shoot." Suna suddenly called out to Yang Yi. "Why?" Yang Yi tilted his head to look. "Look, the cystic porpoise toxin is starting to work," she said, pointing to a shark with an arrow in its eye. This shark should be the first one to be hit by an arrow. Its body was lying on the deck at an angle, motionless. Soon, its body was also eaten by its own kind. Yang Yi understood instantly. Cannibalism is common among insects. So some pesticides will deliberately delay the death of the insects, allowing them to crawl back to their nests and die later, so that they can kill the entire nest at once. Suna explained. So that's it, Yang Yi nodded, pulled the trigger, and killed a shark. But if I shoot them, won't that speed up their death? Bullets are free anyway. It's up to you, just leave me a complete one, Suna replied. After more than 10 minutes, all the sharks were finally dead, not a single one was left. The deck was littered with shark carcasses and filled with the smell of blood. Yang Yi was in a weak state and it took him a long time to climb the mast. His health is only 15 now, so he has to be careful. If he falls, he might become near death and die. Suna had come down a long time ago. She picked out the largest and most complete shark carcass and cut it into pieces on the spot, ready to put them into the treasure chest. I'm rich. This is enough to spin the toy 70 times. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. When he played mobile games in the past, his favorite part was the card drawing part. He deletes many games after playing them. How about we each take half? Yang Yi looked at Suna. Go ahead and twist it. I only need one. Suna said calmly, seemingly uninterested in the gashapon. That's a shame. I'll reluctantly do it for you. Yang Yi couldn't wait and started cutting up the double-click devil shark corpse on the ground. After cutting and twisting a group, the corpses gradually disappeared. In total, I gas happened 72 times. There were 74 hammerhead sharks in total, one was dismembered by Suna, and one became reserve food. In order to avoid accidental poisoning, Yang Yi specifically chose the one that was broken into 2 pieces at the beginning. Fortunately, this shark was not eaten by its own kind and was just used as food. After finishing the process, Yang Yi checked the heading and map again. After making sure there were no major problems, he looked under the capsule machine. There are 72 balls of light placed there. He didn't open any of them yet, so he planned to open them all together. What will be inside? Yang Yi was very excited and started to open the capsule. You gain 1 unit of steel. What? You get 200 conch coins. You get 5 units of wood. You get 5 units of stone. Owl is so mad. Yang Yi smashed the piece of wood directly onto the deck. The latter slowly disappeared and were moved to the warehouse. Is this what Yang Yi lacks? Where are the relics? Where is the treasure? At least some accessories. Later, Yang Yi gradually became numb and no longer had any expectations. There are basically some basic resources in it, including fresh water, steel, wood, cloth, and even crystal. There are also 12 loaves of brown bread, 5 sausages, 3 watermelons. Maybe the devil shark is too weak and cannot compare to the kraken and the drowned. Or, just bad luck. After opening all of them, Yang Yi only found 3 decent items. 1 fine piece, 1 good piece, and 1 ordinary piece. Name, low-level fire element. Type, consumables/materials. Quality, fine. Introduction, can be attached to the properties of deteriorated equipment, giving it the power of fire. P.S. Equipment can be deteriorated repeatedly, and the last deterioration attribute will be used as the basis. Name, fishing net emitting red light. Type, tools. Quality, good quality. Introduction, it can be placed on the side of the boat to catch fish that are unfortunate enough to pass by. However, this fishing net emits an unsettling red light, which makes normal fish avoid it. This red light, you must have seen it somewhere. Name, shark skin swimsuit. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Introduction, when swimming in water, the swimming speed increases by 25% and the energy consumption of swimming is reduced. It can help you easily win the championship in swimming competitions. Yang Yi put away the 3 props. This horrific delivery rate reminded him of some not-so-nice memories. But soon, he thought of a possibility. Will the gashapon delivery rate plummet if too many people submit the same monster? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The system may want to encourage players to kill more monsters they have never seen before. The method to verify this conclusion is also very simple, just let other people twist the egg once and you will know. Just do it. Yang Yi pulled Suna, who was still in the atrium, over and handed her a fish fin for her to try the gashapon. This devil shark was originally intended to be eaten, but now there is a lot of black bread, so there is no need to risk eating it raw. You try it. Yang Yi urged. If Suna is shipped, it means that Yang Yi's conclusion is correct. Repeatedly submitting the corpses of the same monster will cause the shipment rate to plummet. If Suna didn't ship, then it might be purely a matter of luck. She was just too lucky before. Suna threw it directly into the fin and spun the gashapon. The octopus head's eyes suddenly emitted golden light, and even its tentacles turned golden. Wow! Golden legend. Yang Yi seemed to be hallucinating. A golden ball of light came out of the octopus mouth and was picked up by Suna. Is this the difference between the European emperor and the unlucky one? Yang Yihongwen felt for the first time that this game was unfair and full of malice. Suna picked up the ball of light, her eyes lit up, and then put it into her treasure bag. What happened? Yang Yi came over and asked curiously. Want to know? Beg me and I will tell you. Suna smiled, her eyes narrowed like two crescent moons. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Yang Yi was not spoiled at all, nor was he envious. He has 3 babies. Although it's not gold, it's a sure win in terms of quantity. At the same time, many metaphysical conjectures emerged in his mind. Could it be that this shark died the earliest and therefore has the best shipping rate? This possibility cannot be denied. But the specific situation can only be confirmed by trying it later. The only thing that is certain is that if you submit the corpses of the same monster repeatedly, the delivery rate will drop significantly. Yang Yi let Suna continue to steer the boat while he cleaned up the battlefield. I have to say that the monster gashapon machine is very convenient. The shark's body and blood will be recycled. But the damaged deck and mast, as well as the captain's room with a big hole in it, will require materials to repair. In addition, during the battle, the ship hit several floating objects and the hull was damaged. Just the repairs cost 40 units of wood. Fortunately, the gashapon machine also provides resources. The current food and resources are as follows. Food: black bread *12, sausage *5, fresh water *8L, energy coconut *67, watermelon *3. There are more than 40 energy coconuts in Suna's cabin. Resources: wood *55, cloth *45, stone *32, steel *10, crystal *8, sulfur *6. Conch coin, 2050. Resources like steel, crystal, and sulfur should be advanced resources, and the conversion ratio in the gashapon is 5:1. There is no shortage of food for the time being. Unless he is at his wit's end, Yang Yi will never fish in the storm sea again. He turned on the world channel and started leaving messages. It's best not to fish in the stormy seas, you might catch monsters. You are so brave. You didn't die. Amazing, he's still alive and talking. Do you have a picture? Why don't I believe it? Yang Yi had no intention of making excuses. The reason I didn't post pictures is to protect their sanity. The day passed quickly. This is the 6th day since the storm hit. The chat channel is very lively today, with players constantly leaving messages saying that they have escaped from the storm sea. It seems that most of the players are not far from the exit and will soon leave the sea area. Only Yang Yi and Suna are still far behind. They lost 2 days of progress. The storm had just started, the wind was not strong, and everyone was sailing fast. It was not until the storm grew stronger and floating objects and monsters appeared that everyone slowed down. Yang Yi opened the weather forecast to check. Today's weather. Location: Sea of Origin, Storm Sea. Sunshine duration, unknown. Temperature: 8-12 degrees Celsius. Wind force: 10. The wind got stronger and the temperature dropped, making Yang Yi feel a little cold, but still within tolerable range. On the other hand, Suna was still wearing her original clothes and didn't seem to be cold at all. Yang Yi walked out of the captain's room and came to the bow deck. Suna, let's change shifts. Yang Yi shouted. The latter nodded, handed over the crystal ball, and after completing the handover, he walked towards the captain's room of the Nightmare. By the way, don't you feel cold wearing this cool clothes? Yang Yi asked curiously. It's not cold. This clothing can keep you warm. Suna sent a private message. Name, which casual clothes. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Introduction, warm and waterproof, can increase the speed of sanity recovery. As a witch, you must first prepare a set of casual clothes so that others don't know you are a witch. This is a fine piece of equipment that increases your sanity recovery speed. Give the witch a set at the beginning. Yang Yi questioned the fairness of the game again, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he had a powerful flintlock rifle in his hand. Not long ago, he used up the low-level fire essence to give the sea serpent's fang a metamorphic property. Originally he wanted to modify the flintlock, but this flintlock misfired from time to time and was not reliable. Deterioration is just an additional attribute that enhances power, and it does not really help with the defects of the weapon itself. Moreover, the flintlock is of high quality, and the low-level fire essence of fine quality is unlikely to bring about any huge changes. It is better to transform it into a deteriorated sea snake fang. The effect is very good. The sea serpent's fang has been upgraded to become a high-quality equipment. Name, sea serpent's tooth, deteriorated. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Introduction, a short sword made from the teeth of a sea snake. After it deteriorates, it has the power of fire and can cause burns. It contains fire poison. The blade of the sea serpent's fang turned red. It would become hot to the touch if you touched it for a long time, and it was much sharper than before. Yang Yi continued to be at the helm, taking turns with Suna. Another day passed. Yang Yi woke up in the captain's room and looked at the log. He should have slept for less than 3 hours. He had a nightmare again, and it was a series of dreams. In his first dream, he saw Suna pointing a gun at his head with a cold look in her eyes. But how is this possible? If she wanted to kill me, she could have done it when I fell into the water during the battle with the sea snake. Why wait until now? Yang Yi didn't take it seriously and didn't think too much about it. He shook his head and felt a headache due to lack of sleep. In his second dream, he dreamed that he was swallowed by a huge centipede-like insect. But where did the giant centipede come from in the sea? Could this so-called predictive effect be just a coincidence? After all, the system didn't write it. Yang Yi fell into self-doubt, but quickly dispelled the thought. No matter what, he didn't intend to be led by the nightmare. Even if this dream had a predictive effect, the person who made the decision was himself, not the nightmare. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a believer in the nightmare? After eating a vitality coconut, Yang Yi felt much better. The wound has almost healed. The holy water is effective. He will be fully recovered in 2 days at most. Why is it so dark? Yang Yi pushed open the door and was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was pitch dark outside. It wasn't this dark a few days ago. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Location, Sea of Origin. Sunshine duration, none. Temperature, 12-18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, 10. Compared to yesterday, the temperature is higher, and the sunshine duration has changed from unknown to nothing. He suddenly felt uneasy and walked towards the bow holding the edge of the boat. Suna, are you there? Yang Yi shouted loudly, but no one responded. He pulled out the logbook, which glowed, allowing him to see in front of him. It was only then that he realized that the nightmare had stopped and was not sailing, but he did not notice it because of the rough waves. Yang Yi's heart tightened and he immediately ran to the bow deck, only to find that there was no one at the rudder. Where's Suna? His pupils contracted violently, his heart beat faster, and he immediately looked around for Suna. There was a faint light in the front left, which seemed to be blocked by the dark shadow. Yang Yi ran over immediately and found that it was Suna standing there, holding a crystal ball in her arms. She was motionless and looked dully at the rough sea in front of her, as if she was fascinated by something. Yang Yi saw it and said unhappily, I was calling you, why didn't you answer? The latter didn't react much, just stretched out a finger, pointed forward, and said faintly, we seem to be surrounded. Yang Yi immediately looked in the direction Suna pointed. It was dark there, as it should be. But I don't know if it was caused by Suna's words. Yang Yi began to feel that there seemed to be something twisting on the sea ahead. What is that? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, trying to see it clearly. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and Yang Yi finally saw the true appearance of the thing. They were giant long worms that looked like centipedes, with segmented bodies and four blade-like jaws on their heads that opened to the left and right and could cut off prey in their mouths like gates. This creature is very similar to the bobbit worm in the sea, but it is much larger and its diameter is difficult to judge from a distance. It is also difficult to tell their length, as most of their bodies are hidden in the sea. There are a lot of them, some even in the far distance. The closest one is about a kilometer away from the nightmare. These giant insects swayed in the storm and shook their heads, as if they were performing some kind of ritual or having a carnival. An unknown giant creature was observed. Your sanity decreased by 20. Yang Yi was shocked and immediately looked at the crystal ball. The nautical chart showed that there were no less than 100 of these giant worms all around them. This monster appeared on the nautical chart as sesame-sized black dots distributed around the nightmare. They were surrounded by these giant insects. Yang Yi pulled Suna into the captain's room of the nightmare. What on earth happened? He asked seriously. Where did these bugs come from? About a quarter of an hour ago, it suddenly became dark. I was still sailing when I noticed a lot of black spots in the crystal ball image, so I stopped the boat and walked to the front of the bow to get a better look. Suna recalled, you know everything that happened afterwards. After hearing this, Yang Yi immediately took the crystal ball and examined it carefully. Suna on the side began to talk about her guess about this giant insect. These giant insects probably don't have eyes or visual organs, otherwise they would have noticed the nightmare long ago. They should be creatures that live in darkness for a long time and hunt prey by hearing, smell, or other sensory organs. Because of the storm, their range of perception has been greatly reduced, and they can no longer see the nightmare in front of them. Suna expressed her own judgment. Yang Yi was observing the nautical chart with a frown on his face. At the same time, he also opened the world channel to see what other players were doing. As soon as I entered, I found that there was a lot of noise inside. Why is it so dark? I'm completely lost. Can anyone tell me where the exit is? There are so many giant insects in the sea, the closest one is less than 200 meters away from me, my God. God, have you abandoned me? A new danger has appeared in the storm sea. Those players who escaped are gloating over their misfortune and mocking the trapped players. Are you spawning monsters again? That's great, I told you guys to run so slowly. Have you ever played Battle Royale? You guys run too slow and get poisoned. Who can you blame? Baga, just wait to die in there. You must not die. If you guys die, who should I sell this fish I just caught to? Ha 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 ha. Repurchasing second-hand equipment and props at high prices. Even if I feed the bugs, I won't leave a single seed for you. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't be happy too soon. Yang Yi closed the chat channel with a grim look on his face. Most people have now left the stormy sea. Maybe because too many people escaped, the storm sea began to drive out and eliminate the players inside. Yang Yi and Suna were also trapped inside because they set out 2 days late. He paced back and forth and suddenly remembered a key piece of information, 200 meters. Yang Yi opened the chat channel again, found the message from this brother, and sent him a private message. Are you still alive? Are you sure the giant insect is 200 meters away from you? The other party was in a very nervous state and responded very quickly. Yes, it scared me to death. This insect seemed to be several dozen meters long and 3 meters thick. Calm down, take a closer look, are you sure it's 200 meters? No need to look, I'm a surveyor, I can tell the distance at a glance. Yang Yi's brows relaxed and he immediately had an idea. He observed the nautical chart and used the chart's telescopic function to set the scale to 1 cm to 200 m, so that 1 centimeter on the map represented a distance of 200 meters. Then he gestured twice on the nautical chart. Got it. Yang Yi regained his fighting spirit, and said to Suna. You're right, these bugs have no eyesight, and their senses are affected by the storm and are very limited. We can try to pass through the gaps between them. Although the route is rough, there are large gaps between these giant insects, so we can do it. When Suna heard this, her eyes lit up. She was so attracted by this strange creature that she didn't even think about escaping. But Yang Yi is different, he wants to live, no matter what the cost. But do you know what the safe distance is? And they may vary from person to person. An old guy gave me a tip. Yang Yi replied that he set the lower limit of the distance as 200 meters, with no upper limit, the farther the better, and he planned to continue rushing to the exit based on this standard. It's my turn to drive the boat from now on. Just in case, you shouldn't stay in the room. It's better to stand on the deck. This way, if the bug attacks, you will be able to notice it immediately. If you jump into the sea, you might still have a chance of survival. Yang Yi has a strong execution ability and will put it into action once he has thought it through. He held the crystal ball map in one hand and steered the boat with the other, adjusting the boat speed as needed. When passing between two relatively close giant insects, he slowed down appropriately. As he got closer, he could see the occasional flashes of lightning in the sky and he realized how big the bug was. The diameter ranges from 2 to 5 meters, and the length of the body exposed above the sea is tens or even hundreds of meters. If it bites the ship, the nightmare will probably disintegrate on the spot. Yang Yi drove carefully and changed into a sharkskin swimsuit. If you unfortunately fall into the water after the boat crashes, this swimsuit will be of great help. After driving slowly for 2 hours, Yang Yi felt a little relieved. Finally found a way to survive. Although it was scary to drive on, it was better than a dead end. Yang Yi shared his findings on the World Channel. By doing so, he will not suffer any substantial loss. On the contrary, he will gain a lot of goodwill and even unexpected surprises. So he sent this message. I discovered that the perception range of these bugs is very limited. As long as the distance is more than 200 meters, they will not discover an attack. We can slip through the gaps between them. Really? Brother, you are so brave. You even discovered this. But how can we determine the distance? It's too dark. Wait for the thunder. When it thunders, you can see it briefly. Yes, they don't have nautical charts, which makes it more difficult to execute. But staying where you are would definitely mean death. Faced with the hope of life, humans never lack courage. Thank you, brother. I got through successfully. This method is reliable. You are truly my second parent. Yang Yi instantly received a lot of friend requests, and some even sent gifts directly, although not much, mainly some supplies that were not needed temporarily. He selectively agreed to some of the applications. The materials harvested are wood *3, cloth *227, stone *12, steel *7, crystal *13, sulfur *4. Someone also sent a precious prop from the captain of the fishermen, Chi, and Yang Yi agreed to his friend request. His ship was moving slowly and was blocked by these giant insects. He hesitated and dared not move forward, but in fact it was not far from the exit. Thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the courage to drive over there. This prop is my return gift to you. You can catch more babies, but you only have one life, so good luck to you. When this prop was spit out from the octopus head's mouth, Yang Yi's eyes popped out. It really deserves to be called the fisherman, a veteran fisherman. The things he catches are just different. Name, low-level abyss soul stone. Type, consumables. Quality, treasure. Introduction, it can improve the quality of relics, and raise the quality of fine relics, including those below fine, by 1 level. Put this stone to your ear and you will hear the sound from the deep sea. This is a magical stone with a shell wrapped in translucent black crystals and fluorescent liquid flowing inside. I didn't expect that the first precious item was actually given to me by someone else. Yang Yi laughed. He immediately used the soul stone to strengthen the rusty flintlock. The soul stone shattered, and fluorescent liquid poured into the flintlock, changing its properties. Name, glowing rusted flintlock. Type, relic. Quality, treasure. Introduction, this was once a masterpiece of a master, and it is gradually regaining its edge. Unlock dual mode. Artillery mode, fires a powerful shot, causing massive damage and huge recoil. Please try to aim as much as possible. After that, there will be a 12-hour cooldown period, during which time the gun will 100% misfire. Standard mode, no need to reload, the firing rate is increased to 1 shot every 10 seconds, which can cause a small amount of damage, but be careful, due to the influence of seawater rust, there is a 50% chance that it will not fire. Yang Yi's heart was filled with emotion as he looked at the flintlock rifle that had been reborn. One shot every 10 seconds, although the power is smaller, it is a positive improvement. There is also a gun mode. His eyes were burning as he looked at the swaying insects. Perhaps. Yang Yi stared at these giant insects, his sanity value dropped to 48, he went crazy, and was eager to try. But he remained rational and resisted the urge to test the gun. No, don't do this unless you have no other choice. It is not easy to pass through the gap between two giant insects. Especially when the two giant insects are only 500 to 600 meters apart, it is like dancing on a knife edge. The slightest deviation will lead to eternal damnation. You must always pay attention to your position and the impact of the storm on the ship. Yang Yi tensed up and made detours, sailing for a full 8 hours, with a pile of energy coconuts scattered around his feet. The refreshing effect of coconut milk only takes effect once every 24 hours, but Vitality Coconut does not have this limitation. It's just that drinking it repeatedly will lead to diminishing effects and may also cause some bloating. Thanks to this, Yang Yi is like an Iron Man and still has more than 70% energy. But only the person himself knows how miserable he is. How far is it to the exit? Yang Yi's heart began to waver. But his will was as strong as steel. He quickly shook his head, stopped thinking about the problem, and continued to drive forward. Messages kept popping up in his private message channel, most of which were messages from other players expressing their gratitude. During this period, a large number of players escaped from the storm sea. Their ships were generally slow and were blocked by giant insects before the exit. After Yang Yi's reminder, they mustered up their courage, looked at the distance and rushed out. So many people were grateful to Yang Yi and sent him private messages. Of course, there must be people who failed and were accidentally eaten by bugs. But the dead don't send messages, so Yang Yi has no way of knowing. At the same time, Yang Yi also learned some information from private messages. The sea area near the exit is a buffer zone, about 50 nautical miles long. There are no giant insects there and the wind and waves are much smaller. So as long as you see a large area of empty sea without giant insects, it means the exit is not far away. Yang Yi stared at the crystal ball. Anyway, there is no such sea area within 100 miles, and there are more or less giant insects. The Nightmare is a relatively fast ship, and with the help of the sea map, it should be out by now. Another 3 hours passed. Finally, he saw an area of sea without any black spots in the crystal ball. It looked like it had been rubbed by an eraser, very conspicuous, and about 80 nautical miles away from the Nightmare. Suna, we'll be out soon. Yang Yi said excitedly. But the latter did not show an expression of relaxation and joy. Instead, he stretched out his hand, felt something, and suddenly replied. Do you feel that the storm seems to be getting smaller? When Yang Yi heard this, he immediately became alert. At this point, the storm at sea has become a protective umbrella for stranded ships. If the storm becomes smaller, it means that the perception range of these giant insects will gradually increase until it is fully recovered. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Today's weather. The storm is coming, aren't you surprised? Location, Sea of Origin, Storm Sea. Sunshine duration, unknown. Temperature, 12-18 degrees Celsius. Wind force, 9. The storm was indeed getting smaller. Yang Yi remembered that the wind force was level 10 when he woke up. Moreover, the sky was not as dark as before, and gradually there was some light. Yang Yi had been driving the boat and was oblivious to these subtle changes. At this moment, he woke up as if from a dream and broke out in a cold sweat. If this continues, the wind speed will soon become level 8, or even level 4 or level 1. By then, these giant insects will also bare their sharp fangs and tear apart all the ships along their way. Full speed ahead. Yang Yi almost shouted, and immediately changed the original safe route. He is now only about 80 nautical miles away from the buffer zone. Instead of taking a cautious detour, it is better to choose the shortest possible route, even if it involves risks. Because no one knows when the storm will stop. But Yang Yi felt that this speed would definitely be very fast, beyond expectations, and he would inevitably be attacked by the giant insect. So he has to do it as soon as possible. After sailing for more than an hour, the Nightmare finally arrived at the edge of the buffer zone, less than 40 nautical miles away. The density of giant insects here is much lower. But the wind speed has dropped to level 4, which hardly hinders the giant insect's perception. The world channel was filled with cursing. Although they were only a small group of players, they all cursed the system madly with sweet words. King system. The bug found me, I'm so fucking stupid. Ah. The same is true for Yang Yi. 2 giant insects were following behind him, and the distance between them was gradually closing. I really don't know how these giant insects do it. With their long bodies, they can swim so fast in the sea. Suna also noticed the danger behind and immediately ran to the stern of the ship. What are you doing? Yang Yi shouted immediately. I'm going to remove the grappling hook of the astrology. This way, we can buy some time. This. Yang Yi was a little surprised, but he had no intention of stopping him. Because it is indeed a good idea. The giant insects do not have visual organs, and will most likely attack the unmanned astrology, which can serve to delay time. But if we do this, Suna will have no boat. Don't worry about all that, the first priority now is to escape. Suna was very decisive and directly untied the grappling hook of the astrology. The astrology was slower than the Nightmare, and without the grappling hook to pull it, it fell behind and, as expected, became the prey of the 2 giant insects. These 2 giant insects were not in the same group. They even fought for the prey in front of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Nightmare quickly escaped and left a long distance behind. But Yang Yi did not relax. The astrology is gone, which means the crystal ball in your hand will no longer display the sea chart. Yang Yi could only drive forward based on his memory. He remembered that there was a giant insect ahead, which he had to face. This route is the best route chosen by Yang Yi. If you choose another route, you will be followed by not 2 giant insects, but more than 10 giant insects. Rather than being chased to death by a dozen giant insects, it is better to fight to the death with this one giant insect. Suna, it's your turn to steer the ship from now on. Just keep the course. Yang Yi said solemnly, I'll tell you to jump into the sea later. Don't hesitate. Jump right away. Don't stand there stupidly. Suna nodded and took the helm. Yang Yi took 2 steps forward and stood at the front of the boat. The Nightmare had no weapons and was powerless to resist the giant insects, just a piece of meat on the chopping board. Moreover, Yang Yi did not rely on luck and thought that he could escape the giant insect's attack by accident. So he wanted to take a chance and see whether this giant insect was more tough or the precious flintlock in his hand had a larger caliber. He changed into a sharkskin swimsuit and stood at the bow, ready for battle. Soon, a dark shadow appeared in front. As long as you pass this black shadow, there is a relatively safe buffer zone behind. Yang Yi switched the flintlock rifle to cannon mode and sneered. Come on, let's make a bet. Without the interference of the storm, the giant insect's perception range was surprisingly large. It quickly locked onto the Nightmare and swam over. Yang Yi was extremely nervous, and the fingertips of his hand holding the gun turned white due to excessive force. He was far from a sharpshooter. So you have to be close enough to be sure of hitting the target. You only have one chance. Failure means death. When it approached to 300 meters, Yang Yi had judged the size of the giant insect in front of him. It is about 3 meters in diameter, which is not big among giant insects, and its length on the sea surface is about 40 meters. It crouched low and rushed forward, opening its 4 blade-like jaws, emitting cold light like an open guillotine, trying to cut off the Nightmare with one blow. Suna, jump into the sea immediately. Yang Yi shouted in a commanding tone while aiming his gun at the giant insect's head. He saw the giant insect's mouthparts clearly. It was a mouth with 2 rows of bristles, like the limbs of an arthropod. It was round in shape, like a curled-up spider. These appendages can bring prey into the mouth and then crush it with the densely packed sharp teeth inside. And its prey is the Nightmare in front of it. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Yang Yi calmed down and relaxed, taking deep breaths. He looked at the giant worm, and saw it so clearly that he could almost smell the salty smell of the ocean coming from its body. At the same time, this also means that the distance between Yang Yi and the giant insect is close enough. Less than 10 meters. The time is now. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Boom. The powerful recoil pushed Yang Yi backwards. His right arm holding the gun felt numb and he crashed into the captain's room at the back. The gunshots were deafening, like a roar from civilization, challenging nature. Its power is naturally terrifyingly great, not inferior to that of a cannon. This shot hit the giant insect's head directly, causing it to explode. The mouthparts and frontal bones flew off and scattered on the sea. But the giant insect continued to come and finally crashed into the nightmare. The nightmare was hit directly, durability -600, the hull disintegrated. The flimsy nightmare was smashed into 2 pieces by bugs. The wind force in the storm area has dropped to Category 1. The number of survivors dropped dramatically. Just like the poison circle in Battle Royale, when the time is up, all players in the poison circle will be killed. But the buffer zone is different. There are no giant insects here, the sea is calm, and there is a deserted island with a diameter of hundreds of meters on the sea. A man wearing a sharkskin swimsuit struggled to get ashore. It was Yang Yi. He swam here on a piece of broken driftwood and swam almost 2 nautical miles. There was a woman lying on the driftwood. "Suna, you are heavier than I thought," Yang Yi complained while panting. There is actually another reason why he chose this direction. There is a small island on this route, on the edge of the buffer zone, not far away. If the ship unfortunately sank, they could try to swim to the island and stay there temporarily. But Yang Yi underestimated the distance of 2 nautical miles. Halfway through the swim, his energy had dropped to 0. If he had not been in a state of madness, where he could use blood instead of energy, he would probably have become one of the drowned victims. After getting ashore, he didn't want to do anything anymore. He just stretched out his arms and legs and lay on the beach like a dead fish. Next to him, there was another dead fish. That was Suna, who had fainted due to low energy. She is actually a good swimmer, but her energy is limited, so she relied on Yang Yi to drag her along in the second half. Thanks to this, Yang Yi's energy and blood were almost exhausted, with only 17 left. He checked the status. Sanity, 42/100. Energy, 0/100. Chi and blood, 17/100. It's really a matter of life and death. Although the nightmare sank, Yang Yi did not despair. As early as when the astrology sank, Suna had shared information about the shipwreck with him. A destroyed ship can be rebuilt. Yang Yi opened the ship interface and the information at the top was displayed. Materials required to rebuild the ship: wood *500, cloth *250, you can use the materials in the cabin. Each reconstruction must be done at least 1 month apart, and the items on board will be frozen. He checked the resources on hand and found that the fabric was almost enough, as others had given Yang Yi a large amount of fabric before. As for wood, the gap is quite large, but it can cut down trees. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. This time he had no nightmares and slept more comfortably than ever before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Yi was awakened by the system announcement. There are 3 players remaining in the Storm Sea. Please leave the Storm Sea as soon as possible, otherwise you will be swallowed by the black fog. Yang Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying on the island. Next to him was Suna, who was staring at Yang Yi with a pair of bright red eyes. This scene seemed familiar, but Yang Yi, who had just woken up, was still a little confused and didn't react. "Do you know how long you slept?" Suna asked. "Have no idea." "More than 12 hours. It's been 12 hours since I woke up and dragged you here." Suna replied. "I see. No wonder I'm a little hungry." Yang Yi didn't care and touched his empty belly. The long-awaited sleep made him feel relaxed both physically and mentally, and his condition recovered to 70%, except that he was very hungry. "When you sleep, you are as heavy as a dead pig. I can't even drag you," Suna complained. "Same here. When you fainted, you were as heavy as a dead pig," Yang Yi immediately retorted. "Yeah. Suna was not angry, and an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. But it's good that you're awake. You can answer me now. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, she raised her hand, and pointed the flintlock rifle directly at Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi was very familiar with this gun, it was his most precious treasure, the Glimmer-Glow flintlock. But how did it end up in Suna's hands? Before Yang Yi could think about it, Suna had already started asking questions, and the content seemed familiar. "Man, in 3 sentences, give me a reason not to kill you." Her bright red eyes looked dangerous, and her half-smiley expression made one's hair stand on end. At the same time, Yang Yi also remembered the nightmare he had in the past. In the dream, a red-eyed woman pointed a gun at my head. Isn't that what is happening now? He immediately became alert and somewhat serious. "Suna, you've gone too far with this joke." "Do I look like I'm joking?" Suna asked back, pointing the gun straight at Yang Yi. "Oh, that's the first sentence. You still have 2 more. You must seize the opportunity." Yang Yi was simply silenced. The dark muzzle of the gun put a lot of pressure on him. He looked around and found that the sea water had risen again and the diameter of the island was only more than 50 meters. All the trees that could be cut down in the surrounding area were cut down. It seemed that they were broken by flintlock rifles. They were all turned into lumber and piled together. Judging from the number, it should be less than 300, far from enough to build 2 ships. So Suna plans to monopolize the wood and only build the astrology. Yang Yi figured out the whole story and narrowed his eyes. When disaster strikes, everyone runs away. It's human nature. Yang Yi's voice gradually turned cold as he replied, "I can give you all the equipment and the wood on the island, just let me go." No, not enough. Suna shook her head after hearing this. "Have you ever thought that if I shoot you, these things will naturally belong to me?" "You." Yang Yi shut up immediately, otherwise it would become the 3rd sentence. He didn't expect Suna to be so awesome. I trusted her so much before. Yang Yi was a little annoyed, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of what bargaining chips he still had. Finally, he could only angrily say, "Then shoot." Yang Yi stood up and prepared to counterattack. The talent of refusing death allows him to avoid being killed for a short period of time. This is his last trump card. Ha ha ha. As expected. You would also panic when a gun is pointed at you. Suna suddenly laughed, her body trembling, tears flowing out. You. Yang Yi's eyes became serious, showing some displeasure. Then Suna added, "How about this, I'll take half of everything you have, and I'll give you a way out." "What?" Yang Yi frowned. "Don't you understand yet? I mean to merge with you." "What?" "Fusion." Yang Yi looked surprised. "Yes, that's right, it's a fusion." Suna confirmed. Yang Yi was completely speechless. But he was also relieved. Suna didn't really want to kill him, she just wanted to take revenge on him. After all, he did the same thing not long ago. He sat down again, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said unhappily, "What if I don't agree? The gun is in my hand, you have to agree." Suna shook the gun in her hand, put on a victorious attitude, and then began to rummage in her treasure bag. Yang Yi completely relaxed and thought, this woman is absolutely crazy. In the wilderness, he suddenly found himself merging with another. He was not a transforming mecha that could transform into a head. Can you put together a hammer body? But the way she was reaching into her pocket seemed quite serious, so, could she be reaching into a balloon? Yang Yi was distracted and looked at Suna. When I saw the pile of things that Suna took out, my expectations were completely gone. The items include the siren's tongue, eyeballs, brain, glands, larynx, heart, etc., which are packed in jars. A bunch of weird organs and viscera. Your sanity decreases by 5. Sorry, there are too many things and it's a bit hard to find. Suna finally found what she was looking for. It was not a balloon, but a golden card. When Yang Yi took it and looked at it, his eyes went dark. Name, ship combination card. Type, consumables. Quality, special. Introduction. With the consent of both parties, the two ships can be merged. The combined ship will be larger, have more room, and inherit the skills of both ships. A ship can only have the skills of two ships at most, and the materials required for upgrading will be increased or changed appropriately. Are you talking about this fusion? Yang Yi turned his head and asked awkwardly. What else? What kind of fusion do you think it is? Suna laughed so hard that her body shook. Yang Yi was speechless. This girl must have said that on purpose. And this item is probably the golden legend she drew before. Captain Suna of the astrology uses a rare item, the ship fusion card, to apply to merge with your ship. The supplies in both cabins will be added together. Agree/refuse. Agree. Please vote for the new captain. If the votes are the same, the fusion will fail and the fusion card will be returned. Note, the captain has absolute jurisdiction, and re-election will only take place after the captain dies. Yang Yi voted directly for himself, and of course, Suna would also vote for him. This was agreed upon by the two before they merged. The captain must be Yang Yi. Yang Yi feels insecure about letting Suna be the captain. According to her personality, she would probably drive the boat into a trench and feed the sea monster in the trench, just to make sure whether the sea monster has a big enough appetite. After the fusion is completed, the ship interface in the two people's logs became consistent, but the main authority was in Yang Yi's hands. He could assign some authority to Suna, including the right to distribute materials, the right to expand the hull, the right to steer the ship, restrict access to certain rooms, etc. The ship also had a chance to change its name. Its default name is the combination of the names of two special ships, Nightmare Astrology. The name was too long, so Yang Yi simply deleted 2 characters and changed it to Nightmare Star. If nothing unexpected happens, Nightmare should be the first combined ship among players. Normally, a certain amount of materials would be needed to transform the hull for a merger, but now, this part of the materials was counted as part of the reconstruction. To rebuild the Nightmare, you need a total of 700 wood, 300 cloth, 100 stone, 20 crystal, and 10 steel. Seeing the steel and stone, Yang Yi was very satisfied. This boat should be stronger. The shortage of supplies is still in wood, and there is also a shortage of stone and cloth. Yang Yi had expected that after the fusion, Suna would be able to provide some material assistance, but who knew, her cabin was almost empty. Wood *1, cloth *2. She is even poorer than a beggar. Is she serious about surviving? The current number of cabin timbers is 59, with a shortage of 641. The number of stones is 44, and 56 are missing. The number of fabrics is 274, 26 missing. Stone is very easy to come by on the island. You can always find a lot of stone on the island or near the beach. You can only try your luck at fishing for cloth, but fortunately there is not much missing. But for wood, I don't know if there are enough trees on the island. Suna, how much wood have you collected? Yang Yi asked. Before he woke up, Suna used a flintlock rifle to blow down a large number of trees. There must have been a lot of noise at the time, but I was completely unaware of it. No wonder Suna said she slept like a dead pig. I have collected a total of 292 pieces of wood here. If we dig out the roots of these trees, I think there will be more, she replied. Including the stock in the cabin, there are a total of 351 pieces of wood, which is a bit short. Yang Yi frowned. It cannot be traded now, and can only be collected. He looked around and even the trees that were submerged in the sea or nearby were cut down by Suna. Only on the distant sea surface, there are still tree crowns exposed above the sea surface. Those are trees that were submerged before they could be cut down. They are hundreds of meters away. If you want to get the wood, you can only try to swim over, cut it with a gun, and then move it over. Fortunately, the storm has stopped, the sea is calm, and the sea level should not rise any further. Give me back my gun. Yang Yi wanted his precious flintlock rifle back. You need 56 units of stones to collect from the islands and beaches. Don't dig up tree roots. It's better to combine them into a fishing rod and go fishing. As for me, I will swim farther and bring back some wood. Yang Yi arranged. Okay. Suna agreed immediately. Yang Yi has a shark skin swimsuit, which can reduce the energy consumption of swimming, so he is the most suitable person to do this. But before taking action, the two had to fill their stomachs. Going into the water to catch fish is the most convenient and quickest option. Yang Yi also has a gun that can fire underwater, so catching fish is effortless. In just 15 minutes, he caught 2 fat groupers. But because the fish was shot with a gun, it was broken into pieces, so the 2 men ate it. Then Yang Yi swam away. Suna started picking up stones and fishing. Probably because of the buffer zone, there are no monsters in the sea. The whole process went smoothly. After swimming about 100 meters, we began to see trees. Boom. Sparks and gunshots exploded underwater, scaring away nearby fish. After another shot was fired, a log with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters floated up. This is the thickest tree nearby. Yang Yi would only take back 2 logs at a time, and he would try to pick thicker ones so that he would have more wood. Half an hour later, Yang Yi brought back 2 relatively thick logs, which were identified by the system as 18-grade wood. You can swim plus dive plus push driftwood ashore, which is comparable to the triathlon in a sports meet. One trip consumed more than 30% of Yang Yi's energy. Each time he could only make 2 trips back and forth at most, and then he had to lie down on the island to recover his energy. Without the refreshing coconut juice, his energy recovered very slowly. At the end of the day, he only completed 5 trips and harvested a total of 93 pieces of wood. Suna had enough stones, even more, and collected 74 stones. Collecting stones on the island can be said to be the easiest job, as long as you find the island. When it comes to fishing, Suna has very good luck. I don't know if it's because she is in the novice protection period, but she caught 2 bottles of Farmer's 3 punches today, which are 2L bottles. As for the fish that were caught, they all went into the stomachs of the 2 men. In addition, she also harvested 5 wood and 8 cloth. At this rate, they would be able to rebuild the ship in 4 or 5 days at most. At night, for safety reasons, the 2 did not risk fishing, logging or other activities, but hid in the center of the island, waiting for the day to come. They also arranged a night watch, with Suna guarding the first half of the night and Yang Yi guarding the second half. Although there was no bed, Yang Yi slept soundly. This is much more comfortable than sleeping on the nightmare, and I won't have nightmares. Chat channel. Now everyone is guessing who the remaining 3 players in the Storm Sea are and why they haven't come out yet. I think these 3 people are in the giant worm's stomach and have not been completely digested. It's better if you don't come out. This way the game won't enter the next stage. You can take this opportunity to upgrade your ship and collect resources. Could they have discovered a hidden copy at sea and are carrying out a secret mission? In short, there are all kinds of guesses. But they could never guess that Yang Yi and Suna's ship had sunk and they were collecting supplies to build a ship. As for the other person, Yang Yi had no idea what the other party's situation was. Maybe they were also repairing the ship. Some people who added Yang Yi as their friend were asking if he was safe and if he had come out. Yang Yi added some of the people who sent gifts in the Storm Sea as his friends. In response to this, Yang Yi gave a unified reply before going to bed, which only consisted of 7 words. The ship blew up, and I'm building a ship. The boss is the boss, even if the ship explodes, no one is hurt. That's awesome. Do you need a leg pendant? A man and a woman alone on a deserted island. The men are responsible for swimming and collecting wood. Women were responsible for fishing, collecting cloth, fresh water, and food. Although it was a bit tiring, compared with the previous nervous sea voyage, it was simply comfortable. If possible, finding an island to live on and farm would be a good option. But Yang Yi knew that this was impossible. He looked back, the direction from which he had sailed. On the sea surface, at the end of the sight, there is a thick black color, which is the black fog. Today, that black has become even darker. This indicates that the black fog is getting closer, so it's best to escape from this sea area as soon as possible. 3 days have passed since Yang Yi woke up. In total, Yang Yi and Suna have been on this island for almost 4 days. And today should be considered the 5th day. There are still 72 units of wood missing, but cloth and stone are enough. Yang Yi also asked Suna to collect some more stone, which can be brought on board in case of emergency. Although this stone is easy to mine, it is not easy to get at sea. It can only be obtained by fishing, which is extremely inefficient. After all, stone, like steel, will not float on the sea unless it happens to encounter a resource chest. If nothing goes wrong, the two of them will be able to gather the materials to rebuild the nightmare before the end of today. After breakfast, Yang Yi set out early to start today's logging work. After these few days of training, he didn't dare to say that he was a swimming champion, but he could definitely be called a swimming expert. With the bonus of the shark skin swimsuit, even if he meets a swimming champion, Yang Yi dares to step forward and compete with him. Yang Yi had a smooth first 3 trips and collected 57 units of wood. 1 or 2 more trips at the end and there will be enough wood. But on the 4th trip, something strange happened and the sea became stormy. Yang Yi was just about to use his gun to blow down the second tree. Suddenly, a large school of fish rushed towards him. These fish were some big and some small, and Yang Yi had never seen many of them before and did not recognize their names. But they all had one thing in common: they were all swimming forward desperately, as if there were evil spirits chasing them from behind, or as if they were running for their lives. Even the ferocious carnivorous sharks no longer had any intention of hunting, and passed by Yang Yi like a gust of wind. The water flow it brought up was like a shock wave, which made Yang Yi dizzy and tossed around underwater. With great difficulty, he finally surfaced. Yang Yi was not injured, he just choked on some sea water. The fish just brushed past him, as if they were deliberately avoiding him and didn't want to stop for even a second. This was the first time Yang Yi had seen this phenomenon in his life. As a result, the logs that had been prepared were washed away to who knows where. Even Yang Yi himself was pushed forward by the current brought by the school of fish. Yang Yi, are you okay? Something seems wrong in the sea. Suna sent a private message. She was fishing on the shore and also noticed something unusual. It's just that Yang Yi discovered it earlier and had experienced it firsthand. It's okay, I just choked on some water. The fish in the sea have gone crazy and are swimming forward desperately. I guess the black fog is coming. I'm swimming towards the shore, please help me. Yang Yi replied. He didn't have much energy and didn't have the confidence to swim back, so he wanted Suna to help him. Fortunately, he thought it through carefully, thanks to Suna for helping him. After getting ashore, Yang Yi only had 23 energy left, and he was still 15 short of the wood. Just this little bit. He struggled to stand up and looked behind him. A bunch of giant insects also swam over. But what is strange is that these giant insects disappeared as soon as they entered the safe area of the buffer zone. It's like passing through a film of different time and space and entering another world. Fortunately, the bugs can't get over. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If this thing were to come in, he would probably really have to give up. Suna, we are still 15 units short of lumber. It's impossible to go into the water to get it. Fishing is not stable either, let's try to dig some tree roots. Yang Yi arranged. The missing 15 pieces of wood may not seem like much, but it would take 2 people a day to get them by fishing. But the black fog may not give another day. After recovering some energy, Yang Yi also joined the ranks of digging tree roots. But digging up tree roots to get wood is really inefficient. Until the evening, they had only dug up 7 pieces of wood, and were still some distance away from 15 pieces of wood. Yang Yi was extremely anxious. The shadow of black fog can already be seen behind. 3 huge insects swam over, each of them seemed to be carefully selected, with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. They moved side by side, crashed into the buffer zone, and then disappeared. 3 huge harpoons fell where the 3 giant insects disappeared. Following closely were wails and howls. Ada. Air. Gooden. Why did you 3 disappear? Behind the 3 giant insects, followed a huge steel battleship. The person who made the noise was none other than the captain of the ship, Udawe. Yang Yi recognized the ship at a glance. Although the ship was smoking and charred in many places, the steel-cast hull and the 200-meter large hull were undoubtedly the Iron Ambition. He didn't know what method he used to obtain 1,000 units of steel, upgrade the ship to 2 levels, and kill it out of the giant insect pile. The ship was full of traces and bloodstains of a fierce battle, and there was even a huge and sharp-jaw knife stuck on the deck, which came from a giant insect that was unfortunately blown to pieces. After the ship was upgraded, the number of artillery pieces was even more amazing. In addition to a super cannon with a caliber of nearly 5 meters at the front, there were no fewer than 40 gun barrels protruding from both sides, but many of them were crooked and broken. Captain Udawe stood alone on the bridge, a cigarette in his mouth, cursing, and looking at the black fog not far behind him from time to time. Not long ago, he was a fat middle-aged man. But now, after an exciting and intense voyage, he became enviably thin, with dark circles under his eyes, and looked like a completely different person. As for the speed of the Heart of Iron, it cannot be said to be slow, it can only be said to be very slow. In the eyes of Yang Yi, who was used to driving at dozens of knots, this ship was really pitifully slow. Suna stood aside and looked at the huge monster with Yang Yi. Further behind was black fog, with a speed of 15 knots, but it was still a long way from the Heart of Iron. Without the giant insect's traction, the Heart of Iron could not outrun the black fog. At this moment, the captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, jumping up and down. Finally, he saw a man and a woman standing on the island ahead. His eyes lit up and he immediately waved and called out, "Hey, you two, help me. Can you give me a hand?" But the distance was too far and his voice could not be heard. There was no other choice, Udawe could only drive towards the island first. After upgrading, his Heart of Iron's movement speed increased by 100%. Heart of Iron, Level 2, Durability 5829/10,000, Capacity 20,000 units, Speed 10 knots. Hull Skill, Full Fire, the artillery firing rate is increased to 200% and lasts for 15 minutes. Triple Shot Whale Fork, can penetrate and hang on an object, with a cooling time of 1 hour. Sea Monster Killer, a super cannon with amazing power that can send sea monsters back home. Each shot has a cooling time of 4 hours. Introduction, it's bigger, stronger, and more solid. Speed increased to 200%. When Udawe saw Yang Yi and Suna, he was surprised at first, but he quickly reacted. These two people should be the other two survivors in the storm sea. As long as they are willing to give me a hand, I will probably be saved. In this buffer zone, he couldn't find any giant creature of suitable size to help pull the boat. Seeing that shouting did not produce any effect, Udawe suddenly had an idea and began to try to use regional chat in the log instead. "I'm Udawe, the captain of the Heart of Iron. Can you guys see my message?" Udawe sent a message on the regional channel. At this point, there are only 3 players left in the buffer zone, so he is not worried about contacting the wrong person. "Hello. I am Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare." Yang Yi replied. "Captain Yang, where is your ship? I can't see it. It sank." "Ah." Udawe was dumbfounded. He didn't know that there was a chance to rebuild the ship after it sank, and he thought he was doomed. It wasn't until Yang Yi explained the situation that he understood. "Missing 7 pieces of wood." "Okay, I'll give you 100 pieces of wood," Udawe replied immediately, "but after you repair your boat, can you give me a hand?" Yang Yi thought about it for a moment and agreed. Now time is running out and the black fog is approaching. The two can only escape by working together. Seeing Yang Yi agreed, Udawe's heart finally settled down, and he replied, "Then come over now, don't attack me, you have a pistol on your waist." Yang Yi was a little surprised. The Heart of Iron was at least several thousand meters away from him. How could he see these details so clearly? Did Udawe have a telescope? But in fact, this is Udawe's talent. He has 2 talents. Eagle Eyes, Perception +2, Excellent Vision, good at tracking and aiming. The second talent was unlocked after he killed a large number of giant sea beasts. Firepower first, as long as you have enough firepower, you will dare to face any enemy, and your sanity will not be lower than 50. Truth. Only within the range of cannons. The Heart of Iron was gradually approaching the island. The black fog had covered half the sky and was only 15 nautical miles away from the Heart of Iron. At this distance, they no longer needed to chat through the log, as they could hear each other by shouting. "I only heard Udawe shouting. I will bring the wood to you with my whale shooting gun. Don't be afraid." After saying that, the Iron Ambition's whale shooter flew out, carrying a large bundle of wood, and landed more than 10 meters away from Yang Yi. This bundle of wood contains exactly 100 units, neither more nor less. With enough materials, Yang Yi did not stop, but immediately chose a suitable location, operated in the logbook, and began to rebuild the ship. After clicking OK, the supplies flew up, scattered into small pieces, and then, like building blocks, they were assembled into a ship. The ship is about 30 meters long and still looks like a ghost ship, but it is much larger than before. The hull was still dilapidated and covered with barnacles, with the captain's skeleton tied to the bow with a few strands of seaweed hanging on it, as if it had just floated out of the sea. The biggest difference compared to the Nightmare is the atrium of the ship. There is a huge crystal ball here, located in front of the mast. A small part of the hull surface is covered with rusty iron sheets, making it look much stronger than before. Nightmare, Level 2, Durability 1000/1000, Capacity 3000 units, Speed 60 knots. Hull Skills. Nightmare, the sleep quality on the ship is extremely poor, you will have nightmares, and the energy recovery efficiency is -75%. It only works for the captain. Angler's Curse, instead of catching normal fish, the probability of catching abnormal objects increases. Astrology, you can display the surrounding sea map with a radius of 150 nautical miles, and view it in the crystal ball. You can set an early warning to vibrate to remind other players to appear. Peep, you can search for the ship name, player name, get the coordinates of the ship, and view the image of the ship. You can only spy on one target per day. Introduction, choose to merge with the ghost ship. I hope you won't regret it. After reading the information about the ship, Yang Yi was generally satisfied. After the fusion, the ship became stronger and the speed increased. In addition, the skills of the astrology have been evolved, the range of the sea chart has been increased, and the skill of peeking has been expanded to cover the entire map. Let's go aboard. Yang Yi invited Suna to get on board. After entering the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi discovered that the interior of the ship was also different. Next to the captain's room, there is another bedroom, which is Suna's room. The cabin is also larger than before, with 2 expansion spaces, which can accommodate 2 additional expansion buildings. It's almost like the potential of 2 ships combined. Everything on the boat was also there, including pirate clothes, fishing nets, fishing rods, coconuts, and some food and fresh water. Even a part of the giant insect corpse that was shot in the head by Yang Yi was left behind, which was a pleasant surprise. On the other side, Yudawei was a little nervous. He was afraid that Yang Yi would abandon him and run away on the boat. Although Yudawei was confident that he could leave the Nightmare Star behind, but, if this really happened, he would be doomed. Fortunately, Yang Yi is not a fool. Captain Yang Yi of Nightmare Star requests to add you as a friend. Yudawei agreed immediately. Then Yang Yi sent a private message, I'm coming to the stern now, throw the grappling hook over here. After seeing the message, Yudawei breathed a sigh of relief, walked out of the bridge, and came to the bow deck, where he and Yang Yi looked at each other in surprise. But the Heart of Iron is larger than the Nightmare Star, so Yang Yi could only see half of Yudawei's body. Although the latter was somewhat wary, he still came. Captain Yu, your ship is too big. So I have to make an agreement with you in advance. If my ship cannot reach 15 knots while towing your Heart of Iron, then don't blame me for abandoning you, and you don't attack me, how about that? After listening to this, Yudawei pondered for a moment, his expression changing from gloomy to happy. After a long while, he replied, if that's the case, how about letting me get on your boat and take shelter? No problem. Yang Yi agreed decisively. After all, if a ship is lost, it can be rebuilt. People are the most important. If a life is lost, it is all over. Yudawei threw the grappling hook of the Heart of Iron over. After Yang Yi took it, he tied it in several places at the same time, so as to share the force southwest that one place would not be unable to bear it. As for the toughness of the grappling hook rope, don't worry about it. It's written in the log that this thing is infinitely durable. After tying it up, Yang Yi sent a message to Suna, asking her to move forward at full speed. The Heart of Iron is also fully powered. The 2 captains' hearts were in their throats as they watched the ship's speed gradually increase. Section 11. Section 12. It was not until the speed exceeded 15 knots and reached 16 knots that the two tense people gradually relaxed. If it's lower than 15 knots, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, the power of Nightmare is not to be underestimated. The ship's final speed reached 17 knots, 2 nautical miles faster than the black fog behind. The Nightmare star towed the Heart of Iron out of the buffer zone. As soon as they broke through the boundary of the storm sea, the sky suddenly brightened and the three saw the long-lost sunshine. Then the system issued an announcement. You have escaped from the stormy seas. Navigation notice, all players have now left the stormy sea area, and the speed of the black fog has dropped to 10 knots. The sea map is now open. You can now view your coordinates on the sea map. The number of level 3 ships exceeds 10,000, and the extreme winter sea area begins to spread. Please keep warm. Yang Yi immediately checked the log and found an extra page. This is a simple sea map that only records the path the player has taken and the conditions of the surrounding sea areas. Everywhere I haven't been is covered with a yellow-brown fog of war. Since the Nightmare star has its own small nautical chart, the recording range is wider, covering the surrounding 150 nautical miles. This sea map has 3 main functions. First, players can know their own location coordinates. This makes it convenient for players to meet each other, as they only need to agree on a coordinate. But what will happen during the meeting is up to you. Anyway, Yang Yi thinks it's better to see it as little as possible. There are no laws at sea, so it is difficult to judge the other party's intentions. Second, players can see the name of the sea area and the dividing line. Although there is fog of war on the ocean map, the names of the ocean areas are still visible. For example, the sea area behind is a storm sea area, and the sea area in front is an extreme winter sea area. The boundaries of these seas are visible, not in a straight line, but rather jagged and uneven, like land plates. The extremely winter sea ahead is spreading downwards. Third, the boundaries of the black fog are also displayed on the sea map, so players can always grasp the distance between the black fog and themselves. This will prevent the situation of being caught off guard and being submerged by the black fog. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel, wanting to see the players' reactions and get first-hand information. I was wondering why it's so cold. It turns out I'm almost in the polar winter sea. The one who spoke was Jifango. Yang Yi had his good friend, so he could see the name. Boss, what's the speed of your boat? How cold is it? Tell me so I can be mentally prepared. My ship is traveling at 100 knots. We are now on the outskirts of the polar winter seas. The temperature is 0 to 2 degrees. It must be below 0 ahead. 100 knots, that's twice as fast as mine. Are you a special ship? We need to collect enough supplies to keep out the cold. Buying food that can be preserved for a long time. Message me if you want to sell it. Anyone want a cotton coat? 100 pieces of cloth for one, you can choose the color, and it's a good deal. Name, warm cotton padded jacket. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Introduction, it has good heat preservation and cold resistance, but be careful not to get it wet. 100 pieces of fabric. Why don't you just go and grab them? 80 fabric, it can't be any lower. Get lost. You're not the only one selling it. Selling down jackets, better than cotton padded jackets, good quality equipment, 120 fabrics. Name, warm down jacket. Type, treasure. Quality, good quality. Introduction, in winter, who can refuse the warmth brought by down jackets? After browsing, Yang Yi also felt that cold-proof clothing was essential. When the temperature drops to -10 degrees or even dozens of degrees, the pirate costume is indistinguishable from being worn at all. Only by putting on a thick cotton padded jacket or down jacket can you ensure that you will not freeze to death. Soon as which casual clothes do have a certain ability to keep out the cold, but they still look a bit thin. The effect should be similar to thermal underwear. So Yang Yi made the decision. Once the market price stabilizes, you must get a few cotton jackets or down jackets, at least 4, and keep one as a spare, just in case. He came to the stern. The Heart of Iron was just behind. But now, it was safe from the black fog, so there was no need to drag it along. Captain Udawe had the same intention, and the two of them bumped into each other. "Brother Yang, I have high hopes for you. Do you want to join the Brotherhood of Steel?" "Brotherhood of Steel?" Yang Yi repeated, not understanding what he meant. "Hee, actually I have already recruited several little brothers, and now I am preparing to meet up with them." Yang Yi understood immediately. The Brotherhood of Steel is the organization that Yu Dawei intends to establish. Although the log system does not have a guild function, it is entirely possible for players to spontaneously gather and establish organizations. They can already meet up through coordinates. However, Yang Yi had no intention of joining the force and politely rejected Yu Dawei. "Sorry, I'm used to being free and undisciplined, and I don't want to join the organization for the time being," Yang Yi replied. "Okay. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me and I will protect you," Yu Dawei said generously. After escaping, he felt more refreshed than ever before. And what Yu Dawei said can't be considered bragging. The heart of iron under his feet has this strength. No wonder many players want to seek his protection. It's just that the speed of the heart of iron is a bit too slow. Yang Yi had already imagined the scene of a large number of small boats towing this steel behemoth. It can't be said to be strange, it can only be said to be very strange. "Take it." Yu Dawei threw over a small piece of meat. "What is this?" Yang Yi took it and was overjoyed after seeing the message. Name: Giant Bobbit Worm. Introduction: Contaminated by the abyss, the mutated bobbit worm has grown to a gigantic size, with the largest individual exceeding 100 meters in length. It can move quickly in the sea and has a highly developed sense of hearing. It's a pleasure to work with you. This is my gift to you. This thing doesn't mean much to me. The more I smoke, the worse the things I get, Yu Dawei said with a smile. If what he expected was correct, he got those 1,000 steel by killing monsters and using gashapon. If he only relies on fishing, even if his younger brothers give him steel, he will never be able to get this amount. "Thank you." Yang Yi didn't hesitate. After thanking him, he accepted it directly. The two smiled at each other and said goodbye. The nightmare was much faster than the heart of iron, reaching 60 knots. In a short while, it left the heart of iron out of sight. Yu Dawei stood at the bow and watched the nightmare star disappear into the sky. Nightmare star, have these two people's ships merged? Yu Dawei said to himself. He knew Yang Yi's identity. It was he who found a way to survive as soon as the giant insect appeared. One of Yu Dawei's younger brothers successfully escaped after being reminded by Yang Yi, and the two became friends. So Yu Dawei learned of Yang Yi's identity and changed his mind temporarily. He gave Yang Yi a piece of flesh and blood and decided to become close friends with him. On the other side, Yang Yi stood in front of the monster gashapon machine, feeling a little excited. He had 2 portions of giant bobbit worm flesh and blood, one from the heart of iron and one left on the deck of the nightmare. You can gacha twice in total. He first washed his face with fresh water to make sure it was white enough, then put in the blood and flesh and started twisting the egg. The octopus tentacles kept flashing, but they did not emit golden light. After a while, 2 ordinary capsule toys were spit out by the octopus head. Yang Yiben was a little disappointed that he didn't draw the golden legend. But he picked up one and immediately changed his mind. Yeah. One shot hits the target. In his hand was a rare prop, and it was ship equipment. Name: Giant Bobbit Worm Head. Type: Ship Equipment, Relic. Quality: Treasure. Introduction: It can be installed on the bow to improve the durability of the hull and the impact force. It can use its sharp jaws to cut off the invading enemies. At the same time, it also has a strong deterrent effect, which can reduce the attacks of marine creatures on the hull. But at the same time, it may also anger more terrible monsters. After reading the message, Yang Yi felt a little worried. This ship is equipped with powerful features, but it has the side effect of attracting terrible monsters. But Yang Yi didn't hesitate for too long and decided to install it. If you don't dare to use this, then you will be even less likely to use the equipment you get later. Anyway, the advantages definitely outweigh the disadvantages, otherwise there would be no need for the relics to exist. He reached out and touched another capsule. Name: Black Iron Treasure Box. Type: Treasure Box. Introduction, open to obtain medium-sized supplies. The second gacha was not equipment. Yang Yi was a little disappointed. But supplies are also urgently needed at the moment. The previous reconstruction of the ship almost emptied their family's savings. Yang Yi opened the treasure chest. You get wood *200, cloth *200, stone *200, steel *50, crystal *50, sulfur *50. So many. Yang Yi couldn't believe it. Forget about the wood and cloth, I didn't expect to get so many high-end supplies. The black iron supply treasure chest is so terrifying. No wonder the Heart of Iron didn't even blink an eye when given 100 pieces of wood. It seems they are not short of wood at all. Suddenly a private message came from Suda, the captain of the Swift Wind. Brother Yang, I'm planning to start a boat group. Are you interested in joining? Yang Yi didn't expect that he would be so popular, but he still refused. Sorry, I don't have any idea of forming a group for now. Okay, if you change your mind, you can always PM me. My Wind Brigade will definitely reserve a place for you. Thanks. After politely declining, Yang Yi began to marvel at how fast these people acted. As soon as the sea map was opened, these people couldn't wait to start forming their own fleet. How about I also organize a fleet? Yang Yi suddenly thought. He did not want to live under someone else's roof, but if he organized a fleet, he felt it would be too troublesome to manage and too big to manage. Just as I was thinking about it, Suna ran over excitedly, her little face flushed, and shouted excitedly. Did you just get a lot of supplies? Yes, I just opened a black iron supply treasure chest. This thing on the ground is. Suna's attention was immediately drawn to the giant bobbit bug head on the ground. Before installation, the insect head is only the size of a palm and can be easily pinched. It is made very delicately and looks lifelike. Suna picked it up, looked at it carefully, touched it here and there, and took out a notebook to record it. Seeing her take out the dagger, Yang Yi finally couldn't help but speak and snatched the insect head back. Stop. This is a precious piece of equipment, what if you break it? Suna. After being stopped by Yang Yi, she gave up her plan to use the knife and told him her purpose. I want to build an expansion building. Which one do you want to build? Suna made some operations on the log, and Yang Yi received the application immediately. Crew member Suna applied to build a witch laboratory. Construction conditions, expansion space *2, wood *200, cloth *200, stone *100, steel *50, crystal *50, sulfur *20. Once this building is constructed, it cannot be demolished, so please consider carefully. Which lab? Yang Yi was completely confused. He remembered that there was no such option in the expanded building list. And it takes so many supplies and occupies 2 expansion spaces. Yang Yi immediately checked the list of expanded buildings. In addition to the additional cargo hold, ancient war room and great statue that the original Nightmare had, there are also 2 expansions from the astronomy. Observation tower, it can scan the surrounding area of 1,000 nautical miles. If there are any islands, they will be displayed on the nautical chart once every 3 days. Construction conditions, expansion space *1, wood *200, cloth *100, stone *100, crystal *30. Glass cannon, a powerful cannon, but unstable and easily broken. Construction conditions, expansion space *1, crystal *100, sulfur *20. Where did you see the witch laboratory? Why is it not in my list? Yang Yi looked strange. This is an additional extension brought by my talent. It will definitely be worth it if I create it. Suna said confidently. This. Yang Yi hesitated. He was originally planning to build a cannon. In this way, if we encounter large creatures like giant bobbit worms at sea again, we will be able to fight. The second thing is to prepare to build a lookout tower. The resources on the island are richer than those on the sea, and there may be treasure chests. If you can obtain resources from the island frequently, you will establish a huge advantage. The function of this witch laboratory is still unclear, and 2 expansion spaces are needed. This means that before upgrading to level 3, the Nightmare will have no additional expansion space to build cannons. If they hit a ship with cannons, they will be put into a passive position. No. Yang Yi refused decisively. The cannon comes first, the others are just empty talk, we'll talk about it later. Make it. Suna insisted, pulling it. That's all I ask. I won't ask you what you make in the future, okay? Just talk nicely, don't be so fussy. Yang Yi said harshly, interrupting Suna's actions. This woman is not simple, acting coquettishly is just a disguise. At the same time, Yang Yi also realized a problem. The relationship between the crew members must be handled well. If there are conflicts, there will be endless troubles, such as stabbing someone in the back. So he began to ask about the function of the building. What exactly is the witch laboratory you mentioned used for? Yang Yi asked. When Suna heard this, her red eyes lit up and she knew there was hope. She was ready to give up. Now she explained in detail. This lab can provide a variety of research tools. It will be convenient for me to study the body structure of the alien demons and develop new formulas. Can you develop a formula? Yang Yi was also interested. Suna struck while the iron was hot and took out a bottle of liquid. For example, this bottle of Vitality coconut juice, is its formula ratio necessarily the best? What if we add something else? She handed Yang Yi a reagent bottle. The system did not display any specific information, but name, unknown potion. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality. Introduction, you won't know what it is until you drink it. Try it. If I had a laboratory, I could make something better, Suna urged. Are you sure there's no poison in it? This bottle is definitely not poisonous. Then the others are poisonous. All medicines are poisonous. If you drink it, you'll be in trouble. Suna became unhappy, snatched the potion, and drank half of it on the spot. Since she had done this, Yang Yi felt embarrassed to continue nagging. With trepidation, he drank the reagent in one gulp. It's silky and sticky in the mouth, and a familiar fishy smell goes straight to the head. Yang Yi was about to curse, but stopped. The potion also has a name. Energy Recovery 10, energy recovery speed increased by 50%, only drank half. Name, Vitality Siren Juice. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, fine. Introduction, this is a magic potion originally created by the witch Suna, which is made from the mucus secreted by the siren's body, salt, and Vitality coconut. After taking it, energy is restored by 15 and energy recovery speed is increased by 75%, which lasts for 8 hours. Overdose may cause poisoning. Did you do this? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Yes, if I had a lab, I could make better potions. Yang Yi was shocked. Being able to develop the formula by oneself, Yang Yi could easily understand how awesome it was. Suna is a moving mountain of gold. With her, you don't have to worry about how to restore your energy after the energy coconut is gone. Wouldn't it be better to ask her to develop a brand new medicine? As the captain, I make demands on the crew, and of course the crew must obey. Then let's build this laboratory. Yang Yi agreed, and then agreed to Suna's request in the log. Little did he know, he might regret it in the future. I regret drinking the love potion given by this woman. The Nightmare Star welcomed its first expansion building, the Witch Laboratory. After the construction was confirmed, a blue light shone through the hull, followed by a system prompt sound indicating that the construction was completed. The Witch Laboratory has been built. Please go to the interior of the ship to check it out. The two entered the cabin from the stern and found an extra room. The room was large, occupying almost half of the cabin. The floor was clean. It was not the kind of rotten and moldy wooden floor, but a dark and smooth slate that felt solid underfoot. The room was empty, with only 2 large metal tables that seemed to have their own lighting, but Yang Yi couldn't see where the lights were. The walls were lined with cold metal racks filled with empty glassware. There's nothing in it. Yang Yi felt that the material was not worth it. But Suna's face was full of excitement. Only she knew the functions of this room and how to use it. Her log has one more page than that of ordinary players, the mysticism interface. You can use conch coins to purchase experimental equipment and conduct occult research. The information of which lab is as follows. Witch laboratory, a special building that can only be built by witches who covet forbidden knowledge. In the laboratory, research energy consumption is reduced by 50%, sanity loss is reduced by 25%, and demon samples will not decay. The displayed demon samples will increase the witch's inspiration. The current number of samples is 0, and the inspiration occurrence rate increases by 0%. Note, occult research carries risks, including but not limited to decreased sanity. After reading the message, Suna immediately took out the demon corpse from her treasure bag and put it in a glass container on the shelf. These body parts and organs were about to rot, but after being placed in these containers, they gradually regained their vitality, as if they had just been removed. The scene was a bit disappointing. Your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi frowned. He felt that it was better to stay away from this laboratory as little as possible. At this moment, the body of the hammerhead shark that was supposed to be covered was also taken out, divided into 3 large pieces, and was waiting to be dissected. Also taken out at the same time was a dried specimen of a small fishman only 30 centimeters in size. This was the first time Yang Yi saw this monster, but he was not unfamiliar with it. Suna must have killed the murloc before she met him. Adding these 3 things together, the number of laboratory samples reaches 3, and the inspiration rate increases by 3%. I still need a lot of conch coins, and I don't have any money on me. Suna stretched out her hand to Yang Yi, like a researcher asking for research funds. Yang Yi was the one who paid the money. What do you want so many conch coins for? The equipment in the laboratory needs to be purchased with conch coins. Suna explained. Ah. Do I have to spend money to buy the equipment for this lab? Yang Yi suddenly realized that this laboratory might be a huge hole that could never be filled. But now that the supplies have been delivered, he can't give up, as the cost of flooding is too high. So he transferred 1,000 conch coins to Suna. This was already a huge sum of money. After giving it to her, Yang Yi only had 1,050 conch coins left. Suna seemed to think it was too little, but she still didn't say anything. She buried her head and began to dissect the devil shark, with a handy scalpel in her hand. Yang Yi quickly slipped to the deck to avoid being asked for money again. Moreover, he didn't want to stay in the laboratory, as he always felt that he could easily become one of the samples. You should research energy recovery potions and healing potions first. It's best not to use vitality coconuts as raw materials. They're hard to find. He sent a private message to Suna and began to plan his own affairs. To enter the extreme winter sea, you must prepare enough cold-resistant supplies. In addition to winter clothes, Yang Yi felt that fire was also indispensable. Fire can not only provide hot water and cooked food, but also provide warmth and lighting in the cold winter. It is a life-saving thing. Secondly, he needs to stockpile enough supplies and prepare large quantities of non-perishable food and fresh water. In the ice and snow, food and supplies must be in short supply. Then it is best to upgrade the ship to level 3 and build a cannon. But the 3rd level ship requires too many supplies, so Yang Yi put this item at the last priority. Through the World Channel, Yang Yi learned that upgrading an ordinary ship to level 3 requires 500 wood, 300 cloth, 100 stone, and 20 steel. The Nightmare Star requires 1,200 pieces of wood, 500 pieces of cloth, 300 pieces of stone, 50 pieces of steel, 100 pieces of crystal, and 10 corpses of alien demons. Not to mention the large amount of materials, Yang Yi had no idea what to do with these 10 demon corpses and could only try his luck. Follow the plan. Yang Yi opened the chat channel and started searching to see if there were any fire-making props for sale. You don't know until you see it, and it really exists. Lighter for sale. PM for the price. Name, Changsho brand lighter. Type, tools. Quality, good quality. Introduction, super durable lighter, the best choice for setting fires, you don't have to worry about it running out of gas for the rest of your life. Yang Yi immediately chatted privately with the seller. How much is the lighter? You're too late. They've already been sold. I have to use the one I have. Yang Yi was a little disappointed. At the same time, he also realized that what he thought of was likely also thought of by other players. Everyone is looking for fire-making tools, resulting in a shortage of supply in the market. While he was feeling worried, Yang Yi suddenly noticed that the world channel was busy, with new messages constantly being updated. He immediately turned to the latest news. Someone was recruiting players. I am Shen Guanquan, the captain of the Hope, and the leader of the new world ship group. We already have more than a dozen like-minded captains, including several special ships such as the Farmer and the Iron Head. Our new world ship group does not set any threshold for joining. Everyone can join, but players who join the group must open the ship landing permission, disarm, obey the deployment, and hand over all equipment and materials, and the ship group will redistribute and schedule. But on the other hand, your safety will also be guaranteed. We have guards responsible for fighting, fishermen responsible for fishing, and farmers responsible for farming. There will be more and more divisions of labor in the future. Let's work together to rebuild human civilization. I, Shen Guanquan, promise that as long as I have something to eat, you will never die of hunger or cold. If you are willing to join, please come to the following coordinates: X, 38201, Y, 53182. Be sure to remember to disarm and open login permissions, otherwise, you will receive a fatal blow. My new world ship group will stay here for half a month. These remarks should have been prepared in advance and then typed out in one breath. The repercussions were huge, and most people thought it was a trap. Disarm and give you all the supplies, wouldn't we become a piece of cake? Why should I believe you? Only a fool would go. Questions continued, but Shen Guanquan did not respond. There will always be some people coming, and his target is those players. After all, the player base is so large, even if only 100 people come, his new world fleet will grow like never before. But the name of the ship, the Hope, is quite deceiving, but I don't know if it is a special ship. But Yang Yi has a way to confirm. He ran to the atrium of the Nightmare Star and picked up the small crystal ball on the side. After combining, the number of these small crystal balls became 2. They were placed next to the big crystal ball. Both Yang Yi and Suna could check the sea chart at any time. Start peep and search. Hope, Shen Guanquan. Soon the image of the Nozomi appeared in the crystal ball. Shen Guanquan never imagined that a player could use skills to peek at him. The captain of the Hope did not lie, he indeed stopped at this coordinate. But his ship was not a special ship at all, but an ordinary sailing ship without any special features. The word Hope on the sail was probably painted by him himself. He should have changed the name of the ship himself, because ordinary ships have one chance to change their names. Special ships cannot be renamed unless they are combined. There were several ships connected by ropes around the Hope. The image in the crystal ball could not fully show the appearance of these ships, but Yang Yi could still guess a few of them. The ship is very big, with fields on it and people farming. It should be the Farmer. The one with the huge sharp ram, dark hull, and armored armor should be the Iron Head. There was also a ship that just floated out of the sea. Its hull was sealed and it seemed to be able to dive. Yang Yi didn't know what the ship was called, so he called it the Submersible for now. Yang Yi also saw the captain of the Hope himself. He was a dignified and meticulous man wearing a white captain's uniform. I don't know how he united these people. Yang Yi couldn't see Shen Guanquan's talent. If he could see it, he wouldn't be confused. Shen Guanquan has 2 talents. Psychological suggestion: you can increase or decrease one's own or the other party's attributes and sanity through verbal stimulation. Except for spirit, the attribute change range is plus or minus 1, and the sanity change range is plus or minus 20. People with high mental attributes are exempt from suggestion. It takes effect once every 24 hours and lasts for 24 hours, cannot exceed the limit of mortal objects. Great leader. You are a natural leader and can easily win the favor and trust of others and make them put down their guard. In addition to spirituality, your followers' growth rate is increased by 25%. People with high spirits may be immune to this effect. How long will it take for the sea map to be open? Less than a day. It was impossible for Shen Guanquan to gather so many players in such a short period of time. The only possibility is that they were united long before the sea map was opened. Maybe they bumped into each other, or maybe they happened to be involved in a certain incident. Yang Yi had no way of knowing. He is currently not interested in forming cliques. Without artillery, he doesn't want to come into contact with other players, he's too passive. Not to mention having to turn in equipment and materials. This is simply putting your life and property in the hands of others. Yang Yi has detailed sea maps, which can effectively avoid contact with other players. This is one of the reasons why he agreed to build the Witch Laboratory first. However, various organizations have sprung up in the World Channel, all trying to attract people. This put a lot of pressure on Yang Yi to survive. It's fine for now, but as the organization grows, the Lone Ranger's living space and resources will be oppressed. You have to become strong enough, or join a ship group, but you must have absolute freedom. Yang Yi is used to taking destiny into his own hands. He found Shen Guanquan's message and sent it a private message. He should have a lot of resources in his hands, so he would be a good trading partner. Yang Yi happened to have a blueprint in his hand that he could sell to him. Is your ship an ordinary ship? I have a drawing of a special ship here. Do you want to buy it? Yang Yi attached the information of the pirate ship's drawing. Who are you and why do you know so clearly? Don't worry about it. I just want to make a deal. Yang Yi contacted anonymously and replied. There was silence for a few minutes before there was a response. Since you have the blueprints, you should also understand that the upgrade efficiency of ordinary ships is higher than that of special ships. I am not in a hurry to use the blueprints, and this pirate ship blueprint is not what I want. A simple sentence contains multiple layers of meaning. First, this was not the first time he had seen the ship blueprint, which meant he had killed someone and the other party had a special ship. Yang Yi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. These special ships around the Hope may not be the original owners of the special ships. Secondly, the blueprint of the Corsair was not what he wanted, so the price he offered would not be too high. Things like blueprints have not yet been sold publicly on the World Channel, and the price is unknown. Yang Yi thought for a while and tentatively quoted a sky-high price. The other party has a farmer account and probably has a lot of resources. I need 2 months of food that can be stored for a long time, 200 L of fresh water, 1200 wood, 800 cloth, 400 stone, 100 crystal, and 100 steel, 5,000 conch coins, and fire-making tools on the ship, such as a lighter. A minute later, Shen Guanquan sent a reply. You are really a lion. I don't want it anymore. This blueprint is not as valuable as you think. Okay, farewell. Yang Yi replied decisively. Are the drawings worthless? What a fool. Special ships are limited, and the higher the level of a special ship, the greater the difference from ordinary ships. The further to the back, the higher the value of the drawings. Don't worry about no one buying it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Shen Guanquan to send a friend application. Captain Shen Guanquan of the Hope hopes to add you as a friend. Yang Yi refused directly because he didn't want to reveal his identity. Once a friend is added, his name and ship name will be known to the other party. You are really too cautious. Are you interested in joining my new world ship group? I can give you a very high starting point. You want to get my drawings for free? No way. Haha. Shen Guanquan sent a smiling emoticon. The price you ask is too high, and I can't offer you such a high price for the time being, so. I'm also stocking up on non-perishable dry food, which I can only give you for 1 month, and replace it with fresh food, such as vegetables, fruits, and fish, for the other month. As for supplies, I can only give you half of what you ask for. I have a lot of ships that need to be upgraded urgently. 5,000 conch coins are fine, but I can't produce fire-making tools. The quantity is limited. I have to be responsible for the safety of my crew, so I can't sell them to you. But I'll give you a rare space item, it's definitely worth a lot. He included the information of this prop. Name, Greedy Stomach. Type, Relic. Quality, Treasure. Introduction, the stomach of an unknown beast, which remains active even after being peeled off. There is 10 cubic meters of space inside for storing items, but every time it is opened for use, food must be fed, otherwise it will bite people. P.S. Food cannot be stored there. The corpses of the alien demons will be eaten clean of flesh and blood, leaving only bones and shells, which will not affect the capsule. Yang Yi took a breath after reading the information about this prop. This guy Shen Guanquan is really a tough guy. Especially this stomach bag, it's an unexpected surprise. Yang Yi wanted it very much. But this thing must have a lot of side effects. It's not as simple as biting people. It will definitely deduct sanity points during use, so Shen Guanquan sells it. So he said coquettishly, this stomach bag of yours is a relic. Will you lose sanity points every time you open it? Well, I won't hide it from you, it will lose 20 sanity points. If you don't want it, I have other things here, but the quality is not so high. That's it. Yang Yi shouted quickly, that's it. I want high-quality ones, and at best, I can control the number of times I use them. The deal was successfully negotiated. It's a pleasure to work with you. If you have other things you want to sell in the future, you can contact me first. I won't let you down on the price. If so, I will contact you. Yang Yi exited the chat channel. The blueprint was finally sold. Considering its potential value, Yang Yi might suffer a small loss. But for now, it's already very good that the drawings can be sold at this price. He threw the blueprint into the octopus head gashapon machine, and soon, a large amount of resources came in. Food kept coming out of the octopus head's mouth, including 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a pile of dried fish. In addition, there are some fresh vegetables, fruits and fish, including 5 cabbages, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple and 1 pear, and a fresh large tuna. All this food together is enough to feed one person for 60 days. Finally, it vomited out a black, palm-sized bag. It felt smooth and a bit like a preserved egg. It was the greedy stomach bag. Yang Yi tried to open the bag, and using all his strength, he managed to pry open a crack, but then the bag let out a howl, which scared Yang Yi. Strange movement, your sanity decreases by 5. How do I use this thing? He tried taking out a dried fish, and this time the bag responded. After sucking the dried fish in, it opened its mouth obediently. Yang Yi tried to put his hand in. It felt a little numb, slippery, and disgusting. His stomach even made a laughing sound, as if it was tickled. You feel inexplicably nauseous, and your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi frowned. This thing has serious side effects. I'm afraid few people would dare to use it. There is a lot of space inside, so Yang Yi no longer has to worry about having no place to store things, and this stomach bag is also suitable for hanging around the waist. He opened the log, checked the cabin data, and found that the supplies were also in place. All the conch coins were recorded in Yang Yi's account. Did you sell something? Give me some more conch coins. Suna sent the message almost as soon as she smelled the scent. The downside of sharing the ship interface is that you can't hide cargo. Yang Yi could only helplessly reply, I will give you 1,000 conch coins at most, no more. He transferred another 1,000 yuan. I hope Suna can produce results as soon as possible, otherwise he won't be able to afford it. Yang Yi moved all the food into the cabin and installed the bobbit worm's head. As soon as it was installed, the end became larger. When the jaw knife was opened, it was 10 meters wide. It was lifelike and could be manipulated at the helm. The jaw knife is extremely sharp, but unfortunately there is nothing to try at the moment. He threw the red fishing net into the sea again. I've had this fishing net for a long time, but it's not suitable for use in storms, so I haven't used it until now. The effect is to catch a certain number of items every once in a while. After everything was settled, Yang Yi picked up the fishing rod and started fishing. There are still 4 hours before dark. How many fish can be caught? It is a waste of time to be idle. New World Fleet, aboard the Hope. Captain Shen Guanquan spent a lot of supplies, food, and a precious relic in exchange for the pirate blueprint. Boss, why don't you ask that boy to meet and then rob him directly? Asked a tall, bald man with a scar on his face. Grab. 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 You know how to rob. Shen Guanquan knocked his bald head angrily and continued, if I hear you say the word rob again in the future, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Boss is right, I will never say the word rob again. Then you still say it. Come on, throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Without anyone forcing him, the bald man jumped into the sea of his own accord. He is the captain of Tayata, Zhao Tai, nicknamed Zhao Tayata. As the name suggests, he is a single-minded bastard and Shen Guanxuan's confidant. Okay, when you wake up, go back to your iron head. Shen Guanquan cursed helplessly. In fact, he himself also wanted to ask Yang Yi to meet. But Yang Yi is very cautious and doesn't even add him as a friend, making it even less likely to meet him. He looked at the pirate blueprint in his hand. How to use it? Shen Guanquan pondered. He didn't intend to use it himself, and the pirate captain didn't fit the image of a leader he wanted to project. On the contrary, it is an ordinary ship, which can make him more approachable. What he wanted to create was a maritime empire. In this first step, you must establish a great and upright personality to facilitate early recruitment. One day later, the Nightmare Star was sailing on the sea. Yang Yi is fishing. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught rotten wood. You caught an eyeball. You caught. Yang Yi threw his fishing rod away and lay on the deck, with a pile of long-legged sardines and a few eyeballs beside him. Why are they all garbage fish? Yang Yi began to doubt his life, but after just a few seconds, he cheered up again. After fishing for so long, Yang Yi finally figured it out. When fishing in this sea area, there is a high probability of catching long-legged sardines, a small probability of catching eyeballs, cystic porcupines, and an extremely small probability of catching red-lipped eels. Or try the deep water. Yang Yi took action as soon as he thought of it. He hung a long-legged sardine, removed the float, and started fishing for deep-water fish. He had caught a hammerhead shark before, and if he caught this kind of fish again this time, he would definitely make a fortune. Those are all gashapon toys. He has now upgraded his weapons and boat, and with Suna's archery skills, he has no problem dealing with this kind of fish. In between catching fish, he browsed the World Channel to see if he could buy tools to start a fire. This kind of tool is particularly popular now. He saw it twice but failed to get one. During this period, many organizations are still recruiting new members. For example, the Sakura established an organization called New Humans, which recruited only Sakura people. There are also New Rome and Eden, which are organizations that are mainly foreigners. Yang Yi had seen the public coordinates of the Garden of Eden, and it was very far away from him. It seems that people from different regions were born very far away from each other, so it would probably take a long time for them to meet each other. Unable to get the fire-making tools, Yang Yi directly sent a message asking for purchase. We charge a high price for fire-making tools, and also charge a down jacket or other warm clothing. After a while, he received private messages, but they were all about selling clothes. The fabric of a down jacket is 150 yuan per piece. If you buy 4 of them, you can get a 95% discount. Yang Yi ignored the price. Private messages came in one after another. After looking through the information, Yang Yi discovered that the lowest price for a down jacket was 120 pieces of fabric, and 4 pieces required 480 pieces of fabric. It would be cheaper to change to a thick cotton-padded jacket, but Yang Yi decided to buy a good one. It's still early now, so Yang Yi plans to check the price in a few days. The fishing rod coil suddenly turned rapidly, and something was hooked. Yang Yi immediately tightened the fishing line and pulled the rod hard. It's not a giant and its power isn't very great. It took Yang Yi less than 8 minutes to pull the fish onto the boat. It was a human head, or to be more precise, a human-headed octopus. The bottom was covered with tentacles, and the head on top was actually a kind of mimicry. "Sir, can I spare you a few minutes?" Before it could finish its words, it was stepped on to death by Yang Yi. Unlucky. Yang Yi cursed, put on another long-legged sardine and continued fishing. When fishing in deep water, catching fish is much slower. At the end of the day, Yang Yi caught 3 items in the deep water. A human-headed octopus, a red-lipped eel, and a bronze treasure chest. Under normal circumstances, catching a bronze treasure chest should be a big harvest and worth cheering for. But Yang Yi felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He's caught dead fish, like the farmer's 3 punches. Dead creatures like these don't struggle or pull at the line when they are hooked. But this bronze treasure chest was abnormal. It would struggle and pull the string, and it was quite strong. Yang Yi thought he had caught a big fish. He pulled it up for nearly half an hour before finally hauling it up. The treasure chest is about half a meter wide, covered with thick copper rust and many traces of sea erosion. There is even red coral growing in one corner. He saw the treasure chest information. Name, waterlogged bronze treasure chest. Type, treasure box. Introduction, there will be treasures inside, but it may also be. This thing was very similar to the water-soaked rottenwood treasure chest that he had opened before. At that time, an octopus with a human head jumped out of it, scaring Yang Yi. So this water-soaked bronze treasure chest may also contain monsters. Yang Yi was cautious and didn't open it. He noticed that the fishing line was connected to the treasure chest, which meant that the bait was swallowed by the treasure chest. He stepped back, holding the flintlock in his left hand and the wooden spear in his right hand, trying to pry open the treasure chest. It's so tight. This time, the spear tip failed to pry it open and broke. Yang Yi directly tied the sea snake's fang to the spear, continued to pry it with the dagger, and stabbed it through the gap. Suddenly, he felt as if he had stabbed something, and the treasure chest made a strange cry and opened on the spot. Then a black water arrow shot out from the treasure chest, and was dodged by Yang Yi, who was prepared. What the hell is this, a treasure chest monster? Frightened, sanity -5. There was white tender flesh inside the treasure chest. His sword seemed to have cut something off, causing the treasure chest to struggle wildly. After spitting out the water arrow, the treasure chest did not close again, as if it was dead. To prevent it from faking its death, Yang Yi stabbed it a few more times, and some transparent liquid flowed out of the wound. Finally, this thing that looked like a treasure chest monster stopped moving. That water arrow was its only means of attack. It was somewhat corrosive and burned a wisp of white smoke on the ground. Name, treasure chest clam. Type, food. Introduction, when it grows up, it likes to occupy a treasure chest as a shell. It can spray corrosive acid and prey on some small fish. It likes to collect shiny objects on the seabed, and you can find conch coins and some shiny treasures in its body. Non-toxic, edible after removing the internal organs. It turned out to be a sea clam. Yang Yi used the sea snake's fang to cut open the clam meat and started searching. There is actually only a thin layer of clam meat, and underneath is all the shiny things picked up by the treasure chest clam, including a pearl the size of a fist. You get conch coin *600. You get the healing pearl. You get crystal *50. You get stone *20. Name, healing pearl. Type, treasure. Quality, treasure. Introduction, soak the pearls in 1 L of water for 12 hours to give the water a healing effect and speed up wound healing. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This is a big treasure. It seems that this treasure chest clam is a very rare thing and can produce rare goods. Seeing that it was getting late, Yang Yi put away his fishing nets and planned to call it a day. The fishing net caught 2 things. Name, one-armed crab. Type, food. Introduction, it has always liked to use its right hand since it was young, and its right pincer accounts for half of its body weight. It is non-toxic and edible, and its pincers are fleshy. Another ugly thing will lose sanity. Weird starfish, your sanity has decreased by 3. This starfish looks like a human hand at first glance, with 5 fingers of different lengths, and can crawl on the ground like a spider. Little chic, what a great-looking thing. Yang Yi stepped on it to death, picked it up, and after checking the specific information, he suddenly felt that it was not so ugly. Name, palm star. Type, food. Introduction, a starfish that has been distorted by the pollution of the abyss. Slightly poisonous. After taking it, agility increases by 1 and sanity decreases by 20. Lasts for 1 minute. This thing is similar to a human-headed octopus. Eating it can improve your attributes and may be made into a magic potion. Thinking of this, Yang Yi picked up these strange-shaped fish and ran to the cabin. Suna, look at these. In the laboratory, Suna is still dissecting a hammerhead shark. 2 bright fist-sized eyeballs were removed and soaked in a glass jar, emitting a faint red light. She saw Yang Yi, and also saw the strange fish in his hand and a big pearl. Look at these fish and this pearl. Suna took it and looked at it carefully. Did you catch all this? Right. Suddenly, Suna had an inspiration. She looked at the fish, then at the devil shark's eyes, and an idea came to her mind. 2, no, 3. I'll give you some prototypes in 3 days. Suna suddenly became excited. Don't worry, it's already night time, go back to your room and sleep, we'll talk tomorrow. Suna hesitated for 2 seconds, but finally obeyed and returned to her room. Her room was next to the captain's room, which was convenient if they wanted to notify each other if there was any noise at night. Yang Yi took the crystal ball and walked towards the captain's room. This crystal ball has a vibration reminder function. Once a player's ship appears in the nearby waters, the crystal ball will vibrate to give a warning. Put it next to your pillow to foresee danger in advance. Otherwise, you won't even know you're surrounded by other players at night. After preparing everything, Yang Yi took off his coat, drank a bottle of coconut milk, and lay down on the boat. He was used to checking the chat channel before going to bed, mainly to see the price trends of warm clothing, and then to see if there were anyone selling fire-making tools. As he watched, he fell asleep, his brows furrowed, and he began to have a nightmare. Late at night, there was movement next to the captain's room, and Suna's door opened again. A stealthy figure rushed out and walked towards the stern cabin, heading for the laboratory. Suna plans to work overtime to research potions at night. 3 days passed without any major incidents. Yang Yi went fishing as usual, collected the fishing nets in the evening, and practiced shooting from time to time. He doesn't like using claw hooks. Although the catch is stable, it is not as fun as fishing. He gave all the fish he had caught to Suna and asked her to judge whether they were useful or not. Anyway, there is enough food now, and those foods with a short shelf life should be eaten first. There is really no need to eat these strange fish raw. The harvest during this period was average. Apart from the weird fish, the supplies caught included 28 pieces of wood, 25 pieces of cloth, 650 conch coins, and 9 L of fresh water. He discovered that there was a difference between what you get from fishing nets and what you get from fishing. If you use fishing nets, you will find more shrimps, crabs, and shellfish. During this time, he also caught 2 resource chests. The wooden resource treasure chest gave 20 wood and 20 cloth, which was better than nothing. The bronze resource chest is much better, giving 100 wood, 100 cloth, 20 steel. As for fish, we caught 2 new species. Name: eyeball octopus. Type: food. Introduction: an octopus polluted by the abyss, with eyeballs at the end of its tentacles. Slightly poisonous, after eating, the perception is increased by 1 for a short period of time, which lasts for 1 minute. Name: abdominal mussel lobster. Type: food. Introduction: a large lobster contaminated by the abyss, with 6-pack abdominal muscles. Slightly poisonous. After taking it, your physical fitness will increase by 1 for a short period of time, which lasts for 1 minute. Together with the human-headed octopus and the palm star, they just correspond to the 4 major attributes except spirit. He gave all these special fish to Suna. In the evening, Yang Yi, who had not caught any fish for a long time, began to check his chat messages. As expected, the price of down jackets continues to fall over time. After all, more and more people are able to make them. The current market price is only 105 cloth to buy one. I estimate that the cost of this down jacket is about 100 pieces of fabric, so the price should be the lowest. He checked the total number of supplies currently available. Wood *841, cloth *560, stone *408, conch coin *5700, freshwater *208, steel *77, crystal *51, sulfur *40. It may seem like a lot, but buying cold weather clothing will cost you more than 400 pieces of fabric. And it will take a lot of supplies to upgrade the ship to level 3. There is still a long way to go. If you use conch coins to buy down jackets, the price is around 600 conch coins, but players prefer to trade with cloth because the exchange rate of conch coins is too unstable. In the current market, the conversion rate between basic materials and conch coins is approximately 5:1, that is, 5 conch coins equals 1 unit of basic materials, but in actual transactions, it will be slightly higher. Advanced materials are more expensive, about 25 conch coins equals 1 unit of advanced materials. In short, Yang Yi looks rich now, but he is actually poor and dares not spend supplies recklessly. I don't know how much this fire-making tool will cost. He routinely spreads rumors on the World Channel. Fire-making tools are sold at high prices, and cold-proof clothing is sold at low prices. Private message. Just after sending the message, Yang Yi noticed Suna's private message, which was sent a few minutes ago. Suna, the potion has been made according to your request and is placed on the laboratory table. You can take it yourself. There are 3 types in total. The red ones have added attributes and may have slight side effects. The colorless one is restorative, try it yourself. The pink one is for recovery from injury. After reading the message, Yang Yi immediately ran into the witch laboratory. After such a high investment, it finally paid off. In the laboratory, Suna was lying on the table, seemingly taking a rest. On the table was a pile of instruments, including a microscope, a test tube rack and test tubes, a conical flask, and even an alcohol lamp. Can this thing light a fire? Yang Yi picked up the alcohol lamp and found it was surprisingly light. After a closer look, he found it was empty. Laboratory-specific instruments will disappear if taken out of the laboratory. You need to bring your own fuel. Yang Yi. I really don't know why Suna bought this instrument. Didn't she know it was empty and only found out after she bought it? Yang Yi put down the alcohol lamp and his attention was drawn to the 3 tubes of potions of different colors on the table. Although the names are all unknown potions, Yang Yi already has experience. As long as he drinks it, he will know the specific effects and information. The red potion and the pink potion are fine, they are both pure liquids. But this colorless potion also contains a few long-legged sardine legs soaked in it. It is very sticky because you have to drink it and chew it at the same time. Suna, what do you use to make this magic potion? Yang Yi asked. But Suna did not respond. Suna. Yang Yi shouted again. The other party still did not respond. Sensing something was wrong, Yang Yi reached out to touch her and found that her body was slightly hot. This woman. He immediately opened the logbook and checked Suna's information on the crew page. This information only includes health status, not attributes and talents. Suna. Status: injured, feverish, fainted from exhaustion, a large human body pattern, slightly yellowish all over. Sanity: 35/80, madness, obsession. Chi and blood: 82/100. Energy: 12/100. The upper limit of sanity is only 80. Yang Yi frowned. This was the first time he took the initiative to check Suna's information. After reading it, Yang Yi also understood the reason. Suna must have not slept much these days. She stayed in the laboratory, forgetting to eat and sleep, and finally ruined her body. If your energy level is below 30, you may faint at any time. Obsessed. This was the first time Yang Yi saw a state of madness, and it seemed that there were many types. He has special talents and is not crazy, so there won't be any prompts even if his sanity becomes 1. What a troublesome woman. She can't even take care of herself. Yang Yi frowned. He was the captain and had the highest authority, including restricting access to rooms. So Yang Yi directly put Suna under curfew, depriving her of the right to enter and leave the laboratory. Then he took out salt and energy coconut, mixed a bottle of coconut milk on the spot, lifted Suna's chin, and fed it to her. Although a lot of it spilled, it didn't matter. He had been planning to feed Suna the colorless potion, but the potion was thick and sticky, required chewing, and had unknown effects. It would be too dangerous to feed it to a patient, so he gave up the idea. It's really heavy. Yang Yi complained. In normal condition, his strength is only 4, which is lower than the average for adults, and it is difficult for him to carry Suna. After a lot of effort and with a little more strength and experience, he finally carried Suna back to the room, panting heavily. This woman must be made of cement. She doesn't have big breasts and doesn't look fat, so why is she so heavy? Fortunately, the Nightmare Star is not a big ship. If it were replaced with a super large ship like the Heart of Iron, Yang Yi would probably have to switch to a tugboat. Suna's room is next to the captain's room, and this is Yang Yi's first time coming in. It was completely different in style from his captain's room. There was no musty smell in it, and there was solid wooden flooring underfoot. There are even a few glowing crystal balls embedded in the top to provide lighting. This room should have been moved here based on the original captain's room of the astrology, and it is totally out of place with the ghost ship. Yang Yasuna put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and left a message in the diary. I restricted your access to the lab. Look at the activity log when you wake up. You don't even know you've gone crazy. But will a crazy person really pay attention to his activity log and pay attention to his own sanity value? Yang Yi has never been crazy, so he doesn't know. After sending the private message, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a small booklet on the table next to him with a few words written on it, Yang Yi's observation diary. What the hell is this? Yang Yi was curious and opened it, but he felt his scalp tingling after reading only a few pages. It records all kinds of information about him, including what he eats, what time he goes to bed, how long he sleeps, when he drains, how long he drains, etc., every detail. Suna, his sanity is below 50, but he won't go crazy. Does he have some unique talent? I really want to see the structure of his brain. After reading this, Yang Yi felt a chill in his heart and looked at the sleeping Suna with cold eyes. This woman, has she always treated herself as a test animal? Yang Yi couldn't help but feel a little murderous. Fortunately, the style of the diary suddenly changes at the end. It turns out he was also at a loss. When I pointed a gun at him, his expression was so funny that I secretly recorded it in my diary. He thought that was what fusion meant, but he misunderstood. Haha. He's a pervert too. He promised to build a witch laboratory for me. I have to produce some results as soon as possible. After reading it, the murderous intent in Yang Yi's eyes faded away. He left the journal in an unopened position and retreated carefully. Suna was not injured. She had a fever only because she didn't get enough rest. She would probably recover after a day's sleep. There were still a few hours before dark, so Yang Yi started fishing again. Buying fire-making tools such as lighters at a high price. Also buying warm clothing. As usual, he sent a message looking for fire-making tools and prepared to buy 4 down jackets, waiting for the seller to come to him. After a while, I received a lot of private messages. But just when he was about to buy 4 down jackets at the price of 105 yuan of cloth, he unexpectedly received a unique private message. Would you like a fire-down sweater? It's lighter than a down jacket and warmer. It only costs 100 conch coins. Name Tinder sweater. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Introduction, the sweater knitted by Tinder has excellent warmth retention effect. Wearing it is like wearing a hot pack. It is light and easy to move. But please note that the warmth-keeping effect will be greatly reduced after contact with water, so be careful to avoid wind and snow. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This clothes is obviously better than the down jacket. It is very thin and can be worn inside, and then put on a pirate costume outside, so you don't have to worry about the snow melting and getting the sweater wet. But you still have to avoid freezing rain and the like. Yang Yi immediately sent a private message to the other party and prepared to buy this Tinder sweater. What do you mean by labor fee? The other party replied quickly. That's what it means literally. This sweater requires a special material, Tinder, but I have run out of the material, so you have to provide it yourself. 10 units of Tinder can make a sweater, and if necessary, woolen pants can also be made. I only charge 100 conch coins for the labor, and you can provide the materials yourself. The price is not expensive, but where did Yang Yi get the Tinder? Just when he was wondering, the other party sent a new message. I'll give you a coordinate. There is an island there. There is a plant called Edelweiss on the island. You only need to collect 10 plants to make a sweater. Then why don't you collect them yourself and make them into finished products to sell? They're all sold out. I only have 2 left, I have to keep them as a backup. And I am no longer in that sea area. If you want it, bring the materials to me, if you don't want it, forget it. Yang Yi fell into deep thought. This Tinder sweater is what he wants. But it's too weird for the other party to get the materials himself. Perhaps the seller noticed that Yang Yi was suspicious, so he sent another private message. Believe it or not. Besides me, you are the 3rd person who knows these coordinates. The transactions with several people went smoothly before. I don't know how much fireweed is left on the island. If you want it, you'd better hurry up. Yang Yi didn't believe his words at all, so he asked, "How much are those 2 sets you have?" "Sorry, these 2 items are not for sale. I'm keeping them for myself." Yang Yi frowned and looked at the coordinates he sent. It was not far away. If he went at full speed, he would arrive in just 2 days. "Then let's add a friend," Yang Yi suggested. "Okay. Captain Hu Wei of the large sailing ship wants to add you as a friend." Yang Yi agreed immediately. Names like XX ship are the names of ordinary blank ships, but the ship owner can change the name. "Nightmare Star, are you a special ship?" "That's right." "Then when you get the materials, just chat with me privately." "Okay, I'm quite far away, it will probably take 5 days, I'll contact you then." "Okay." Yang Yi hung up the call. He was sure that this person was up to something. But the Tinder sweater is the best cold-resistant clothing Yang Yi has ever seen, and he really wants it. If you want to take something, try to take the good things. Yang Yi took out the crystal ball, activated the Nightmare Star's skill, and peeked. Search, big sailing ship, Hu Wei. 3 results emerged. Yang Yi was dumbfounded on the spot. An ordinary ship, easily understandable by the same name. But Yang Yi didn't expect that there were 3 other players with the same name. It seems that there is still a large player base at present. To distinguish them, the 3 results are numbered from number 1 to number 3. Yang Yi randomly selected one, and the image appeared in the crystal ball. This was a 2-level ship, far away from the island, and it didn't look like the person Yang Yi was looking for. After watching casually for more than 10 minutes, he turned off the video. "Let's try someone else tomorrow." Yang Yi changed the course to the island. He planned to head that way first. Anyway, Yang Yi had the sea chart and the initiative was in his hands. Even if there is an ambush, he can avoid it in advance. At night, Yang Yi lay on the bed. As a rule, he would drink a bottle of coconut milk before going to bed. But today, he had another choice, he could drink the colorless potion. This potion has the effect of restoring energy, Suna shouldn't lie to him. So should I drink it or not? Yang Yi looked at the bottle of magic potion carefully. It was colorless, transparent, thick and sticky, with a few long legs floating in it. If placed in a dark environment, it will emit a faint fluorescence. After thinking for a few minutes, Yang Yi decided to drink some and try it. With such a big investment, I have to give it a try. You can drink half of it first. He pinched his nose, not wanting to think about what the sticky liquid was made of, opened the lid, and tried to suck out some of the liquid. But who knew that this liquid was so viscous that it could not be bitten through? And it stinks, like a piece of slime living in the sewer. Yang Yi resisted the urge to feel nauseous, chewed up the long legs inside, and swallowed them in one gulp. You drank an unknown potion. As soon as the magic potion slid into Yang Yi's esophagus, a warmth spread from his stomach to his whole body, sweeping away all his fatigue. Is the effect so good? Then, a log pop-up reminder appears. Energy recovery 30, energy recovery speed increased by 125%, lasts 8 hours. Awesome. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong, and blood began to flow into his body in many places, such as his eyes, etc. You enter an excited state, which lasts for 1 hour. Damn. I knew there was something wrong with this thing. Yang Yi's eyes turned red and he immediately sat up, and the information about the potion was also displayed. Name, Stimulant Potion. Type, Consumable Potion Unique. Quality, Fine. Introduction, a magic potion created by the witch Suna. The ingredients include the secretion of the siren's pituitary gland, siren's saliva, siren's glandular mucus, and the legs of long-legged sardines. After taking it, energy plus 30, sanity minus 20, energy recovery speed plus 125%, lasts for 8 hours, and the effective interval is 24 hours. You will enter a state of excitement that lasts for 1 hour. Taking it multiple times will prolong the excitement time, but there is a risk of poisoning. This side effect, Yang Yi didn't know how to describe it. If it were sold, it would definitely be a big hit. But Yang Yi was not planning to sell the potion, because the description of the potion included the name of the maker. He felt that this was not a good thing and might cause unnecessary trouble. An hour later, Yang Yi lay down again. We have to ask Suna to improve it and remove this side effect. He leaves a message for Suna. The side effects of your potion are too severe. It needs to be improved. Next time, drink it yourself and see the effect before giving it to me. After leaving the message, he fell asleep. The nightmare continued, and Yang Yi's sleep quality was very poor, but with the help of the potion, he didn't have to worry about recovering his energy. He would just have dark circles under his eyes. The next morning, Yang Yi was awakened by a knock on the door. He was having a nightmare and was frightened awake immediately, aiming his gun at the door. "Who is it?" "Me," came Suna's voice. Yang Yi relaxed his nerves. He had just dreamed that a large number of spiders crawled out of his body and ate all his flesh and blood. When he woke up, even his clothes were wet. After recovering from his shock, Yang Yi replied unhappily, "Why are you knocking so early in the morning?" Suna was also very angry and replied, "Why did you shut down the lab permissions? Didn't you read the message I sent you?" Only then did Suna check the messages in the diary. Yang Yi took the opportunity to glance at Suna's sanity value. Fortunately, it's basically full. Sanity, 76 of 80. The recovery speed is quite fast, the mental attribute should not be low, and there is also a clothing bonus. You were already in a crazy state yesterday, did you know that? Only then did Suna realize what was going on and wake up from her dream. It seems that people who are in a frenzy don't realize that they are crazy, nor do they pay attention to their own sanity. How's the effect of that potion? Suna was no longer angry and quickly shifted her attention to the potion. The effect is good, but the side effects, forget it, just figure it out for yourself. Yang Yi sent the properties of the potion to Suna. I see. But potions definitely have some side effects. Suna explained. This side effect is not good, you have to change it. I can't guarantee the effect. No problem. What about the other 2 bottles, did you drink them? Speaking of this, Yang Yi felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why don't you drink it yourself? Why do you have to make me drink it? I'm not a guinea pig. The potion will probably deprive me of my sanity, so it's not safe for me to drink it. Suna replied confidently, besides, the potion doesn't taste good. Forehead. It turns out that Suna also knows that this thing doesn't taste good. Your sanity will decrease but you won't go crazy, so it's appropriate for you to drink. Suna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He knew he couldn't escape the fate of drug testing. A bottle of stimulant potion will deduct 20 sanity points. If Suna drinks a more powerful one by mistake, she will go crazy directly. How many bottles of this potion can be made? Yang Yi suddenly asked. After all, potions require raw materials, which basically come from demons and some indescribable creatures. I can make 3 more bottles of the stimulant potion. If you don't like it, I can change the formula and try another combination. For the red potion, you need a demon shark eyeball, so you can only make 2 bottles at most. The main ingredient of the pink potion is water soaked with healing pearls, so you can make a lot of bottles. Suna explained. You can change the formula of the potion that increases energy. The effect can be weaker, but it needs to be mass-produced and the source of the materials must be easier to obtain. After all, it's not easy to encounter a creature like a siren. Suna nodded in agreement. Also, you have to limit the time you spend in the lab to a maximum of 8 hours a day. When the time limit is reached, I will directly shut down your permissions. Although Suna was somewhat dissatisfied, she did not refute because Yang Yi was right. After the permission was opened, Suna was also reminded and ran to the laboratory immediately. This woman really likes to mess around with these abnormal things. Yang Yi walked out of the captain's room, picked up the fishing rod and prepared to go fishing. Just as he was about to cast the hook, he suddenly remembered something. Tinder sweater. I forgot to tell Suna about this. He planned to get closer to the possible island and take a look. Yang Yi immediately activated the Nightmare Stars peeping skill to search for Hu Wei's true identity. Search, big sailing ship, Hu Wei. This time he picked someone else. Soon, the crystal ball showed an image. It was a large sailing ship, which appeared to have been upgraded to level 3, with 2 gun ports on each side of the ship, each equipped with cannons. The captain was a young man with very white skin, and he was looking at something through a telescope. And his location was very close to the coordinates of the island, less than 10 nautical miles. So the identity of this person is obvious, it is the Hu-Wei we are looking for. What is he looking at? Yang Yi compared it on the map and felt that Hu-Wei was looking at the direction of the island. To be on the safe side, he sent another private message. How many Edelweiss plants do I need for a set of sweaters and trousers? The person in the image reacted immediately, it seemed to be him. Just like the sweater, the wool pants also cost 10 plants. You only need to prepare 20 plants for a set. The labor cost is 200 conch coins. Okay. Yang Yi smiled and continued watching the video. This man was very strange. He stood by the boat and watched for a while, then sailed away. But he did not go far away, keeping a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Then every 3 to 4 hours, he would sail over to take a look. This is... Yang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Yi told Suna about the tinder sweater and the island. She also agreed to go over and take a look. After all, islands have richer resources, so if you come across one, don't miss it unless it's too dangerous. The dangers here include unknown creatures on the island and other players with bad intentions. If there are any strange life forms on the island, I want a few as samples. Suna requested. This may be the fundamental reason why she agrees to go to the island. 2 days later, Yang Yi arrived near the island. There is indeed an island here, about 5 kilometers in diameter, which can be seen on the nautical chart. If Yang Yi wants to go, he can actually go at any time. But before you go, you have to deal with the potential dangers. Through these 2 days of observation, he has understood what Hu-Wei is doing. He was fishing, using bait to lure other players to the island. There seems to be some very dangerous creatures or traps on the island, which will cause the players who go to the island to die quickly. After the player dies, Hu-Wei comes to occupy and dismantle the ownerless ships, from which he obtains a large amount of supplies. This is an unethical but lucrative practice, but it is not without risks. No one knows who the player coming is. If you meet a tough opponent, such as Yang Yi who has the peeping skill, it is easy to lose more than you gain, or even lose your life. Hu-Wei never dreamed that there would be a pair of eyes that could ignore the distance and the fog of war and spy on his every move. Through observation, Yang Yi obtained a lot of information. Before approaching the player's ship, Hu-Wei will observe with a telescope until he is sure that there is no one on the ship. He will then slowly approach and symbolically fire a shot. After further confirming that there is no one on the ship, he will try to board the ship. He will not use cannons to directly hit the opponent's hull, as the damaged hull may affect the decomposition benefits. During these 3 days, Hu-Wei disassembled 2 ships in this way. Yang Yi watched the whole process and told Suna about his plan. I think there must be some dangerous creatures on this island. Suna said firmly. Is that what I'm talking about? Did you listen to me? Yang Yi scratched his head. I mean to use his own trick against him and ambush him. He certainly didn't expect that someone would deliberately ambush him. When we lift the boarding restrictions and he finds that he can get on board, he will think we are dead. We will hide in the cabin and kill him as soon as he comes in. But what if he doesn't come in? It's impossible not to come in. If it were me, I would come in too. Besides, he's already on the boat, can he outrun the bullets? Yang Yi is full of confidence. He had disassembled ships and knew the procedures for capturing them. This requires not only the death of the ship's owner, but also the occupation of the ship for a period of time. It should take about 10 minutes, after which you will receive a system prompt that you can disassemble the ship. However, disassembling the ship does not completely recycle the items on board. You need to search and pick up the equipment and props on the ship yourself. Yang Yi judged that Hu-Wei would not let go of any corner of the ship, including the cabin. If it were Yang Yi himself, he would also search the place thoroughly, and he would act very quickly. Suna nodded to show that she had no objection. So the plan was set. To be on the safe side, Yang Yi asked Sonato to make 3 bottles of pink magic potion with restorative effects, just 2 bottles for each person, just in case. Tomorrow morning, he will prepare to go to the island, then hide in the cabin and pretend to be dead to give Hui a surprise. The next day, Yang Yi took the helm and headed towards the island. The journey was smooth and there was no danger. It was the first time that Yang Yi observed the island with his naked eyes. It looked ordinary on the outside. The coast was made of solid black-brown rocks, which had become smooth and fine due to the washing of the sea water. There are some barnacles on the surface of the rock, and many crabs live in the cracks of the rocks. The island is covered with dense forests and no one knows what is inside. Yang Yi did not find any signs of a fight on the coast, not even any bloodstains. This means that the murder scene was not on the shore, but should be deeper in the forest, or the person was dragged into the depths of the forest by something. No matter what the situation is, Yang Yi is not planning to go ashore. He checked the crystal ball and the image inside showed that the other party was heading this way, probably dozens of nautical miles away from the island. Although the distance was still far, Yang Yi still called Suna, hid in the cabin, and released the ship's landing rights. Entering the cabin of the nightmare, there is a corridor that turns left. At the end of the corridor, there is a staircase leading directly to the bottom of the cabin. The light here is dim, with only the small windows on both sides letting in light. It is dark and damp. The witch laboratory is also here, in a separate room. The two stood as planned. Suna hid in the shadows at the bottom of the cabin, holding a pirate longbow, staring at the door. She had a simple quiver on her back, which contained more than 30 arrows. All of them had steel arrowheads and were sharper than simple wooden arrows. Ever since Suna showed her amazing archery skills, Yang Yi replaced her arrows with better ones. Each arrow is coated with the body fluid of the cystic porpoise, which can kill instantly with one strike. Yang Yi stood at the end of the corridor, on the stairs, less than 4 meters away from the door. He will launch the attack first later. If the flintlock doesn't fire, it will be time for Suna to shoot the arrow. Make sure that the other party won't be able to react at all and will die as dead as possible. On the other side, Hui finally approached the island. He took out his telescope and began to observe. As expected, he discovered the nightmare. Special ship. Hui jumped for joy. Little did he know that these actions were seen by Yang Yi, who was holding the crystal ball. Hui waited there for a full hour. After making sure that there was no one around, he slowly approached and fired a symbolic shot. The aim was poor and he had no intention of hitting the target, so the shell landed in front of the nightmare, creating a large splash. This is an old step, and Yang Yi had seen it in the video before. Waited another 15 minutes. Hui found that the boat was not moving, so he drove over at full speed. Here he comes. He will be on board in 10 minutes at most. Yang Yi reminded Suna to put the crystal ball into her greedy stomach, hold her breath, stare at the cabin door, and wait for the prey to take the bait. It was Suna's first time to ambush and kill someone, so she was a little nervous. But she has a very good mental state and is not afraid. After a while, the sound of claws colliding was heard from the hull, followed by the sound of building a wooden bridge. The prey has taken the bait. Yang Yi had already raised his gun and aimed at the cabin door. The light in here is dim, and by the time the other party can see me clearly, I will probably have been shot. Time passes by every second. In order to make the acting more realistic, Yang Yi threw his fishing rods and fishing nets on the deck at random. The other party was probably happily picking up the items, not knowing that Yang Yi had given him the right to pick up the items. The huge insect head was put into the cabin by Yang Yi to prevent the other party from wasting too much time on the deck. His ultimate goal was to lure him into the cabin as quickly as possible, which was the safest strategy. If the time is close to 9 minutes, Yang Yi and the others will have to take the initiative to attack. Fortunately, within 5 minutes, there was movement in the cabin. Click, the hatch opens. Hui's face was flushed as he walked in with a swagger, carrying a barnacle fishing rod and a red fishing net behind him, looking very proud. He was still sighing at the huge harvest this time, but the next second, gunshots rang out to his left. Bang. Hui was shot in the abdomen and fell to the ground, covering the wound with his hands. Only then did he notice that there was a man standing on his left, holding a flintlock rifle with some smoke coming out of the muzzle. "You, what's wrong with you?" Hui couldn't believe his eyes. "I've been waiting here for a long time. Yang Yi said with a smile. He didn't aim at the man's head, firstly because he was afraid of hitting the target, and secondly because he had something else to ask him. What's on this island? Yang Yi asked coldly. The reason why he didn't shoot Hu Wei was that he wanted to ask him this question. If I tell you, you'll let me go. Hu Wei slumped on the ground, raised his head with difficulty and looked at Yang Yi. You can trust me. Yang Yi lowered the gun. You're lying. That look in your eyes clearly wants to kill you. Hu Wei started coughing, and it seemed like he was having difficulty speaking. Yang Yi frowned. He really hadn't thought of giving Hu Wei a chance to live. You are so powerful, I admit defeat, so you won't have to do anything. As for what is on the island, you can see it for yourself. Hu Wei smiled sinisterly, his mouth full of blood, a scarlet color. What's the meaning? Hu Wei did not answer, but took out a kitchen knife from his waist. Yang Yi immediately became alert, raised his gun and aimed, but did not shoot. Because Hu Wei has committed suicide. He was very decisive. He used up his last bit of strength and stabbed his own throat without any hesitation. This guy is actually a ruthless person. Although it is not visible, Hu Wei's diary still updated the information. You have died, the pre-pledge mission has failed, completion rate 6/10. 2 balls of light fell beside him, which should be the drops after the player's death. Yang Yi was just about to pick it up when he noticed something was wrong. He heard rustling sounds, as if many things were crawling. The source of the sound was Hu Wei's corpse. The next second, Hu Wei's body moved, shaking as if convulsing. At the same time, countless fingernail-sized spiders crawled out from the wounds and orifices on his body. What the hell? You are frightened, your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi pulled the trigger, and just in case, he used the powerful artillery mode. Boom. This shot is incredibly powerful. Hu Wei's body and the cabin door were blown to pieces, and a large hole was torn in the hull, allowing sunlight to shine in. Yang Yi was flung away by the recoil and hit the wall. What are you doing? He's already dead. Suna ran over, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Any lower the shot would have blasted a hole in her beloved witch laboratory. There are spiders inside him. Lots of spiders. Yang Yi explained. He still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the previous scene. In the nightmare, his ending was the same as Hu Wei's. But how could a spider appear inside a human body? Suna looked towards the ruins. Spider? Where is the spider? Why can't I see any? She looked around. Isn't it there? Yang Yi pointed to the debris not far away, but suddenly froze. He was sure that there was a spider on the ground just now. Although it was very small, it was very conspicuous. But now, there was nothing on the ground except minced meat, broken wooden boards, and splattered blood. I definitely saw a spider just now. Yang Yi said with certainty. Okay, you dislocated your hand, did you know that? Yang Yi's left hand hung by his side, his shoulder joint dislocated. Fortunately, Suna was a medical student. Although she did not study orthopedics, she was a rare all-rounder. In a few seconds, she reconnected Yang Yi's left arm that was dislocated due to recoil. The latter is still looking for traces of the spider. No way, I definitely saw a spider. Suddenly, his nose started to itch and some blood came out, probably because of the recoil of the flintlock. But the itching did not stop, as if something was crawling inside. Yang Yi could not help but scratch it, and he actually dug out a black spider the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawls out of your body, and your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi was frightened and strangled the spider to death, then continued picking his nose. Fortunately, there was no second one. There really is a spider. When did you inhale it into your nose? Suna bent down and picked up the spider corpse on the ground. Suck it in. Yang Yi felt that things were not that simple. The spider must have crawled out of his body. He immediately checked his status. Condition, injured, human body pattern with large characters, back and left arm are light yellow. Sanity, 85/100. Energy, 94/100. Chi and blood, 93/100. Everything is normal up to this point, but after the talent, there is another status. Spider's Kiss, a gift from the spider goddess. Spiders will crawl out of your wound from time to time, but you will get used to it soon. Unlocks the pre-pledge mission, Spider Demon's hostility towards you -100%. When did this state appear? He immediately checked the activity log. You received the Spider's Kiss. Judging from the time, it should be the moment Hui died. Once he died, this state was transferred to me. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Suna was not afraid of spiders and prepared to walk into the sunlight to take a closer look. But who would have known that the spider would vaporize and disappear when it came into contact with sunlight? Yang Yi also noticed this scene and immediately walked over and held Suna's hand. It actually disappeared, he said in disbelief. Let go, you're pinching me. Suna said dissatisfiedly and pulled her hand back. But Yang Yi ignored her and his mind was working rapidly. This situation is definitely related to Hui's death. After his death, the next successor will appear. Suna, check the status bar to see if there is a negative status called Spider's Kiss. Yang Yi reminded. The latter checked immediately, then shook his head, I don't have it here. It seems that this curse is only aimed at one person. Considering Hui's recent behavior, the answer is obvious. This Spider's Kiss is related to this island. Get out of here first. My flintlock rifle is in cannon mode, so it has a 12-hour cooldown. And there is a big hole in the Nightmare Star, so it needs to be repaired. Yang Yi arranged. Suna nodded and packed up the spoils with Yang Yi. Let's put the matter of the spider aside for now and deal with the battlefield right now. The 2 light balls dropped by Hui were collected, and 1 fell into the sea. They are 12 50 conch coins and the recipe for the Tinder Sweater. Tinder Sweater requires 100 fluffs from a Tinder spider. An adult Tinder spider can collect 8 to 12 units of fluff. What is Edelweiss? It is simply made up by Hui. There must be monsters like the fire velvet spider on that island. What surprised Yang Yi even more was that the recipe would actually be dropped upon the player's death. Thinking of this, he turned and looked at Suna. This woman has a special gift and can create unique formulas. If she dies, will the recipes for these creations also drop? That would be very dangerous, as it would be easy to be targeted. Yang Yi immediately reminded, Suna, don't sell the potion you made, and don't give it to others. You mean, I'll give it all to you to drink? Suna replied. Let's talk about this later. Yang Yi thought of the bottle of stimulating potion that he couldn't bite, and suddenly felt a little nauseous. After cleaning up the battlefield, the two found a total of 3 pieces of equipment. Name, spider web gloves. Type, treasure. Quality, good quality. Introduction, enhances grip and allows you to climb rock walls without getting stuck by spider silk. That's right, with it, you can fly over eaves and walls. Name, delicious chef knife. Type, relic. Quality, fine. Introduction, a sharp kitchen knife. Anything cut by it will become extremely delicious and very addictive. It is a favorite of anorexia patients. The delicious effect lasts for 5 days, and only produces local effects on objects that are too large, exceeding 3 cubic meters. Name, healing spray. Type, consumables. Quality, fine. Introduction, spray on the wound to accelerate wound healing, can be used 3 out of 10 times. Yang Yi picked up the chef's knife which was only 30 centimeters long. Will it become delicious if cut with this knife? He had a strange expression on his face and smelled a hint of sweetness in the air. Hui's ship is a 3rd-class ship. Both expansion spaces on the ship are used to build cannons. Name, ordinary cannon. Type, ship equipment. Quality, ordinary. Introduction, an ordinary cannon with a range of 200 meters. The cannon is fixed in the war room and cannot be disassembled. Yang Yi still wanted to try whether he could move the cannon onto his own ship, but after reading the information, he completely gave up the idea. But Hui was really rich, hoarding a lot of supplies, but unfortunately they all went to Yang Yi. The supplies and equipment on board are as follows. Wood *912, cloth *808, stone * 995, steel * 83, crystal * 63, sulfur * 35, freshwater * 50 sausages, bread and other food, enough for Yang Yi and Suna to eat for half a month. Equipment includes a normal quality telescope, a simple fishing rod, and 2 tinder sweaters. Yang Yi calculated that these supplies were enough to upgrade the Nightmare Star to level 3. But he currently has no idea where to find the demon corpses needed to upgrade to the 3rd level. By disassembling this 3rd level sailing ship, he can also obtain an additional 520 wood, 233 cloth, 240 stone, and 20 steel. The total amount of supplies has exceeded the capacity limit of the Nightmare. The most cost-effective way now is not to dismantle the ship first. Wait until there is a demon corpse, upgrade the Nightmare Star to level 3, and then dismantle the ship. For the time being, this ship can be used as a warehouse and towed behind. After Yang Yi and Suna moved food, fresh water, and high-end supplies into the Nightmare Star, they controlled the ship and sailed away from the island. When the ship sailed 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed, and his whole body felt itchy, as if countless insects were crawling and biting him. He immediately stopped the boat, turned around and drove back, and the itching disappeared. Yang Yi understood why Hu Wei was guarding the island. It turned out that he couldn't leave at all. What happened? Suna noticed the noise and walked out of the cabin. The spider in my body won't let me leave this island, Yang Yi said with a grim expression. Suna frowned, pondered for a moment and said, "Stop the boat, come with me." She pulled Yang Yi all the way into the laboratory. There are 2 large metal tables here. Various instruments are placed on one table, and there is a pile of minced meat on it. It is the body parts of Hu Wei, which were collected by Suna. I just finished checking, and now I can conclude that the body is empty. The expression on Suna's face was more solemn than ever before. Empty. That's right. There are no organs or bones inside, only a thin layer of skin. Suna picked up a piece of meat with tweezers and explained, "Didn't you notice that there was very little meat on his body, and the amount of bleeding was also very small? At first I thought it had fallen into the sea, but after checking it piece by piece, I found that there were no bones or internal organs. It was just superficial skin and muscles of the human body." Yang Yi understood immediately. This body is empty, no brain, no intestines, no heart. All this must have happened the moment Hu Wei died. All his internal organs and bones were eaten by the spider. Suna concluded. After listening to her story, a drop of cold sweat ran down Yang Yi's forehead. There is probably this kind of spider in his body. He cannot control his own life and death. He may be eaten by these spiders at any time, die, and become an empty shell. Suddenly, Yang Yi noticed a fragrance. Once you become aware of this fragrance, you can't ignore it. It makes your mouth water and you can't help swallowing saliva. It was the power of the delicious chef's knife that made Hu Wei's body delicious. "Suna, you shouldn't have cheated, right?" Yang Yi asked in shock. Given her personality, Yang Yi wouldn't find it strange even if she ate a piece to try the taste. "What are you talking about? This is a precious sample, how could I possibly steal it?" Suna was a little dissatisfied. "That's good." Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He felt that eating something made with this delicious chef's knife would be bad. You might get addicted. "Okay, it's your turn." Suna put Hu Wei's body into a glass container, cleared the table, and pretended that Yang Yi should lie down on it. "This is. Check your body and see how the spiders in your body came out," Suna explained. Yang Yi was a little nervous, but finally lay down on the metal table. Because he also wanted to know what happened to him. Suna began to examine Yang Yi's body, touching him all over. "Body appearance is normal, open your mouth." Yang Yi did as he was told. Suna looked inside with a magnifying glass, then scraped off some mucosal tissue, made a simple glass slide, and observed it under an optical microscope. Seeing her frowning brows, Yang Yi felt like sitting on pins and needles. It's like a patient waiting for the doctor's decision. The more hesitant the doctor appears, the more panicked the patient becomes. A few minutes later, Suna came over with a sharp dagger in her hand. "What you do?" Yang Yi sat up quickly and stepped back to keep a distance. Why are you so nervous? If you're afraid of the pain, just give me money. I don't have any conch coins left. Suna held a dagger in her hand, looking intimidating without even getting angry. Yang Yi was quick and transferred 2,000 conch coins to Suna. The latter operated in the log, and soon a modern blood drawing kit appeared out of thin air in his hand. Do you want to draw blood? Yang Yi asked. Yes. I was going to cut you with a knife, but since you seem to be afraid of the pain, I'll just do this instead. Suna came over with a blood drawing kit. Damn it. This woman must have acted like this on purpose to cheat me out of my conch coins. Although Yang Yi had no evidence, he felt it was very likely. While drawing blood, Yang Yi asked about the laboratory information. Can this lab provide any tools? There are great limitations. Basically, we can only provide experimental equipment and medical tools. The more complex and larger the equipment, the more expensive it is. What about the lighter? The lighter works, but there's no fuel. Currently, the laboratory can only produce products such as glass, metal, ceramics, and plastics, but does not provide fuels such as alcohol, and all equipment purchased by the laboratory cannot be taken out of the laboratory. Suna replied. So that's it. Yang Yi nodded. No wonder there was no alcohol in the alcohol lamp I saw before. Then can you make flint or other tools for making fire? Yang Yi asked again. No, but you can try to make fire by rubbing two sticks together. Forget it. Yang Yi didn't think he could get fire by rubbing two sticks together in the humid sea. Even if it succeeds, this method is not a long-term solution. Once you reach the extreme winter sea, you may never be able to make fire even if you drill till the end of time. Suna drew 300 cc of Yang Yi's blood, then made a blood smear and continued to observe. Sure enough, you should come and take a look too. She asked Yang Yi to come and take a look. Yang Yi didn't know much about biology, but he could still do it by looking at the adjusted microscope. In the field of vision, in addition to red blood cells, there are many tiny particles. See those black particles? Be prepared. As soon as Suna changed the magnification of the microscope and adjusted the focus distance, Yang Yi was immediately frightened by what he saw and broke out in a cold sweat. They were tiny spiders huddled together in a ball, and their outlines had to be magnified sufficiently to barely make out their outlines. In theory, there are no spiders that are much smaller than a cell. But Yang Yi saw it under the microscope. His body is likely full of these tiny spiders, which are in a dormant state. Once awakened, Yang Yi will endure unimaginable torture, and then be eaten up and die completely. It seems that I have to visit this island. There is definitely a solution on the island. Don't worry, give me some time, Suna approached and advised, I can try to kill the spider in your body. There was a big hole in the nightmare, and it was quite expensive to repair. It cost 332 pieces of wood, 125 pieces of cloth, 108 pieces of stone, 20 pieces of steel, and took half a day. This system understands resource recycling. The supplies provided by dismantling the ship have been severely reduced, and the resources required for repairing the ship have directly doubled. However, Yang Yi did not regret shooting. Even if he had to do it again, he would choose to pull the trigger without hesitation. Who knows what will happen after those spiders come out? Maybe they will bite people, but they may also gather together and turn into a monster. In short, it's never wrong to be cautious. With such a huge harvest, we don't need any supplies. 3 days later, the nightmare was still wandering around the island. Yang Yi has a nautical chart, which gives him an innate advantage. He can use the chart to monitor the movements around the island. But for 3 days in a row, no ship appeared nearby. It may be that Hu Wei is dead. When other deceived players chatted privately, they found that there was no such person, so they became alert and no longer approached this coordinate. Of course, it is also possible that Hu Wei did not deceive many people, and Yang Yi might be the last one. During these 3 days, Suna locked herself in the laboratory. Apart from drawing a few more tubes of blood from Yang Yi, she rarely showed up. She was researching something. In the evening, as night was about to fall, Yang Yi walked into the cabin and gave a loud reminder. Suna, it's time to go back to your room and rest. The 8-hour work system is the strict rule that Yang Yi set for Suna. She can only stay in the laboratory for a maximum of 8 hours a day. This can effectively prevent Suna's sanity from being too low and falling into a state of madness. Suna. Yang Yi called out again, with some impatience on his face. Just 5 more minutes. You're still bargaining for 5 minutes. Come out now, or I'll kick you out. Yang Yi said viciously. He has the captain's authority and can kick Suna out of the laboratory directly, which literally means letting the system kick Suna out of the room. Don't. I'll come out by myself. After a commotion, Suna ran out. Are there any results? Yang Yi asked. Not even close. Suna seemed dazed, as if she was absent-minded. Yang Yi was used to this and knew that she was immersed in her own world, so he just urged her, okay, then go back to your room and rest, and we'll talk tomorrow. Suna didn't react at all and walked towards her room like a zombie. Yang Yi returned to the deck and maneuvered the boat to stop, keeping a distance of more than 100 nautical miles from the island. These days, the fish he caught were the same old ones, except for one strange fish that he caught from the deep sea using an eye fruit. It is about half a meter long and covered with corals. At first glance, it looks like a bamboo basket, but in fact, the fish is only the size of a palm and is located in the middle of the bamboo basket, and the rest of the body is coral. Name: coral cage fish. Type: food. Introduction: a deep-sea fish species, with poisonous corals growing all over its body, wrapping itself like a cage to protect itself. The fish meat is also highly poisonous, so it is not recommended to eat. Seeing the word, highly poisonous, Yang Yi didn't even want to touch the fish. He killed the fish with a wooden spear, like a ball, and sent it into the laboratory. I've had bad luck these past few days. I didn't see any treasure chests. Besides fish, I only caught 12 pieces of wood and 15 pieces of cloth. The weaknesses of fishing are fully exposed, and the harvest is very unstable, which is related to luck and fishing level. But no matter how skilled a fisherman is, he is bound to come up empty-handed. Once there are too many empty hands, the fisherman will fall into self-doubt and start pursuing metaphysics. If you cast the hook at the right time, there is a high probability that a treasure chest will appear. No matter whether you catch fish or not, just keep pumping. Remember the location of the treasure chest or big fish you caught, and come back to fish there next time. There is also the ritual of kneeling 3 times and knocking 9 times to the fishing rod, which makes the fishing rod very happy and can directly catch. Yang Yi said that these were all fake and superstitious. Because he had tried it and it didn't work at all. He is now lying on the bed, like a salted fish, checking the World Channel. Please take the lighter. As usual, Yang Yi left a message, hoping that someone would take the initiative to find him. After turning a few pages, a special fleet organization called Big Newspaper Company caught his attention. This organization appeared a few days ago and was still recruiting people. The head of the group should be the owner of a special ship, which seems to be able to print newspapers. So he decided to set up a newspaper company that would specialize in collecting the latest maritime intelligence and sell it in the form of a weekly newspaper. After so much preparation, their first weekly magazine is finally ready to be published. The first issue of the weekly magazine has been completed. The content includes the trading section, sea situation, monster intelligence, and other content is still being prepared. The weekly price is 100 conch coins, and the monthly membership fee is 300 conch coins. Everyone is welcome to provide news clues, and we will reward conch coins based on the content. If you provide fake news, you will be blacklisted forever. There are also advertising spaces for rent. I have to say that the head of this newspaper is a business genius. The price of this newspaper is not high, but it can be sold at a low profit and high volume. As long as there are tens of thousands of customers, the speed at which money can be made is simply unimaginable. The prerequisite is to build up the newspaper's reputation. Yang Yi was also interested in the newspaper and sent a private message, expressing his desire to buy a copy. The response came quickly. Pay first, then leave a private message noting the language of the newspaper. After that, the newspapers will be delivered as a free transaction. You can also add friends to apply for membership. 300 conch coins include at least 4 issues of the newspaper per month. There is currently an event where you can get 1 month free if you sign up for 3 months. No need for members, just have one first. Yang Yi directly transferred 100 conch coins. To become a member, one needs to add friends, but Yang Yi is too lazy to do so and he doesn't lack the money. He bought a copy anonymously and planned to read it first. If the content is good and valuable, you can continue to buy it later. The newspaper company is very efficient and delivers goods at night. In just a few minutes, the goods are delivered through the transaction. This is an extremely crude newspaper printed with ink. It is exactly like the old newspapers in my memory. If you rub it hard, the ink will smudge. But now, no one cares about this issue, as long as the content of the newspaper is valuable. There were no lights or fires on the Nightmare Star. Only the Witch Laboratory and Suna's room had lights. Yang Yi did not plan to visit under the pretext of reading the newspaper, but instead sneaked into the Witch Laboratory. It was very quiet inside, like another world. The air was filled with an unknown smell with a complex composition, including fishy smell and the unique smell of demonic flesh and organs. There are many organs soaked in glass jars on the wall. Yang Yi is too lazy to look at them. Looking at them too much may cause his sanity points to be deducted. There is no need for that. He opened the newspaper and began to read. This newspaper has two sides. The front side is the trading section, which publishes trading information. There are buyers and sellers, with prices clearly marked, and the ship name, player name, and ID are included. Private chats can be made at any time. Most of the things sold here are produced and sold by the company itself. Yang Yi glanced and saw an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai, the captain of the Aurora. She was selling holy water, which was quite expensive. She wanted 2,000 conch coins per bottle, or exchange it for props and equipment. If you calculate it this way, the price she gave herself was already an internal friendship price. There were also reasons for the chaotic prices and shortage of basic materials in the early stage. Yang Yi continued to look back and found a tricky relic. Name: Introduction to Corpse-Eating Cult. Type: Relic. Quality: Treasure. Introduction: This book records 18 ways of eating corpses, which can truly achieve the effect of nourishing the body with like. You will replenish what you eat. Except it can't fill your brain. After Yang Yi finished reading it, his eyes turned dark. This newspaper must be destroyed later and must not be discovered by Suna. Otherwise, that crazy woman would definitely buy the book at any price and try out the contents of the book. Thinking of this, Yang Yi got goosebumps all over his body, as if he saw the scene of Suna eating the corpse. He then shut down Suna's trading rights, completely eliminating this possibility. The other things were not so weird. Yang Yi took a quick look and found that they were either overpriced or not very effective. If it was good quality and cheap, I would have sold it in the chat channel long ago. However, Yang Yi still found an interesting piece of ship equipment. Name: Savage Catapult. Type: Ship Equipment. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: Can project objects and carry out long-range attacks. The effective range is 0-500 meters, 0 if it is too heavy to shoot. Before installation, you need to make sure there is 1 square meter of space on the deck. What the Nightmare Star lacks most at the moment is long-range attack means. This catapult can be purchased as an emergency measure if the price is not high. When Yang Yi saw the price, 2,000 conch coins, he decided to just go grab it. After upgrading the ship, you can build cannons, which are much more useful than the difficult-to-aim trebuchets. It is also more powerful than a trebuchet. The only advantage of the trebuchet is that its range is slightly longer than the current general cannon, but the flying speed of the stone is not as fast as the cannon, so it is easy to dodge. So Yang Yi concluded that this thing was not worth 2,000 conch coins at all. If it is changed to 500, it would be acceptable. He sent a private message to the seller. 500 for a trebuchet. If you're interested, PM me. The other party didn't reply. Maybe he was asleep. I'll check again tomorrow. Yang Yi looked at the purchasing section again. There were some well-known organizations, such as New World, New Humanity, and Brotherhood of Steel, which were purchasing supplies, equipment, fire-making tools, and other items. The price is generally slightly lower than the market price, and the main purpose is to quickly sell it for cash. These organizations are collecting fire-making tools, no wonder we can't get them. Yang Yi clicked his tongue. He personally cannot compete with these fleets in terms of financial resources at the moment, and his warehouse is so small. After reading this page, Yang Yi turned to the other side of the newspaper. This page is divided into two sections, namely the sea situation and monster information. There is not much content in these two sections. Even though the editor has enlarged the font, it cannot hide the fact that there is little content. The sea storm records some information and experiences, including the introduction of some fleets, the coordinates of several public islands, and speculations on the internal environment of the polar winter sea, etc. Whether the information is true or not is up to you to judge. But what is certain is that the islands with public coordinates are not of high value. Either the trees have been cut down, or you will lose your life if you go there. Yang Yi saw his old acquaintance, Zhou Dai, again. She is recruiting teammates to attack a dangerous island. It has been discovered that there is a very powerful werewolf on the island. She is recruiting teammates to join the expedition, and those who pass the assessment will receive the specific coordinates of the island. Werewolf. Yang Yi touched his chin. In his impression, werewolves are very scary creatures. Not only are they swift in action and have a keen sense of smell, but their sharp claws and fangs can also easily tear apart the human body. When facing this kind of creature, the more teammates you have, the better, so that when escaping, you just need to outrun your teammates. Yang Yi smiled and skipped it. He didn't think that ordinary people could compete with werewolves unless they had a large-caliber machine gun and could shoot accurately. He looked down and saw another valuable insight from the captain of the fishermen, whose name was anonymous. But Yang Yi has his good friends who know that his full name is He Chi and he is a veteran fisherman. About night fishing. First of all, I do not recommend any player to try night fishing. I write this report to warn everyone. It is easy to catch strange creatures when fishing at night. I have caught small fishmen and drowned people. The latter almost cost me my life. There is a 30% chance that the fish caught are abyss fish species, such as sardines with 4 legs, eels with human lips, and even octopuses that look like human heads. For the sake of your sanity, I will not attach pictures, but they are disgusting anyway. Catching these strange fish will deduct sanity points, and eating them will also deduct sanity points. I think they are of little value. If you still want to go night fishing after reading this, I suggest you prepare yourself well before going fishing. Because risks and opportunities coexist, I caught a rare fishing rod, but after waking up, I still felt a little scared. At that time, I might have gone crazy fishing. In short, night fishing is very dangerous, so don't try it lightly. I don't think I will try night fishing for a long time. He Chi is worthy of the name of a fisherman. He easily did what I dare not do. Yang Yi said with emotion. But Yang Yi recognized all the deep-sea fish species he caught. They were all familiar faces. Yang Yi won't even lose sanity when he eats them now, except for fish with special effects. As for night fishing, it's better not to try unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Yi made the decision. There is a curse on the Nightmare Star by an angler, saying that if one goes night fishing again, one might hook up a giant bobbit worm and be caught off guard and drowned. Yang Yi turned to the monster information. It focuses on introducing some common monsters in the sea, including their weaknesses, many of which Yang Yi has seen. The drowned person is fat and has a weakness of clumsiness, but can self-explode with great power. Sirens are very threatening to men. Once you hear their singing, it is best to plug your ears within 2 seconds, otherwise you will be seduced. They usually like to hunt at night, so you can wear earplugs when you sleep. You can wear earplugs. If the person who comes is a drowned person, he will just die immediately. Yang Yi shook his head, disagreeing. Skeleton monster is average in all aspects. It can be killed by crushing the skull. Blunt weapon is recommended. The little fishmen are small in size and rarely appear alone. They often appear in groups. Giant bobbit worms are huge, blind, and have sharp jaws on their heads. They can be killed by cannons. Thanks to the captain of the Heart of Iron for providing the information. There must be more monsters than these, especially powerful ones. Because there are few survivors, it is difficult to retain any information. After reading it, Yang Yi found that there was no information about the double-hammered shark, so he contacted a major newspaper. I have information about monsters to provide. How much do you usually pay? Newspaper, more than 200 conch coins. The more detailed the information, the more money you can get, no upper limit. You need to provide relevant spoils of war or corpse information proof. That's no problem. We just happen to have the organs of hammerhead sharks in our lab. The hammerhead shark can be caught. It is a social creature with 2 large eyeballs that look like red lanterns underwater. They have 2 hind thighs and strong jumping ability. Their weakness is their eyeballs, but they have no climbing ability. Yang Yi sent the information about the devil shark to the newspaper, and about half an hour later, he received a payment of 800 conch coins. Some people must have encountered this shark, but I guess not many have seen it survive. The next day, it was still dark. Yang Yi suddenly sat up, his body felt like it was being eaten by thousands of ants, and the pain and itchiness were unbearable. He knew what was happening to him and immediately ran to the helm, steering the nightmare at full speed towards the island. After sailing for more than 10 nautical miles, the bone-gnawing pain gradually eased. As the boat was moving in a hurry, Suna was also awakened by the noise. She walked out of the room and saw Yang Yi holding the rudder, standing unsteadily, with veins bulging on his body and bloodshot eyes. "What happened?" Suna asked. Yang Yi just opened his mouth and immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, with some spiders crawling in it. He then fell in a pool of blood and fainted. Yang Yi had a nightmare in which he was lying on a metal table. Suna came over wearing a bird-beak mask like those from the Black Death period in the Middle Ages and holding a scalpel. What are you doing?" Yang Yi was terrified and tried to resist, but he couldn't move at all, as if he was sleep-paralyzed. "You are sick, I am treating you," Suna said lightly. She used a scalpel to cut open Yang Yi's skin, cut open the blood vessels and muscles, searched for the spider inside, and then clipped it out. The scene was bloody. "There are still a lot of them inside you. I'll help you take them out one by one," Suna said, and continued to move the knife. No. "You will kill me," Yang Yi shouted in horror. Because Suna's red eyes are becoming more and more dangerous. With a start, Yang Yi woke up from the nightmare and saw a scalpel in front of him. He quickly pushed it away with his hand. Awake. Just like in the dream, Suna was wearing a bird-beak mask and goggles, performing surgery on Yang Yi. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi had just woken up and was traumatized by the nightmare. He was emotionally unstable, curled up and had aggressive tendencies. "Calm down, I'm saving you," Suna said calmly, pointing to the measuring cylinder on the metal table. It was almost full of dead spiders, and there were blood stains on it. "If these foreign objects are not taken out, there will be big trouble," Suna continued. After Yang Yi realized the situation, he gradually calmed down. He took a look at his condition. His HP was less than 50 and his sanity was only 37. His left eyelid seemed to be cut, and blood flowed into the eye, dyeing most of Yang Yi's vision red. He touched his eyelids with his hands, and 2 small spiders fell out of his eyelids. "Sorry, I just had a nightmare." Yang Yi, who was completely awake, apologized quickly. "I'm glad you woke up." Suna smiled and didn't care. But her left hand was hidden behind her back, tightly gripping the witch dagger, and her 5 fingers were trembling slightly with excitement. Yang Yi checked his body and found that it was covered with sutured wounds, so densely packed that he didn't want to count them. It was late at night, but the laboratory was still lit. "How long have I been unconscious?" Yang Yi asked. 35 hours and 17 minutes. "It's already the 2nd day," Suna replied. Yang Yi nodded seriously and began to check the activity log. After he fell into a coma, the captain's authority was temporarily transferred to the first mate. There were only 2 people on the Nightmare Star, and the first mate was naturally Suna, so she was given full authority to perform surgery on Yang Yi. Yang Yi jumped off the metal table, put on the pirate costume placed aside, and took out the healing spray from his clothes. This is Hu Wei's legacy, and it comes in handy at this moment. He sprayed it on the larger wound. It felt cool and refreshing, and the healing effect was good. However, the amount was small, and it was gone after 3 sprays. After a little thought, he took out the bottle of pink potion again, gritted his teeth and swallowed it. The taste was extremely spicy, like drinking a bottle of chili oil. You drank an unknown potion. Chi and blood recovery 20, wound healing accelerated, chi and blood continued to recover. Your wound is extremely itchy, sanity -20. Yang Yi's sanity level dropped to 17, and then he twisted and turned on the ground like a maggot. His wounds healed quickly as he twisted. Suna stared at it intently, took out a notebook and took careful notes, then asked, "How do you feel? I see that your wound has started to scab over. Is the effect very good? If you were to rate this potion on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate it?" Yang Yi was sweating profusely and looked at Suna with his eyes wide open. He wanted to curse, but couldn't open his mouth because once he opened his mouth, it might make a sound like ghosts howling, which was very indecent. He didn't dare to scratch it, fearing that it would aggravate the injury. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Yi finally stopped twisting and stood up as if nothing had happened. His chi and blood recovered from over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of efficacy, this potion is stronger than holy water. Name: Regeneration Potion. Type: Consumable Potion Unique. Quality: Fine. Introduction: A magic potion created by the witch Suna. It has a spicy taste and is made from water soaked in healing pearls, powdered murloc scales, and the flaming red lips of red-lipped eels. After drinking, chi and blood will be restored by 20, and sanity will be reduced by 20. Chi and blood will continue to recover, and wounds will heal faster. The wound will itch unbearably, but if you resist itching, the healing effect will be enhanced. After reading the message, Yang Yi's face turned pale and he replied without any emotion, "I give it 0 points. 0 points. How is that possible? The effect is obviously quite good, your wound has even scabbed over." Suna was very dissatisfied and retorted, "You can't ignore the efficacy just because it tastes bad." Ah. Yang Yi was speechless. To be fair, this potion is very effective, but the side effects are really unbearable. I'll send you the information, you can read it yourself. Yang Yi sent the information about the regeneration potion to Suna. By the way, I'm going to the island. Time is limited and I can't delay it any longer. Yang Yi added. This attack can be seen as a warning. The spider's kiss urged Yang Yi to land on the island, reducing the original safety distance of 200 nautical miles to 100 nautical miles. If it happens again, it is very likely to cause death. Actually, I have developed a potion that can kill the spiders in your body. Otherwise, I might not be able to save you this time. Suna took out a bottle of black potion. This is my special poison. The ingredients are taken from cyst porcupine and that freshly caught coral pot fish you caught. I mixed the toxin in it, so it is very slightly toxic to humans, but very toxic to spiders. Suna explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately took it over and checked it. Name: Death Spider Potion. Type: Consumable Potion Unique. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: Witch Suna's original magic potion is a poison specially formulated for spiders. It is less toxic to humans, but it should not be taken in large quantities. Can this magic potion cure me? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Unfortunately, no. Suna shook her head. It can kill the spiders in your body, but it's only temporary. Once the toxins are metabolized, new spiders will appear in your body. If you want to solve the problem completely, you still have to find the source of spiders and solve it from the source, so that you can completely cure your disease. Sick? Yes. Don't you think it looks like a disease? Yang Yi thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case, but this disease had a bit of a magical element. He walked out of the laboratory, took a piece of black bread and ate the sausage, and then opened a coconut to replenish his water. I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Only after eating did Yang Yi feel alive again. While eating, he suddenly thought of something and ran back to the laboratory. Suna, you said this poison is very effective against spiders. Yang Yi asked hurriedly. That's right. Then how much poison can you make? Can giant spiders like those that are huge and appear in urban legends be poisoned to death? Yes. As long as the anatomy is identified as that of a spider, the potion will work. The main ingredients are cyst porcupine and coral pot fish. There are a lot of the former, but only one of the latter, so I can only make 10 bottles at most, which is about 1 L in volume. So as long as we have coral cage fish, we can make this potion in large quantities, right? Yang Yi had an idea. He planned to poison the spiders on the island and then go back to the island. From the information on the tinder sweater, we can conclude that there must be creatures called tinder spiders on the island. The next day, when Yang Yi woke up, his energy was fully restored and his qi and blood had reached 90. He checked the weather forecast. Today's weather. The sun is shining and the sea breeze is warm. It's a good day for fishing. Location, Sea of Origin. Sunshine time, 9 hours remaining. Temperature, 15-25 degrees Celsius. Wind force, level 3. Without saying a word, he picked up his fishing rod and went out. He first assembled the fishing net, and then took out dozens of eyeball fruits from the cabin. These were the stocks he had caught before and had not eaten yet. This thing has a bad texture and taste, and since there is no shortage of food now, it is just right for catching coral cage fish. The same deep-sea fishing method is used, and the bait is eyeball fruit. You caught a red-lipped eel. You caught an octopus with a human head. You caught a long-legged sardine. Holy shit. How come you can catch long-legged sardines in deep water? Fortunately, the 4th time it was finally shipped. You caught a coral cage fish. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the fresh coral cage fish with a wooden spear and sent it to the laboratory. At this rate, he would soon be able to catch 10 coral cage fish and make 100 bottles of dead spider potion. While fishing, he suddenly received a private message from the guy who used to sell him the catapult. The first thing the other party said was, "Do you really want to buy it?" Nonsense. I won't hide it from you. I have a formula to make this kind of catapult. But you're paying 500 conch coins for one, so I won't make any profit at all. 600 conch coins per unit, buy 4 at once. If you want to sell, we'll trade, if you don't, then don't talk. Yang Yi replied immediately. He had previously left a message offering 500 conch coins for 1 unit, and the other party replied. This shows that the price of 500 is not ridiculously low and is likely to be stuck at the cost line. So Yang Yi added another 100, so there should be room for profit. Moreover, few players are willing to buy trebuchets, as their effect is far inferior to that of cannons. Soon, the seller replied. 700 conch coins, this is the lowest price I can offer. It will take time for me to make this. 650 conch coins, not a cent more. You know, in 2 weeks, no one will want this thing for 200 conch coins. The other party hesitated for a few minutes and finally agreed to the deal. After a morning, Yang Yi caught 4 coral cage fish. If he works harder in the afternoon, he can catch 10. His goal today is 10, which can be used to make 100 bottles of dead spider potion, or 10L. After a while, he received a private message. The second trebuchet has been completed and is ready to be traded. The other party makes and sells the machines immediately. Every time one is completed, he will privately message Yang Yi to sell one. The price of each machine is 650 conch coins. There are 4 machines in total, for a total of 2,600 conch coins. Of the huge sum of money Yang Yi had saved before, only 1,600 was left now. Fortunately, there was plenty of food and water, so he had no worries about food and drink. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 coral cage fish and used up all the eyeball fruits. He thought he could not complete the task, but when he put away the fishing net, he found an unexpected harvest inside, a coral cage fish. He handed all the coral cage fish to Suna, and then came to the courtyard of the Nightmare Star to find a place to install the catapult. When this catapult is not installed, it looks like a miniature figurine, only a few centimeters in size, and is very easy to move. I guess all ship equipment is like this, otherwise it would be impossible to move it. Yang Yi made a round inspection and finally installed catapults on the left and right sides of the atrium of the Nightmare Star, making them symmetrical on the left and right. The Nightmare finally has long-range strike capability. But Yang Yi bought this catapult for another purpose. He opened the chat channel and posted a message as usual, buying fire-making tools, such as lighters, at a sky-high price. Then he posted, "We are recycling rotten fish and shrimp, rotten meat, rotten vegetable leaves, bad fruit, and moldy bread. We don't want anything that doesn't stink. If you are interested, please PM me. Do you want some moldy, hairy fish? Yes, then I must. Brother, your taste is too strong, isn't it? You're composting. Are you trying to farm on the boat? Yang Yi was too lazy to explain and just bought it. The price was shockingly low. The people who sell these rotten foods don't care about the price at all. They are just waste that is going to be thrown into the sea anyway, so they will probably trade them even for one conch coin. In the end, Yang Yi bought several hundred kilograms of rotten fish and shrimp, a sheep that had not been eaten completely and had rotted, and a pile of rotten vegetable leaves for 100 conch coins. Suddenly, a private message came from Yu Dawei, the captain of the Iron Ambition. Do you want some rotten whale meat? I'll give it to you. Yes, but not too much, my boat is small. I didn't have time to throw these 3 pieces away, so I'm giving them to you. After a while, 3 pieces of whale meat were spit out by the gashapon machine, each piece was 1 meter in size. I don't know how the octopus's fist-sized tentacle mouth can spit out these huge creatures. But the styles of these gashapon machines are all different, so don't think about these details. Yang Yi looked at the deck full of rotten fish and shrimp and laughed. This should be enough. He plans to use his delicious chef's knife to make these spoiled foods delicious, then coat them with dead spider potion and send them into the island with a catapult. This move is called delicious poison. It stinks, what are you doing? Yang Yi took a lot of effort to drag the stinky fish and rotten meat into the cabin, which made Suna very dissatisfied. She walked out with her nose pinched. Because her witch laboratory and the cabin are connected. Don't worry, you'll smell the fragrance soon. Let me make a promise in advance, don't eat secretly, and don't blame me for not reminding you later. Yang Yi smiled like a bad guy. Suna seemed to understand what Yang Yi wanted to do. She wrinkled her nose and put on the bird beak mask purchased from the laboratory. The 2 people divided the work and cooperated with each other. Suna was in charge of making the poison. Yang Yi is responsible for reheating these spoiled foods and turning them into delicious food. He divided the food into portions of about 1 pound according to weight, and then wrapped them in cloth to make ammunition. The total weight of these foods is over 1,000 kilograms, and after packing, there are exactly 1,100 servings. The time has reached late at night. The cabin was full, but there was not a single odor. Instead, it was filled with a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth water. This is the effect of a delicious chef's knife. This knife is not very lethal and looks ordinary, but it is actually very dangerous. Yang Yi even felt that this chef's knife was more dangerous than all his relics. Even Yang Yi, who was holding a knife, had to be extremely careful, for fear of accidentally eating this pile of alligator. The potion is ready. Suna handed over a pile of dead spider potion, a total of 104 bottles. Okay, you go and have a rest first, I'll work overtime. Yang Yi ordered. Do you want me to help you? No need, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist eating too much. Yang Yi teased and rejected Suna. He actually didn't tell Su naming. If you smell the strange fragrance of this pile of rotten meat too much, your sanity points will be deducted. Yang Yi is fine, his spirit is high and his sanity resistance is high, so he won't go crazy even if his sanity is low. Suna's rationality is less than 60 years old. If she goes crazy, I'm afraid she will really grab these things and eat them hard. After Suna left, Yang Yi spent 10 pieces of wood to make a simple wooden barrel and poured the dead spider poison into it. There are more than 10 L of poison in total, which is only enough to fill half a bucket. Yang Yi dipped the cloth bag containing rotten meat and leaves into poison and then took it out. If you leave it overnight, it will be marinated and flavorful. 10 L of dead spider potion was made by Yang Yi into 462 rounds of carrion shells. The barrel had run dry, even the last drop of the dead spider potion had been sucked out. The remaining rotten meat can be saved for tomorrow. You can still fish in coral cages and make potions. I checked the weather forecast and it was only 2 hours until dawn. Time flies. I'm afraid tomorrow will be a day with low energy. We still have to urge Suna to make a potion to restore her energy. The side effects of the stimulant potion are too bad. Sleep till dawn. In just 2 hours, Yang Yi had a very memorable nightmare. But when he said he had a deep impression, he couldn't remember clearly what he dreamed about. He could only say that the dream had a strong presence. It seems to be a giant spider. It is hard to measure how big this spider is. Whenever he tried to recall, Yang Yi had a splitting headache and felt like retching and vomiting. Is there something so powerful on the island? Yang Yi felt a little scared and became more determined to poison these spiders to death. He checked his energy, which was less than 70. But Yang Yi was not going to the island today, so it was basically enough. Now, he is very close to the island, less than 50 nautical miles. The Nightmare Star towed the undismantled sailing ship and approached the island in less than 2 hours. On the way, Yang Yi did not forget to fish. He brought 3 newly caught coral cage fish into the laboratory, and then used a large piece of cloth to carry the 462 carrion shells in batches to the atrium. "Let me give you a snack," Yang Yi said with a wicked smile, handed out a bag of delicious food, and threw it into the dense forest. This catapult is quite effective and can throw a pound of rotten meat a distance of 400 meters. Although a few hundred meters is still considered outlying for an island with a diameter of 5 kilometers, Yang Yi believes that these spiders will follow the smell and find their way here. The cloth used to wrap the food is not strong, and it will surely explode when it falls to the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat and vegetables, which can be shared by multiple spiders at once. After firing more than a dozen bullets, Yang Yi noticed some movement in the forest. It was the movement of some large creature. It worked. Yang Yi controlled the movement of the Nightmare Star, changed several angles and directions, and projected again. These more than 400 bags of delicious food were quickly sold out, and in a blink of an eye, only a few dozen bags were left. Yang Yi also came to the other side of the island. Somehow, these spiders discovered the Nightmare Star and ran out of the woods. They are of different sizes. The small one is only the size of a palm, and the big one is 1 meter long, with long and slender legs, which makes Yang Yi's scalp tingle. Among them there is a special individual, which is 3 meters in size. There is a dried human body on the spider's head. It has no limbs or head, only a torso. When you see an abnormal creature, your sanity decreases by 5. What's this spider? Without waiting for these fire spiders to get close, Yang Yi had already run to the bow of the ship, ready to control the Nightmare Star to evacuate. If so many spiders jumped onto the boat, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, these spiders are afraid of water, so they all stopped on the shore and did not move further. What's even more amazing is that these spiders can talk. Spider A, what a nice smell. Spider B, special instance, here's some delicious food. Spider C, it smells so good. Yang Yi was stunned for a few seconds and could hardly believe his ears. Am I going crazy and starting to hear voices? He immediately informed Suna. Suna, come to the deck quickly, these spiders seem to be able to talk. Suna received a private message and ran out in a flash. Her attention was quickly drawn to the special individual with a piece of human body on its head. Did you hear that? These spiders can speak human language, and it's standard Mandarin. Yang Yi asked Suna. The latter frowned, looked at Yang Yi strangely, and said that he heard nothing. Yang Yi was shocked and immediately realized that there was a problem on his side. He checked his sanity value and found that it was over 80, and he would not go crazy. The remaining possibility is the spider's kiss. It also has a hidden effect that allows the player to understand spiders, and possibly even communicate with them. Yang Yi tried it immediately, put on an enthusiastic smile on his face, and tried to shout. Come. 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 I have a lot of delicious food here. When you eat, don't forget to take some back and share with everyone. As he spoke, he threw the little remaining spoiled food to the spiders. Spider A, great. Spider B, I'll take it back for Mom to try, too. Spider C, thank you. Yang Yi grinned and threw a few more packets of delicacies at Spider B. He would not sympathize with these creatures just because he could communicate with spiders. You have to know that these spiders are monsters that kill people without blinking an eye, especially some special individuals with a part of a human body on their heads. Before Yang Yi arrived, they had already killed countless players. Yang Yi threw the remaining delicacies over and received a lot of kind words of gratitude. He waved warmly and watched the giant spider with a human body on its head leave. When it left, it was dragging a large bag of delicacies on its tail with spider silk. "Eat more, I'll come again tomorrow." Yang Yi shouted loudly, not caring whether the spiders understood him or not. After launching this batch of delicacies, Yang Yi sailed away from the island. While there was still time, Yang Yi caught 3 more coral cage fish and asked Suna to make more than 60 bottles of dead spider potion. "You definitely can't kill all the spiders by poisoning them at once." Yang Yi threw a few more times before going to the island, this way it would be safer. 3 days later, Yang Yi repeated the poisoning. Because he bought so much rotten food, he got a nickname in the chat channel, Scavenger. Fortunately, Yang Yi likes to remain anonymous when doing business, and only a few of his friends know his true identity. "What are you doing?" Zhou Dai, the captain of the Dawn Goddess, asked in a private message. She is also an old friend, and Yang Yi has no intention of hiding anything from her. "I'm trying to poison the monster to see if I can kill it," Yang Yi replied. "It seems you are good at fighting monsters." "It's not bad. These monsters will actually die if they are killed." On the 4th day, Yang Yi continued to poison, and no spider came to ask for food anymore. "This means that most of the spiders on the island are dead, and we can go to the island tomorrow. Today the nightmare can stop closer to prepare for going to the island tomorrow." At night, Yang Yi prepared his luggage in the cabin, taking everything he needed with him and putting the spare items in his stomach bag. Suna also ran over. "What, you want to go too?" Yang Yi frowned and looked at Suna. "Yes, I want to go too. But if you go, there will be no one to guard the nightmare. What if you happen to meet other players?" Yang Yi didn't want to take Suna with him. "Why not just take the crystal ball with you? The island is so small, it won't be beyond the signal range," Suna replied. Yang Yi thought about it again and finally agreed. Even if he refused, given Isuna's personality, she might follow him secretly. Instead of that, it would be better to let her go along. The two made preparations, including weapons and equipment, potions, dry food and fresh water. Yang Yi's weapons include a flintlock, a spoiled sea serpent's fang, a spare chef's knife, a bottle of red unknown potion, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut milk, and 2 bottles of dead spider potion. Yang Yi also asked Suna to make a few bottles of regeneration potion. Some spare supplies are placed in the stomach bag, and a few long-legged sardines are carried with you to make it easier to open the stomach bag. Suna's weapons were a pirate longbow, more than 40 poisoned iron arrows, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut milk, 2 bottles of dead spider potion, a witch dagger, and a treasure bag containing 2 loaves of black bread and sausages. As for fresh water, we each brought 2 L. After getting ready, they each went back to their rooms to rest and recover their energy to ensure they were in good health tomorrow. Yang Yi has a light sleep and suffers from nightmares. He relies on coconut water to regain his energy. But he had just fallen asleep for a short while when he was awakened by a vibration and sat up. The crystal ball beside the bed was shaking wildly, indicating that a player appeared nearby. Yang Yi became alert and immediately checked the nautical chart. The name of the other ship was also shown on the nautical chart, and it was called Good Luck. He immediately searched for the name of the ship and activated his peeping skill. Search, lucky number. There were a dozen. This means that the Good Luck is an ordinary ship, and the name is given by the player himself. Ordinary ships can be renamed once, provided that they cannot have the same name as a special ship. Yang Yi tried it randomly and found that he made the wrong choice and did not select the target ship. He could only turn off the image, check the nautical chart, and speculate on the purpose of the Good Luck's visit. The speed is about 40 knots, but it may not be full speed. This route, he is probably heading towards the island. The Good Luck was 100 nautical miles away from the island, but its route was straight towards the island. This is most likely not a coincidence. The other party probably has the coordinates of this island. After thinking for a while, Yang Yi decided to drive the boat and go over to take a look. In order to conquer the island, he made a lot of preparations, and there was also the spider's kiss state that needed to be resolved on the island. Never let anyone get there first. It will be daybreak in 5 hours. He probably doesn't dare to go to the island at night. Yang Yi controlled the Nightmare Star and approached the Good Luck from the side, keeping a considerable safe distance. He decided to wait until tomorrow morning to find out the situation before taking the next step. If the ship has cannons, Yang Yi can find a place to land quietly and then communicate with the player on the shore. If it doesn't have a cannon, that's easy, just aim at it. Don't forget, Yang Yi's ship is equipped with a catapult. The Nightmare Star also has a rare ship equipment, the head of a giant bobbit worm. It is guaranteed to make a big hole in it. Are there other players? Suna also woke up and found Yang Yi at the helm, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Yes, let's go over there at daybreak. I don't think he would dare to go to the island at night, no matter how brave he is. There's no rush. A few hours later, the sky brightened rapidly. Yang Yi leaned against the rudder and stared at the crystal ball all night. After approaching the island, the Good Luck never moved again, and Yang Yi stared at it in loneliness. He woke up Suna and asked her to take the helm and approach the Good Fortune. He took out his telescope and climbed up the mast. Name: Ordinary Telescope. Type: Treasure. Quality: Ordinary. Introduction: An ordinary telescope can clearly see ships 10 nautical miles away in good light. As the distance got closer, Yang Yi could see the other party ship clearly. No cannons. Or is it a second-class ordinary ship? Yang Yi was speechless, feeling that he was too vigilant. This ship was of the same model as Huwei's large sailing ship, but it was a bit smaller and definitely had only 2 levels. He asked Suna to drive over at full speed to see who the other party was. The Nightmare Star towed the large sailboat gradually closer and stopped about 300 meters away from the Good Luck. At this distance, ordinary bows and arrows cannot reach it. Yang Yi jumped off the mast with a frown on his face. It's strange, why is there no movement at all? Did this person go to the island? Or, he is hiding and wants to trick me. Yang Yi looked at the Good Luck number. This is a sailboat less than 20 meters in length. It looks ordinary at first glance, and even more ordinary upon closer inspection. Suna, you take the helm, I'll fire a few shots at him. Yang Yi took several units of stone from the cabin. 1 unit of stone had a volume of about 1 cubic decimeter and weighed 5 or 6 kilograms, which was just enough for the catapult. He was going to fire a few rounds at the sailboat to see if there was anyone there. After aiming, Yang Yi fired directly. He had been playing with this trebuchet for a few days and was very experienced. The first shot landed accurately on the deck of the Good Luck, causing a huge noise but not breaking the deck. It's pretty solid. Yang Yi fired another 6 or 7 rounds, one of which directly made a hole in the deck, but the opponent still did not move. Suna, come over and make a hole in its hull so I can see if there is anyone hiding in the cabin. Yang Yi ordered. He had done this to others before, so he was particularly cautious and there was no way he would fall into this trap. But, he was overthinking it. The bobbit worm's head had 4 very sharp jaws, which cut off a section of the Good Fortune's stern with one bite, revealing the cabin inside. But there's nothing inside. Yang Yi stood there in a daze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. After mobilizing so many troops, the result is that they are just fighting a battle of wits and courage with the air. He no longer hesitated and ordered Suna to move over, build a wooden bridge, and prepare to board the Good Fortune with flintlock in hand. Then he boarded the ship without any resistance. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a log reminder that he could decompose the Good Luck number. This shows that the ship owner is completely finished. But how did he do it? Why did he die so quickly? I came here at dawn, and it's been less than an hour. Even if I put a pig on the island, it can't die so quickly. I have poisoned almost all the spiders on the island. Yang Yi complained to Suna. How should I know? Do you want to add some more poison? No, I don't think it's the spider's fault. Just be careful when the time comes. In the end, Yang Yi disassembled the Good Luck and decided to go to the island to avenge him. The supplies found are as follows: 2 pieces of black bread, 2 ell of fresh water, 23 pieces of wood, 15 pieces of cloth, and a fishing rod. Decompose the lucky number, you get wood *143, cloth *95. The destruction of the ship will indeed reduce the harvest from decomposition. Let's go back a few hours. It was still dark and the Good Luck had just docked. Captain Li Rong threw down his fishing rod and waded ashore. Yang Yi could never have imagined that Li Rong was so brave that he dared to go to the island at night. Hee, we go to the island in the dark and take the enemy by surprise. There will be no ambush. Li Rong was quite pleased with himself, his eyes reddened. If he takes a look at his own condition, he will find that Li Rong. Energy, 67/100. Sanity, 42 out of 100, madness, arrogance. Qi and blood, 100/100. After getting ashore, Li Rong took out his machete and walked towards the island with a swagger. He planned to look for edelweiss in the dark. By the way, look for possible treasure chests. If he could find the recipe for the tinder sweater, he would become rich. But Li Rong stopped after taking only 2 steps. He smelled a very fragrant scent and couldn't stop himself from wanting it. This smells so good. You smell a sweet scent, sanity -10. Li Rong followed the smell and found a pool of chocolate stuck on the ground. There were a lot of maggots crawling on it, but Li Rong ignored them. It may be that the visibility is poor due to darkness or some other reason. Li Rong held the chocolate in his palm and smelled it hard. It smells so good. The aroma is overflowing, your rationality -10. When your sanity is below 30, you will become extremely hungry. Li Rong swallowed the chocolate in one gulp, with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction on his face. It's delicious. He was so hungry that he ate all the chocolate on the ground. He even scraped off a layer of soil. His belly bulged and his fingernails turned outward. As for the machete, he had thrown it away long ago. Thanks for the gift of nature. Li Rong's face was distorted by the delicious taste. His nose twitches. There are still some. Li Rong quickly ran to the next place, picked up a pile of rotten leaves and started eating, with a look of happiness on his face. Eat the most delicious food ever, your body and mind are satisfied, your sanity -20. Sanity is below 10. Before going to the island, Yang Yi checked his condition. Status, healthy, a large human body pattern, all green. Strength, 4, 97/100. Spirit, 7+1, 2388/8000, talent bonus. Agility, 5+1, 23/200, pirate suit bonus. Constitution, 4, 99/100. Perception, 5, 172/200. Sanity, 100/100. Energy, 72/100. Qi and blood, 100/100. Talent, iron will, refuse to die. Special status, spider's kiss. During this period, his agility grew a little, reaching the human average of 5 points. He ran faster than before and was more flexible. Strength and physique are also improving quickly, and the perception is not much worse. Only spiritual improvement is very difficult. It is much more difficult to grow high attributes than low attributes. After making preparations, Yang Yi and Su Na looked at each other and nodded to each other, indicating that they were ready. They went straight ashore and headed towards the woods. Yang Yi has been looking for the captain of the Good Luck. This is not difficult to find. Because people getting off the boat have to wade through the water, it is easy for them to leave clear footprints in the mud. This person went to the island and died there soon after. Stay alert. Yang Yi said to Su Na seriously, walking in front. He still didn't know that the other party had lost his mind and chose to go to the island at night. Yang Yi followed closely and soon found the machete that had fallen to the side. Name, ordinary machete. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Introduction, an ordinary machete. This knife is of very low quality. He dared to go to the island with such an ordinary weapon. We can only say that this person is very brave, or he is really capable. The two soon noticed some special traces on the side. A layer of soil had been dug away, but it was not deep and nothing was buried. Yang Yi had no idea for a moment. Su Na stood behind Yang Yi. Her sense of smell was more sensitive than Yang Yi's. She shrugged her nose and looked upwards. This is. She noticed a piece of rag hanging on the branch above the trace and immediately understood what was going on. Yang Yi, it seems like this guy ate the rotten meat you threw in. Clam. No way. This meat is infested with maggots. Even if it smells delicious, it's not worth eating, right? Yang Yi looked in the direction of Suna's finger and found the piece of rag. Did you really eat it? Yang Yi felt a little horrified. He didn't even look at what it was and just ate it. This is not my fault. The two followed the footprints and discovered more signs of delicacies being eaten. But no spiders or other large creatures were seen. Only some spider shells that had been eaten clean were found. Just like eating crabs, the flesh and internal organs of the spider's body are hollowed out, leaving only some light shells with a foul smell. This means that the spider must have been dead for some time, and the body was eaten by something. Yang Yi picked up one of the larger shells and obtained the information. Name: Fireweed Spider Monster, Adult. Introduction: a large spider that is carnivorous and quite social. It will act in groups to hunt large creatures. The hair on its body has a good warming effect. Can be put into the monster gashapon machine. P.S. Monster corpses that are used as food or materials by players can no longer be used for gacha. There are tufts of fluff attached to a piece of carapace on the abdomen. Name: Fire Velvet Spider Hair. Type: Material. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: a material with better thermal insulation performance than wool and goose down. It can be collected and made into sweaters. Yang Yi collected all the shells and fluff and put them into his stomach. Whether it will be turned into a capsule toy or made into a sweater depends on the sales rate of the capsule toy. Suna didn't pay attention to the shells, but stared at a footprint on the ground and stretched out her hand to gesture. What's wrong? Yang Yi walked over and asked. Don't you think this footprint is bigger and deeper than before? And he doesn't seem to be wearing shoes. Suna put her hand into the footprint and felt it carefully. Yang Yi observed it and frowned. That seems to be the case. He looked behind him. The two of them followed the footprints all the way here. The owner of the footprints could not have changed. He was the captain of the Good Luck. It's just that his body seemed to have undergone some abnormal changes. It is impossible for a normal human body to undergo such a drastic change in such a short period of time. That is a privilege enjoyed by insects that have undergone metamorphosis. For example, a caterpillar emerges from its cocoon and becomes a butterfly. But usually not that fast. So, can the owner of these footprints still be called a human being? Yang Yi looked at the footprints and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, let's go and take a look. He also wanted to figure out what exactly happened to this player. Know it in advance so that you can be prepared in the future. Anyway, he had no way out. The two continued to move forward. Yang Yi walked in front and Suna followed closely behind. Her eyes were fixed on the chef's knife on Yang Yi's waist, and no one knew what she was thinking. As they went deeper, they approached the center of the island. The spider density here is even higher, and the shells are everywhere, all eaten clean. The footprints of this player have reached an extremely exaggerated level. They are swollen and irregularly round, almost as thick as an elephant's leg. His weight must have reached an exaggerated level, after all, he ate so much. And there was no excrement along the way. He only eats and doesn't poop, and he eats so much. Isn't his digestion and absorption ability a bit exaggerated? Yang Yi exclaimed. After moving forward for a few hundred meters, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to stop Suna from moving forward. Show. He motioned for silence. Soon, Suna also heard the heavy breathing and swallowing sounds. Yang Yi made a gesture, which was what he and Suna had agreed on, meaning that he would go and take a look first. After walking forward a few meters, Yang Yi climbed over a bush and finally saw the source of the sound. Discover a disgusting monster, your sanity will decrease by 5. It was a bloated and fat giant, more than 3 meters tall. Its body had bulged and burst due to rapid growth. At first glance, it looked like it had been skinned and was covered in blood. Only a layer of translucent membrane tissue was left in its stomach, which was filled with yellowish liquid, like fat or some other liquid. From 5 meters away, Yang Yi could smell the stench emanating from it, which was like rotten grease. And this monster can talk. Meat, where did you hide all that delicious meat? As the monster spoke, it tore and bit the body of the tinder spider next to it. This spider is a special individual. There should be a piece of dried human body grafted on its head, but now it is gone, leaving only a hole. It must have been eaten by the giant. After some effort, the giant found the intestines in the spider's abdomen, squeezed out the food residues that had not been excreted, and poured them into his mouth. These residues are delicacies that have not been excreted, and contain dead spider potion, which is highly toxic to spiders. The giant didn't care what he ate and stuffed it all into his mouth. After eating all of this, he seemed unsatisfied and ate the spider's corpse very quickly. This person is distorted. Suna sent a private message. Seeing that Yang Yi didn't move, she followed carefully and squatted behind Yang Yi, half a body length away. How could he become such a monster? Yang Yi replied in the diary. Both were using diaries, communicating secretly without making any sound. I don't know. I'd have to do an autopsy to find out, but I think it's related to eating the rotten meat you threw in there. Then it's my fault. Yang Yi curled his lips. At the same time he understood one thing. In this world, player deaths can perhaps be divided into 2 types. One is physical death, such as being killed directly. The other is spiritual death. For some reason, the player will be deformed into a monster, and at this point, he will be deemed dead by the system. This giant is huge, it might be hard to kill him. Let me give him a big one, it should be able to blow him to pieces. Yang Yi was ready to take action. No, try to leave a complete one for me. I want to find out the reason for his deformation. Yang Yi thought about it and agreed to Suna's request. Because he also wanted to find out the cause of the distortion. Only by understanding can you not be afraid of the unknown. After the giant finished eating the spider, he suddenly raised his head and sniffed the air. Oh no. He may have discovered us. Suna sent a private message. Yang Yi didn't reply, but took the initiative. At a distance of more than 5 meters, Yang Yi would definitely not miss this head which was as big as a pig's head. Bang. Gunshots rang out and flames exploded. The shot hit the giant's cheek, breaking off half of his face. But the giant's head was as big as a pig's and his skull was very hard. The bullet did not hurt his brain, but only disfigured him. His 2 eyeballs flew out, his cheeks were torn, and his gums were exposed. One shot won't kill this monster in standard mode. And Yang Yisuna's location was also exposed. Fresh meat. The giant howled through his torn mouth, then ran towards the 2 with heavy steps. Losing his eyeball didn't seem to have much impact on him. The 2 men immediately stepped back, using the trees as a barrier to keep a distance from the giant. 2 iron arrows coated with poison were shot at the giant's belly, but to no avail. The giant rushed around like a madman, knocking down all the trees along the way. If this hits a person, the consequences will be disastrous. Bang. Another gunshot rang out, and Yang Yi hit his knee, and the giant fell to his knees on the spot. It seemed to be irritated and spat out a large mouthful of pus at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi, who was on guard, dodged it. But the tree behind him was in trouble. It looked like it had been doused with strong acid. White smoke came out and its bark kept falling off. Be careful of the yellow liquid in his body. Suna warned, it might be his digestive juice. He also digested the arrow. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and found that the arrow that was originally stuck in the monster's belly was gone and fell to the ground. The arrow had disappeared completely, and white smoke came out of the broken surface. Fresh meat. The giant came running again. He seemed to have the ability to heal, and the wound on his face was slowly healing. Yang Yi did not dare to delay and ran away while thinking about countermeasures. But as I was running, there was suddenly no movement behind me. He looked back and saw the giant grabbing the dirt from the ground and starting to eat it. That was the delicious poison that Yang Yi had thrown onto the island before. This giant seemed to be crazy about delicious food. No matter what it was, even dirt, he would eat it. Yang Yi's eyes lit up and he immediately came up with a plan. he took out his chef's knife and slashed at the tree next to him. The tree immediately gave off a sweet smell. When the giant smelled the smell, he ran towards the tree as if he had gone mad, hugged the tree and started eating it frantically. This giant seems to be able to speed up regeneration by devouring. After eating a tree, new flesh buds have grown on his face, seemingly reorganizing his face, but the shape is completely different from before. Yang Yi scratched the ground with the chef's knife again. The giant immediately came running over and ate the dirt, digging a big hole. You can eat anything. Yang Yi didn't believe it, so he scratched a large rock protruding from the ground and used a little force, leaving a white mark. The giant immediately pounced over, hugged the stone and started to bite it, not caring if it meant breaking a few teeth. It's strange. Under the influence of his saliva, the hard stone actually became soft and could be chewed. Yang Yi frowned. This giant seems to be able to digest everything, including wood, soil, and stones, and his digestive ability is incredibly strong. But he doesn't seem to have much ability to identify. As long as there is something with a sweet smell, he will try his best to eat it, no matter what it is. So what will the giant do if he finds out that he is the most fragrant thing? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashed, and the chef's knife in his hand flew over and stabbed into the giant's flesh. Suddenly, the giant stopped gnawing on the stone and sniffed around like a dog, finally locking onto himself. Then he bit his left hand with such great force that it broke immediately, followed by his left arm and right hand. The scene is terrifying, your sanity decreases by 10. The giant ate his own arms, and also gnawed off his own feet and half of his calves. His neck then began to lengthen and he began to try to gnaw on his own torso. Yang Yi couldn't bear it anymore and shot from a few meters away. After a misfire, the flintlock burst into fire again and hit the giant right in the forehead. After that, Yang Yi would shoot him every 10 seconds. After firing 7 or 8 shots and 3 or 4 misfires, the giant's brain was finally shattered by Yang Yi, and then he completely stopped moving. Suna was recording the process. As early as when Yang Yi used the chef's knife to deal with the giant, she knew that the giant was no longer a threat. She originally wanted to stop Yang Yi from smashing the giant's head. After all, a complete head is more conducive to anatomical research. But she couldn't think of a way to kill the giant unless she smashed his head, so she could only watch silently without saying anything. After the giant died, a large amount of corrosive liquid flowed out of his body, and the burning ground was covered with white smoke. This liquid feels like it's gastric juice. Suna speculated and collected some gastric juice in a glass bottle. But this gastric juice seems unable to digest glass. At least I can't digest it now. The two of them wandered around for a while, until the liquid had almost flowed out, and then Yang Yi used a branch picked up from the roadside to pull out the chef's knife. After washing it with some fresh water, the properties of the chef's knife also changed and it seemed to be severely corroded. Name: corroded delicious chef's knife. Type: relic. Quality: ordinary. Introduction: after being soaked in acid for too long, this knife has been severely corroded and is no longer sharp. There is a certain probability that the objects it cuts will become delicious. This weapon is useless. Yang Yi felt a little distressed. Although this chef's knife was very dangerous, it could also be a very powerful equipment if used properly. It withstood the bombardment of Yang Yi's flintlock rifle, but could not withstand the acid. Of course, it may also be because the battles between players will not damage weapons and equipment. In order to take the corpse away, Yang Yi and Suna began to dig soil and spread it on the giant to reduce the corrosion effect. Then they tied it up with simple ropes and prepared to tow it back to the boat together. During the process, Yang Yi also obtained information about this giant. Name: Glutton, Li Rong. Introduction: humans whose sanity is too low and who have been distorted by the pollution of the abyss have gained unparalleled digestive abilities, but have also fallen into endless hunger and thirst. Can be put into the monster gashapon machine. Yang Yi noticed the key word, too low rationality. This means that when sanity is too low, the human body will be distorted and turned into a non-human being. This is too scary. Yang Yi often ignores his own sanity value, feeling that it doesn't matter if it's a little lower, and it will even increase the attribute. But if distortion occurs, the situation will be very different. He doesn't want to give up being a human being. Fortunately, so far, Yang Yi's sanity has not been lower than 10. Sanity 10 should be a dividing line, the dividing line between humans and non-humans. Sanity below 50 is insanity, below 30 will lead to suicidal tendencies, and below 10 is definitely a distortion. Those whose sanity is below 30 and who choose to commit suicide, maybe they did nothing wrong. At least they would die as human beings, rather than turning into monsters. But what Yang Yi didn't know was, lowering rationality and accelerating distortion is actually a way of committing suicide. Yang Yi told Suna his idea and got her approval. No matter what, your sanity should not fall below 10. After spending a lot of time and losing 3 simple ropes, the 2 men finally dragged the glutton's body to the shore. Just get on board and grab it with the grappling hook, and the corpse can be retrieved into the cabin. Yang Yi looked at the time and saw that there were less than 5 hours left in the day. He decided to postpone his exploration and not explore the island further, but instead collect the bodies of dead fire velvet spiders on the island. Suna entered the laboratory. She couldn't wait to dissect the body. She probably wouldn't come even if Yang Yi called her. Yang Yi could only return to the island alone and focus on collecting the spider corpses. These corpses can be divided into 3 types: juveniles, adults, and giants. Larvae cannot be used in gashapon. Adults can. Special giant tinder spiders are also possible. Name: Giant Fire Velvet Spider, Evolving. Introduction: a special individual of the Fire Velvet Spider monster, very rare, with the potential to evolve, and can achieve a leap in life level by transplanting into the human body. Yang Yi only found 1 giant fire spider monster. Find 20 adult fireweed spiders. The others are a large number of baby spider monsters, especially in large numbers. Fortunately, they all have more or less tinder on their bodies, which can be collected and used to make sweaters. A total of 327 units of fireweed spider hair were obtained, excluding adult spider monsters. After finishing all this, it was almost evening. Yang Yi returned to the Nightmare Star. He first tried to upgrade the Nightmare Star using the corpse of an adult spider monster, but it failed. This is a beast, and cannot be used for upgrading. It seems that the monsters in this world are classified into different categories, and only the more weird ones are called demons. Big spiders like this are only classified as wild beasts. Only the giant tinder spider monster is classified as a demon because it can graft onto human bodies. In this case, I can only twist it as a sign of respect. Yang Yi was ready to use the corpses of these 20 adult fire spider monsters to gacha, and he also sent a private message to Suna. Suna, are you sure you don't want to gacha? It seems like you have better luck than me. Don't bother me. Suna was dissecting a glutton and didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Yi shrugged. If she doesn't twist, it's her loss. But Yang Yi still gave her 2 chances, mainly to verify the shipping rules of the capsule machine. Because of the gashapon delivery, the first 2 times are basically guaranteed to come out. But Yang Yi didn't know whether the times of the 2 of them were calculated independently, so he had to verify it. Yang Yi threw in the flesh and blood and started to gacha. He didn't stock up this time, he opened one as it came out. You get the beetle armor breastplate. You get a silk sack. You get wood *3. Behind them were some basic supplies and a small amount of conch coins, with only 1 additional bronze supplies treasure chest opened. The total is wood *138, cloth *112, stone *10, steel *1, sulfur *21, crystal *1, conch coin *100. If the treasure chest hadn't appeared, the subsequent dozen or so gachas would have been a huge waste. It would be better to make all these adult tinder spiders into tinder sweaters. However, I have completely figured out the rules of the gashapon machine. For the same monster, you will almost certainly get it in the first 2 gashapons, but it will be very difficult to get it after that. As for the golden legend, I guess only the lucky ones can get it, and it should have nothing to do with the number of times you draw it. Name: Insect Armor Heart Mirror. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Introduction: the heart-protecting mirror made of the hardest head armor of the fire velvet spider can provide good protection. Name: Silk Capsule. Type: Consumables. Quality: Good quality. Introduction: a silk sack that can be squeezed to spray out spider silk. It is stronger than ordinary ropes and can bear a weight of 500 kilograms. It is lightweight and has strong stickiness. It can bind enemies. The capacity is 100/100, but it is afraid of fire. During the day, Yang Yi only explored about 1/3 of the island and harvested a total of 20 adult spider corpses and 327 units of fluff. If fully explored, these numbers could quadruple. And there must be a spider nest on the island, and there are probably quite a few spiders inside. If you collect all the hair of these spiders, make them into sweaters and sell them, you will definitely make a lot of money. As it grew dark, Yang Yi sailed away from the island, preparing to come back tomorrow. It is not advisable to get too close to the island at night. It would be bad if there are any unknown creatures on it. After all, it has not been fully explored. Tomorrow, he planned to wake up early and arrive before daybreak to ensure that he would have enough time to explore during the day. Suna, go back to your room and rest. Yang Yi walked into the cabin and shouted. This woman has no self-control and easily forgets to eat and sleep when she is studying. Yang Yi took a look and found that she only had 53% of her rationality left. After being urged several times, Suna finally walked out of the laboratory, with a look of disbelief on her face and muttering something. There is only one organ in his stomach, an oversized stomach. The other organs are probably digested. The body fluids are all stomach acid. Even the brain is directly connected to the stomach, as if the stomach is controlling the brain. If this continues, he may not need a brain anymore. Okay, check your sanity. Yang Yi pushed her and rushed her onto the deck. There are still 2 chances to gacha here, try it. Suna has no enthusiasm for gashapon and she has no soul when she does it. She casually threw in the body parts, spun the capsule machine a few times, and left, not even bothering to pick up the capsules on the ground. Yang Yi picked it up reluctantly. You get wood *5. You get crystal *1. They are all basic supplies. This means that the crew members on the same ship share the same number of gachas, and after the first 2 gachas, the shipments become worse. After doing all this, Yang Yi returned to the cabin. He still had one thing to do, which was to make sweaters with the more than 300 pieces of fluff he had obtained. Yang Yi actually doesn't know how to knit sweaters, but the system forces him to understand. It took him 15 minutes to knit a pair of woolen trousers with his bare hands. The whole process was very magical. Yang Yi didn't know how he did it, but he just could make it. He rubbed for 45 minutes, and his energy was depleted by 9 points. He rubbed out 2 pairs of woolen trousers and a sweater. Yang Yi put these 3 sweaters and trousers together with the 2 sweaters left by Hu Wei, intending to keep them for his own use. He then returned to the captain's room and opened the world chat channel as usual. There are still as many people collecting fire-making tools as ever. At present, people have not found a way to mass-produce fire tools. Yang Yi also tried to leave a message, buying fire-making tools at a sky-high price. Immediately afterwards, someone repeated Yang Yi's words like a tape recorder. It looks like it's going to be hard to get. Yang Yi was not in a hurry, since it would still take some time for the extreme winter sea to spread. He drank a bottle of coconut milk, locked the door, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Yang Yi got up before dawn. He checked his status. Except for his energy, which was only 93, all other status were full. After breakfast, Yang Yi packed up the things he wanted to take, including 2 L of fresh water, a few long-legged sardines, to open the stomach, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, magic potion, a bottle of coconut milk, weapons and equipment, and the newly acquired heart protector. Some spare supplies are placed in the stomach pouch, such as silk sacks and spare regeneration potions. After sorting it out, Yang Yi checked his attributes again and found that his strength and physique had both risen to 5, reaching the average level of adult humans. He controlled the nightmare and headed towards the island. This time, Suna was not going to follow. She was concentrating on studying the body of the glutton. 10 minutes before dawn, Yang Yi arrived at the island. His goal this time was to find the spider's nest on the island, completely eliminate the potential hidden dangers on the island, and create a convenient and safe environment for subsequent operations. And the answer to the state of Spider's Kiss should also be found in the spider's lair. As soon as the sun rose, Yang Yi went to the island and walked all the way to the center of the island. He remembered that the density of spider corpses was higher in the center, so the nest was most likely there. As Yang Yi walked, he picked up some fire spider corpses along the way. This greedy stomach will not refuse any corpse. It will automatically open and swallow the corpse, eating up all the flesh and blood, leaving only the shell and fluff. Even if the corpse stinks, it will eat it. As he walked, Yang Yi became puzzled. What on earth do these spiders eat to survive? Why can't we see any small animals on the island, only spiders? It doesn't know how to go into the water to fish. Yang Yi found it strange. After circling the center of the island, he finally found a cave. This is a hole vertical to the ground, 2 meters deep, with a passage extending diagonally downward inside, which is pitch black. The entrance to the cave is very wide, and the creatures that come in and out are quite large. Moreover, there are not even any weeds near the entrance, so it is obvious that something comes in and out frequently. Yang Yi approached the cave entrance and saw several dead little spiders lying at his feet. They were the size of a palm and their bodies had already dried and hardened. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the location of the nest. He tried to smell the cave, which was filled with a stench of rot. This means that there are a large number of corpses in the cave, and the spiders have suffered heavy casualties, or may even all be dead. This is a good thing. Yang Yi picked up the spider corpse at his feet and fed it into his stomach, and took out the crystal ball inside. In addition to displaying the sea chart, this crystal ball also emits a faint light. Although it is not as bright as a candle, it is worse than nothing. He jumped in with a gun in one hand and a crystal ball in the other. There was no danger inside, only the dead body of a spider on the ground. As Yang Yi went deeper inside, the passage became wider, reaching 5 meters in width and over 3 meters in height. Even without curling up its body, the giant spider could still pass through unimpeded. He remained cautious and vigilant until he made a discovery after going 100 meters deep. A kind of mushroom appeared on the top of the rock, arranged closely, emitting red fluorescence, and each one was very similar in size. Name: Firefly Mushroom. Introduction: a special mushroom that emits red fluorescence in the dark and grows quickly. The juice is somewhat toxic and is not recommended for consumption. Some ants and spiders use this mushroom as their main food source. After reading the message, Yang Yi understood immediately. These mushrooms should be grown by fire spiders. They actually know how to grow them. Under the illumination of the red fluorescence, the light of the crystal ball becomes redundant. He put the crystal ball into his stomach pouch, replaced it with the sea serpent's fang, and continued walking inside. We walked another 100 meters. The passage became wider, reaching 7 or 8 meters, and some dead adult tinder spiders appeared one after another along the way. Moreover, Yang Yi also discovered that there was a breeze in the cave. He didn't know where it came from. It was very magical. He was not in a hurry to collect the bodies. Confirming safety was more important now. Yang Yi continued to go deeper, and the density of the corpses became higher. He discovered 2 giant tinder spiders, each with a human body grafted onto its body, and one even had human arms on its body instead of a bare torso. They are all dead and their bodies have rotted away, posing no threat. Yang Yi collected their tissues. Unlike adult tinder spiders, this giant tinder spider can be used to upgrade the nightmare star. It's better to take it away if you see it. When passing by a cave entrance, Yang Yi saw a horrifying scene. Strips of dismembered human bodies were hung on the top of the rock by spider silk, waiting to dry like bacon. Some of the bodies are still relatively fresh, perhaps having been hung up recently. Dry the body and then attach it to yourself. Yang Yi couldn't understand the behavior of these spiders, nor did he understand how they did it. If it were Suna, she might be excited and conduct in-depth research, but Yang Yi, he just wanted to kill these disgusting spiders. There are many branch roads in this nest, but there seems to be only one main road. Yang Yi was not prepared to take the risk of entering the fork in the road. These forks are usually narrow, only 1 or 2 meters wide, and some are even on the top of the rock. If you encounter danger inside, it will be difficult to retreat. He walked along the main road for about 1,000 meters when he saw changes in the ground. The ground under my feet was covered with a layer of spider silk, but it was dry and not sticky, and it felt like walking on carpet. The space here is surprisingly large, more than 10 meters wide. Yang Yi doesn't understand why these spiders dug such a big hole. It was very dark ahead, and I couldn't see that far just by the fluorescence emitted by the mushrooms on the top of the rock. Yang Yi continued to move forward. But what he didn't know was that as soon as his right foot stepped on the spider silk-covered ground, the sound was transmitted along the spider silk into the depths of the cave. There is a super giant spider here, which is twice as big as the giant spider, and there is a human body attached to its head. But unlike other giant spiders, the human body on its head is no longer shriveled, but filled with flesh and blood, and the skin is shiny and reddish-gray. Moreover, this human body has arms and legs connected to both sides of the torso, but the position is a bit offset. The hands and feet are not a match to the torso, and are of different lengths, which looks weird. This human body also has a head, which must have been attached last. It is a bit shriveled and tilted to one side. After receiving the movement from the spider web, the eyelids of the head trembled slightly. Yang Yi was completely unaware of this and walked a few hundred meters. He didn't see any moving spiders on the road, and his vigilance decreased a little. It seems that the power of this dead spider potion is stronger than Yang Yi expected. There was not a single survivor in this nest of spiders. Along the way, Yang Yi collected a total of 8 giant spider tissues, including the one that was already on the ship, a total of 9. If nothing unexpected happens, Nightmare will soon be upgraded to level 3. As he walked, Yang Yi suddenly became nervous and raised his gun to aim forward. An extremely huge spider appeared in front of him. It was even bigger than the giant spider, with a large amount of red hair covering its body, and thorn-like barbs on its shell and limbs. This spider put a lot of pressure on Yang Yi. When you see an unknown creature, your sanity decreases by 10. This spider should be the mother mentioned by the giant spider. There is a complete human body on its head, and it looks like a half-human, half-spider magical creature. She was motionless, but her body was not decayed. She might have died recently, but she might also be pretending to be dead. No matter what, just shoot her first. Yang Yi originally wanted to hit her human body on the head, but changed his mind at the last minute. This corpse has great research value. If it is damaged too much, Suna will definitely complain. If it's just to verify her life or death, breaking her legs would be enough. There's no reason to stay still with a broken leg. If she's still alive, it won't be too late to give her a big beating. With her size, I'm sure I can kill her. Yang Yi shot at the spider's leg. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed in the cave. One of the giant spider's legs broke off at the root, and a fishy, sticky, dark red fluid oozed out, but there was no movement. Is he really dead? Yang Yi stood there for a while, then fired another shot, breaking both of her legs. But the spider didn't move. At this time, Yang Yi slowly approached, keeping his gun fixed on the big spider, kicked the broken limbs on the ground away, and then dared to pick them up to check their properties. Name: Fire Velvet Spider Queen, Evolving. Introduction: The queen of the fire velvet spiders is responsible for laying eggs to continue the group. She has a very high intelligence and is the leader of the group. Evolution. Yang Yi looked at the human body grafted onto the spider queen's head, drawing the human body and then grafting it onto your own body. Is this evolution? He took a photo with the diary and sent it to Suna. Do you want this evil big spider? If not, I'll give it to you as a gacha. Yang Yi asked. Within 10 seconds, Suna replied. I want it. I have already dissected the glutton. The only valuable thing is his stomach. I will use its gastric juice to make a potion for you to taste. I guarantee it will whet your appetite. No need for that. I've always had a good appetite. Why don't you try making something else? Yang Yi swallowed. I'm coming over now, send me the coordinates. Yang Yi glanced at the crystal ball and made sure no other players were approaching before replying, I'm in the lair now. I'll send you the coordinates of the entrance. Just follow the main path. All the spiders along the way are dead, but you still have to be careful. If you find any alive, notify me immediately. After giving the instructions, Yang Yi sent the coordinates to Suna. Suddenly, he felt a strange touch at his feet, like something was crawling up. Yang Yi immediately became alert and looked over. It was a fist-sized tinder spider with slime on its body, as if it had just hatched from its shell. Yang Yi threw it down and stomped it to death without mercy. He hated it most when spiders crawled on his body. This creature with a bunch of eyes and a bunch of legs. Yang Yi just couldn't like it. More small spiders crawled from the front, each one was only the size of a fist. There were more than a dozen of them in total, and they were all stepped on to death by Yang Yi. The Spider Queen's eyelids moved again, but the light was dim and the movement was small, so Yang Yi didn't notice it at all. He continued walking forward. After walking for another 10 or so meters, I came out of a cave and the view in front of me suddenly opened up. Rows of eggs emitting red fluorescence illuminate the entire space. This should be the fire spider's egg chamber. The little spiders hatched and broke out of their shells here. But Yang Yi did not look at the spider eggs, but was attracted by a pile of stones in front of him. These stones are very large, with the largest boulder exceeding 100 meters in length. They appear to be naturally stacked, but if you look closely, you will find new discoveries. 8 long stones are placed on a huge oval stone, which looks like a spider's body and its 8 legs. Moreover, these stone pillars are covered with dry vines and weeds, like the fluff on the body of a spider. Once you think of this, the more you look at it, the more it resembles you. Yang Yi couldn't help but be attracted by the wonders of nature. He observed carefully and made new discoveries. In front of the oval boulder, there is a stone standing on top. There are no signs of carving on this stone, as if it was formed by natural erosion. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a human figure. She has 6 arms and 4 legs. She seems to be a beautiful and dignified woman sitting on the stone. Yang Yi immediately lowered his head, his cheeks felt numb and cold sweat broke out, and he didn't dare to look a second time. You found a mysterious stone statue, sanity -20. At the same time, he began to hear auditory hallucinations, like mumbling in his sleep, which were unclear, but Yang Yi understood what they meant. That is, offer it, here. Yang Yi's brain felt like it was pierced by silver needles, the pain went deep into his brain marrow, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. At the same time, information from the activity log popped up and projected onto Yang Yi's retina. The pre-pledge mission is triggered. Please offer your loyalty to the Spider Mother of 10,000 limbs. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh and blood, and the spider's kiss will heal your wounds and rebuild your body. 2. Offer the bodies of 10 compatriots and lure them to the island, and the spider's kiss will grant you power. 3. This is a pre-task. After completing it, you will become a follower of the 10,000-limbed Spider Mother. You can formally sign a covenant in the next ocean, undergo a transformation, and gain extraordinary power. Extraordinary power, transformation, the Spider Mother of 10,000 limbs. Yang Yi repeated the information and then understood everything. These velvet spiders are followers or minions of the 10,000-limbed Spider Queen, and are also the guardians of the temple here. The 10,000-limbed Spider Mother is a great being, a god. Sometimes she would show her favor and give birth to her offspring in the body of a lucky person, guiding their destiny. More whispering sounds poured into Yang Yi's consciousness, persuading him. Please offer it. Please offer it. Please offer it. Pre-pledge mission, transformation, and transcendence. Any one of these words alone is enough to make players scramble for it. And now, such an opportunity is in front of Yang Yi. Simply by offering part of your own flesh or the lives of 10 of your compatriots, you can complete the pre-oath mission and become a follower of the 10,000-limbed Spider Queen. What's there to hesitate about? Just cut off 2 legs. The Spider Queen might reward you with 4 legs and double the reward. What are you hesitating about? Such thoughts were running wildly through Yang Yi's mind. At the same time, there is a decrease in sanity. Strange whispers, your sanity decreases by 10. Strange whispers, your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi raised his head and found that the stone statue had come alive. It turned into a huge black spider of indescribable size, with 8 legs and a body and limbs covered with a lot of fluff, but if you look closely, you will find that they are limbs of various creatures. From reptiles to mammals, from fish to birds, from insects to plants, and even strange limbs made up of fungi. Yang Yi saw human hands and feet, eagle's wings, lobster's claws, octopus's tentacles, tiger's claws, elephant's trunk, fish's fins, and so on. In short, any limb that Yang Yi thought of could be found in this phantom, and as long as he wanted to find it, he would find its location immediately. This shadow is like a living biological encyclopedia, carrying the limbs of all living things. Yang Yi felt dizzy and nauseous, and then his attention was drawn to the human figure on the spider's head. She was a dignified girl with 6 arms and 4 legs. The first pair of arms was slightly longer, and the other 2 pairs of arms were located at the waist and on both sides of the abdomen. Her hands were crossed and her demeanor was holy. The girl has no mouth or nose, but instead has messy eyeballs that keep moving around on her gelatinous face. Look directly at the shadow of the great being, your sanity will decrease by 100. Warning, your sanity is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes felt stinging, as if he was looking directly at the sun, or even brighter than that. The tears that flowed out gradually turned light red. But he did not look away. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand and tried to aim. Of the 3 options for the pre-pledge mission, he chose the third. 3. Destroy the stone statue, the 10,000-limbed spider mother will withdraw her favor, the spider's kiss status will be lifted, and the hostility of spiders and spider-like demons towards you will increase by 100%. I'm sorry, Yang, have never believed in God since I was a child. And you are too ugly. Yang Yi widened his eyes, staring at the shadow, and his trembling hand holding the gun gradually stabilized. Look directly at the shadow of the great being, your sanity will decrease by 100. Look directly at the shadow of the great being, your sanity will decrease by 100. He ignored the warnings, focused only on aiming, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Yang Yi aimed at the spider's head. He was not sure he could hit the human figure, but it was more than enough to hit the huge spider's head. The phantom disappeared, and the shot actually hit the front end of the oval boulder, breaking a small piece of it. The human-shaped stone on top of the boulder fell down and broke into several pieces, and the image of a woman with 6 arms and 4 legs could no longer be seen. The smoke and dust cleared and Yang Yi climbed up with difficulty. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Just now, he was blown away by the recoil and rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. Fortunately, I had experience this time, and I was able to relieve the force by rolling over. My arm wasn't dislocated, and I only had some local skin abrasions. But suddenly, Yang Yi found that his left side vision was gone and it was pitch black. At the same time, the entire cave began to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. The stone statue collapsed and shattered into pieces of stone, as if it had lost some kind of power and could no longer maintain its previous shape. Yang Yi felt something was wrong. He had not hurt his eyes just now, so how could he be blind? So he touched his left eye. It feels very strange when you hold it, like soft jelly, or like 3 balls stuck together, sticky and moving. What is this? Why is it on my face? Yang Yi felt a chill, a great fear surged in his heart, and his hands and feet became numb. This thing can't possibly be my left eye. He immediately checked the activity log and saw this. Warning, your sanity is below 10, you may be contaminated by the abyss. You have unlocked the extraordinary path, pollution. The pollution interface is now unlocked and you can check your status. Yang Yi immediately opened the pollution interface. Yang Yi, pollution degree 4%, a large human figure with a black left eye. Contaminated area, left eye. Distortion organ, 3 eyes, provides 3 perspectives, can see most invisible things, perception +2. 3 eyes. Yang Yi didn't have a mirror, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare to look at himself. Just then, Suna sent a private message. Yang Yi, are you dead? There was an earthquake on the island, you weren't buried alive, were you? After reading the message, Yang Yi almost burst out laughing. This woman really doesn't know how to talk. If she is sent to rescue someone, the person to be rescued might be angry to death. Why ask if someone is dead or not? If he died, would he also have to reply, "Oh, sorry, I'm dead"? I'm not dead. Yang Yi replied unhappily. That's good, I see you only have a little bit of sanity left, I thought you turned into a monster. I'm glad you're okay, I'll be right over here. Being interrupted by Suna, Yang Yi's tense nerves were slightly relieved. Suddenly, his left eye felt a little itchy, as if it was pricked by a small needle, and then his left vision recovered, as if the eyeball and optic nerve were reconnected. But something was wrong in my vision, there was no color. The whole world became monotonous, but extremely clear. His left eye gained 3 perspectives, as if 3 eyeballs were working together and sharing information. The first perspective seems to be thermal imaging, which gives Yang-Yi night vision capabilities and allows him to see clearly even in a dim cave. The second is magnification and reduction, just like the eyes have a built-in magnifying glass and telescope. As long as you want, you can see the hairs of a spider 100 meters away clearly and grasp the distance very well. The third is excellent dynamic vision. Yang-Yi tilted his head and dodged the spider silk that was shooting diagonally from behind. The field of vision of his left eye became exceptionally wide, with 3 eyeballs bulging out of the eye sockets and able to rotate on their own, allowing him to even see attacks coming from the rear. It was just that the 2 completely different visions of his left and right eyes made Yang-Yi feel very uncomfortable. It is like a small colorful world embedded in a large colorless world. The 2 interfere with each other, affecting cognition and making people dizzy. Instead of doing this, it is better to close your right eye and only use your left eye. Only then did Yang-Yi feel a little more comfortable. His left eye seems to have northwest ability to close and may have no eyelid. But I can't care so much now. Yang-Yi turned around and looked at the spider queen behind him. She had both of her front legs broken and was walking out of the passage. Yang-Yi put aside all distractions and focused on the enemy in front of him. It was the spider queen who had recovered from the deadly spider poison. Although her 2 front legs were broken, it did not seem to affect her movements, and she could still crawl on 6 legs. I should have cut off the legs of this monster earlier. Let's see what she can use to crawl over here. Yang-Yi secretly regretted it. Next time I see this kind of monster that might be pretending to be dead, I will completely cripple or kill it no matter what. The man and the spider faced each other nearly 20 meters apart. The situation was very unfavorable to Yang-Yi. His flintlock has entered cooldown, and the only weapon he can use is the sea serpent's fang. Suddenly, the spider queen's shriveled and crooked head let out a roar and rushed forward like a heavy tank. Maybe it's because of the missing 2 legs, the balance seems to be not very good. Yang-Yi turned around and ran away, while drinking the red potion that increased attributes. It's hot when you drink it, just like drinking magma. You drank an unknown potion. The body feels hot and sweats a lot, strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, perception +1, reason -20, lasts for 15 minutes. The potion's information can also be seen. Name, Scarlet Potion. Type, consumable, potion, unique. Quality, fine. Introduction, a magic potion created by the witch Suna, made from the eyeballs of hammerhead sharks, human head octopus, palm stars, abdominal muscle lobsters, and eyeball octopus. It has a hot taste and you cannot drink water while it is effective. After taking it, all attributes except spirit will be increased by +1, sweating and hotness will occur, and the skin will turn red. This will last for 15 minutes, after which the person will enter a state of severe dehydration. P.S. The attributes cannot exceed the limit of ordinary objects. This potion is quite effective, but it tastes a bit bitter. Yang-Yi's sanity is only 1 now, and he is in a state of madness. Coupled with the effect of the potion, all his attributes except spirit are +1. The overall attributes are as follows. Strength, 5 + 2 + 1. Spirit, 8 + 1-2, iron will +1. Agility, 5 + 1 + 1 + 1. Constitution, 5 + 1 + 1. Perception, 5 + 1 + 2. Madness, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1. Pirate suit agility +1. Perception, strength, and agility all reached 8 points. At this moment, Yang-Yi felt that his body was so light that he could almost fly. His spirit also gained a lot of experience due to his previous loss of sanity, reaching 8 points. Yang-Yi ran towards the broken stone statue and hid in the rubble. There are gravels everywhere, of varying sizes, some even more than 20 meters high. Yang-Yi walked through the rubble. Due to her huge size, the Spider Queen couldn't do anything to him for the time being. We have to kill this Spider Queen before the potion wears off. Yang Yi's eyes were grim. He picked up a complete spider egg from the ruins and fed it into his stomach. He then took out the silk sack and the dead spider potion inside. This action undoubtedly angered the spider queen. You know, there are not many spider eggs in the egg chamber, and most of them are broken by rubble. Yang Yi was still causing trouble, deliberately running to places with lots of spider eggs, stepping on and exploding each one. The spider queen screamed and ran over desperately, not even avoiding the small stones blocking her way, which were violently knocked away by her. Yang Yi was very calm. He deliberately angered the spider queen. He now stood under a huge pile of rubble, waiting for the spider queen to hit him. Boom. The violent impact stirred up huge smoke and dust, and sand and gravel flew everywhere. The spider queen did not hit Yang Yi. Instead, a nimble black shadow grabbed the spider silk and fell from the sky and landed on the queen's back. At the critical moment, Yang Yi used the spider silk sprayed from the silk sack to stick to the top of the huge rubble and quickly climbed up. While the queen was still confused after the collision, Yang Yi jumped onto her back. This set of movements was performed smoothly and seamlessly, like flowing water. Even gymnastics masters would be amazed and dumbfounded when seeing it. But this is actually the work of the third eye. The unique perspective allows Yang Yi to grasp distance and balance to an incredible level, allowing him to perform various difficult moves. Just like Spider-Man. Spider web gloves and silk sacks give Yang Yi three-dimensional mobility. He jumped onto the spider queen's back, took a few steps to the top of her head, then grabbed the head of the queen's humanoid torso and beheaded her with a single blow using the sea serpent's fang. The cut was clean and easy, severing the cervical vertebrae without any resistance. A large amount of dark red plasma gushed out from the fracture. The skin on the cross-section of the wound was covered with tiny blisters, like a burn. This should be the fire poison effect of the sea snake's fang. In addition, the blade was coated with dead spider poison, which could be said to be poison on top of poison. A shrunken head fell into Yang Yi's hands. The spider queen seemed to be hit hard and let out a sharp hiss, the sound coming from under her feet. She also has a spider head. It doesn't mean it's completely dead just because it loses a head. Yang Yi crouched down, but was still thrown away by the furious spider queen and could not stand steadily. He was thrown flying and hit the gravel hard. His throat felt sweet and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But he did not take his eyes off the spider queen. He kicked hard and narrowly avoided a pool of sticky spider silk. If you get stuck, it's all over. This monster is a bit difficult to kill. Yang Yi was in a dilemma. He tried, but the shell on the spider queen's head was very hard, and even the sea serpent's fangs couldn't penetrate it. You have to attack her weakness. Yang Yi changed his target to the spider queen's eyes. There were 6 of them in total, arranged in 2 rows on her head. Yang Yi could see them clearly. The first row has 2 large eyes and the second row has 4 compound eyes. But even a compound eye is the size of a fist, and Yang Yi is confident that he can hit it. As he ran, he checked the capacity of the silk sack and found that there were still 86 units left, which should be enough. He picked up the small gravel at his feet, used spider silk to stick the gravel and the sea serpent's fang together, and made a meteor hammer. After finishing, he revealed his figure and immediately threw the meteor hammer at the queen's eyeball. The 3 eyes turned Yang Yi into a sharpshooter. No matter whether it was a gun, a bow, an arrow, or the spider silk meteor hammer in his hand that was nearly several meters long, he could hit the target accurately. The attack hit the spider queen's big eye, causing her to pause. After Yang Yi succeeded in his attack, he immediately pulled back the meteor hammer and moved around without stopping. Ah! The spider queen is almost driven crazy by Yang Yi. The man and the spider continued to fight. Yang Yi relied on his small body and his elusiveness. He attacked several times and blinded the spider queen's other 3 compound eyes. As her eyeballs were damaged one after another, the spider queen became dull and often bumped into huge rocks along the way. Even though her shell was hard, she could not avoid being injured, especially the thin shell on her abdomen, which was cut with a deep gash. Yang Yi was not feeling well either. After running so intensely, his energy had run out and he only had 12 points left. If he continued like this, he would have to use his chi and blood to replace his energy. Another meteor hammer came out of nowhere and shattered the spider queen's last compound eye. She only had one big eye left. Even though the Spider Queen protected herself well, it was a foregone conclusion that she would become blind. But at this moment, the Queen seemed to be forced to unleash her potential and her mind opened up. She bent her tail upwards, sprayed thick spider silk towards the top of the rock, and then climbed up to the top of the rock along the silk. And she can even crawl backwards on the top of the rock, it's simply anti-gravity. Yang Yi couldn't understand how such a heavy spider could crawl on the top of the rock. Moreover, the top of the rock was nearly 40 meters high, which Yang Yi could not reach at all. There were only a dozen units of spider silk left in his hand, which was barely enough to deliver the final blow. The Spider Queen walked on the top of the rock as if it were flat ground, but Yang Yi could only stare and watch, helpless. There's no way, his attack range is not enough. The Queen raised her abdomen towards the ground, aimed it at Yang Yi, and sprayed a large amount of foamy spider silk like rain. These spider silks are sticky and sticky. If you touch them, it will be difficult to get away easily. The Spider Queen wanted to restrict Yang Yi's actions in this way. But Yang Yi enjoys it. He was like a madman, stepping heavily on the spider silk with both feet. He lifted his legs and found it very strenuous. Then he looked up at the Spider Queen and pointed a finger at her. "You, come here," Yang Yi said provocatively. Actually, he had to do it. Because the Scarlet Potion only lasts for 2 minutes, if he continues like this, Yang Yi will become dehydrated when the time is up. By then, there would be no need for the Spider Queen to spray any spider silk, he would temporarily lose his ability to move. Instead of doing that, it would be better to fight hard while we still have the fighting power. "Don't you dare come down. I'm clearly stuck to you," Yang Yi provoked again. His behavior was beyond the Spider Queen's comprehension, causing the Queen's brain to temporarily short-circuit. But she quickly came to her senses, let out a roar, kicked hard, and dived down. "Ah! You're just in time." Yang Yi was overjoyed. The body of the Spider Queen was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. Yang Yi could even see her mouthparts clearly, drooling and open wide, as if she wanted to bite him to death. But the falling movement seemed to be getting slower and slower in Yang Yi's eyes. After taking aim, Yang Yi threw the meteor hammer, aiming straight for her last eyeball. His prediction was so accurate that it looked like the Spider Queen was ramming the meteor hammer with her own eyeball. This is the dynamic vision of the three eyes, which can predict the enemy's attacks and movements to a certain extent. Yang Yi even felt that his thinking was forcibly accelerated by the three eyes in order to adapt to this abnormal dynamic vision. Puff! The combined forces of both forces caused the meteor hammer to completely penetrate the Spider Queen's eyeball. Her body trembled violently in the air, her movements changed, and the attack that was originally intended to bite Yang Yi turned into a collision. Boom! Yang Yi was knocked flying by the Spider Queen, like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into a piece of rubble, spilling a lot of blood along the way. The blow was very heavy, reducing his health by more than 50 points. 4 or 5 ribs were probably broken and his left arm was broken into 3 sections. If it weren't for the heart guard protecting his chest, this attack would have cleared Yang Yi's health bar. But fortunately it didn't. He only has 16 HP left, and even the reject death function hasn't been triggered. You shouldn't be able to see now. Yang Yi struggled and reached for his waist with his right hand, only to find that the regeneration potion had broken into pieces and spilled all over the floor. Fortunately, he had a spare. Yang Yi took out a long-legged sardine from his shirt pocket and fed it into his stomach, then took out the spare regeneration potion and drank it in one gulp. Gurgle gurgle. You drink the regeneration potion, your HP recovers by 20, your wounds continue to heal, your wounds itch extremely, your sanity minus 20. An indescribable itch spread all over my body and the wounds healed quickly. After enduring this itching, Yang Yi's energy and blood recovered to 40 points. He struggled to stand up and looked at the Spider Queen. The opponent seemed to be like a headless fly, attacking the gravel randomly. Yang Yi walked towards the Spider Queen with ill intentions, but before he took the first step, his nose suddenly itched, 2 nosebleeds flowed, and then he lost his vision. Yang Yi seemed blind too. What's going on? He immediately opened his right eye and found that he could not see either. Both eyes were blind. Then the log reminded that the time limit for the Scarlet Potion had expired. Yang Yi felt like his throat was being scraped by a knife and urgently needed to drink water. He immediately lowered his body to reduce his movements, took out a smelly long-legged sardine from his jacket pocket and fed it to his stomach, then took out the drinking water stored in it and drank it in small sips. After 2 minutes, Yang Yi finished drinking the 2 L of fresh water and gradually recovered from the dehydration, but he still could not do strenuous exercise. He listened carefully and found that the egg chamber was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What's going on? Yang Yi couldn't see anything and didn't dare to move. An unknown amount of time had passed before Yang Yi remembered to contact Suna. Suna, please come in quickly, I seem to be blind. Blind? Yes, I can't see it. Yang Yi typed very quickly. Without vision, all he could do was check the logs and chat. This log is soul-bound and can be operated even without sight. How did you become blind? I don't know either. Yang Yi and Suna explained what happened, but did not elaborate on the matter of the spider mother. He just said that there were too many strange things along the way, and he drank the magic potion, which deprived him of all his sanity. Then his left eye became distorted, and his vision became strange. That big spider was playing dead. I had a fight with her and then I got blinded. Be careful, I stabbed all her eyes out. Oh, she's dead. I'm looking for a place to cut. Her carapace is too hard for my dagger to cut. Where are you? Lend me your dagger and let me try. It turned out that Suna had arrived a long time ago, and Yang Yi was left hiding alone. He stood up and shouted something. Then there was the sound of footsteps approaching and Suna ran over. The first words she said were, "Your left eye is so beautiful." Ha! Although Yang Yi couldn't see it, he had touched it. It was 3 spherical objects squeezed together, protruding from the eye sockets. No matter how you think about it, the word beautiful has nothing to do with me. I can only say that Suna's aesthetic is somewhat unique. Your eyeballs are still moving, so they should be functioning normally. Can you really not see? Suna stretched out her hand, waved it in front of Yang Yi's eyes, and then tried to touch Yang Yi's left eye. Don't touch it. Yang Yi took a step back and got goosebumps. But Suna followed him closely, so close that Yang Yi could even feel her breath. Your left eye has northwest eyelid and cannot close on its own. If it is really like what you said, and can transmit 3 perspectives simultaneously, then your brain must be overwhelmed. Suna explained while observing. Yang Yi also understood. You mean? Yes, you are not blind. It just triggers the brain's protective mechanism, blocking your vision so that you don't get overloaded, damage your brain, and turn into a fool. Then how long will it take me to recover? Yang Yi asked excitedly. I don't know. It may be in the next second, or in a year, or it may never be restored. Forehead. The brain is a very complex organ. Suna didn't continue the topic, but handed Yang Yi something. Take this. What? Put a piece of insect shell on your left eye. It can block the transmission of visual information from your left eye, which should help restore your vision. Yang Yi is blind and it is unknown when he will recover. Under the guidance of Suna, he came to the side of the spider queen. Lend me your dagger and gloves, these spider silks are too sticky. Take the gloves yourself. As for the dagger, it should be in the spider queen's head. Oh. Suna took the gloves away and didn't know what she was doing. If Yang Yi could see it, he would find that Suna was prying at the spider queen's eye sockets with her hands, bending down, looking inside, and then taking out a meteor hammer stuck with spider silk. I can't see clearly, but your blow seems to have shattered her brain tissue, ultimately leading to her death. With the help of her gloves, Suna pulled the sea serpent's fang out of the spider silk, and then used it as an awl, smashing it with a stone, piercing the joints of the spider queen's head to pry it open. About half an hour later, the spider queen's head was removed. The head alone was nearly 1 meter in diameter, and a large amount of dark red liquid was flowing out of the broken end. Suna picked up the human-shaped head again. There were 2 heads in total, and she planned to take them back together. Let's go back to the boat first and come back to get the rest next time. Suna suggested. Yang Yi had no objection. He was blind now and it was inconvenient for him to do anything. The top priority was to rest and restore his eyesight as soon as possible. The two men pushed the spider head and rolled out of the cave and walked towards the coast. Stand still here. I'll get on the boat first and then use the grappling hook to pull you up. Forehead. Yang Yi was speechless. He was blind, so it was very inconvenient for him to go down to the sea and board the ship. He couldn't even see the boat, let alone get on board by grabbing the ladder on the side of the hull. So using a claw hook to grab it is the most convenient and quickest way. About 10 minutes later, a clamp clamped Yang Yi's waist and pulled him up. The next moment, he appeared in the cabin of the Nightmare. Although this way of boarding the ship is strange, it will not cause any harm to the body. Wait here for a while. Suna's voice came from my ear. She had just come down from the deck, got something in the cabin, and headed towards the laboratory. After a while, she came out again and handed Yang Yi a blindfold. This eye mask is very crude. It is made by taking a piece of insect shell of the right size, punching holes in it, and then threading it into cloth. Put this on, it should help. She helped Yang Yi put on the blindfold, and then ran into the laboratory to work. Yang Yi stood there for a while, and finally he could only feel the ladder by himself, climb up to the deck based on his memory and feeling, and then feel the edge of the boat to return to the captain's room. He took off his captain's uniform, laid down on the bed, and checked his status. After facing the phantom of the 10,000-limb spider mother, he unlocked the extraordinary path, pollution, and the log also had an additional interface. Pollution interface. Yang Yi, pollution depth 6%, a large human figure with a black left eye. Contaminated area, left eye. Distortion organ, 3 eyes. Warning, when the sanity is lower than 10, the player will be polluted and the pollution will continue to deepen. However, players with high mental attributes can resist and delay the deepening of pollution. When sanity drops to 0, the player will completely lose control and turn into a twisted monster. Completely different from other light blue interfaces, the pollution interface is dark red, indicating danger. With the help of pollution, players can break through the boundaries of the mortal world and become extraordinary. But this extraordinary path is like walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss, causing spiritual death and turning into an irrational monster. Even if the player survives by chance and his sanity is not drained, his body will be deformed. Yang Yi touched his left eye under the eye patch, and it was still rotating slowly. For a moment, Yang Yi had the urge to dig out his left eye, but he finally held back. This left eye can make him stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he stay away from pollution. The weak have no choice and can only accept it passively. Yang Yi continued to check his attribute panel and found that the spider kiss status had disappeared. There are also new changes in his personal panel. Yang Yi, everything. Extraordinary path, pollution, depth 6%. There is not only one extraordinary path, players can discover it by themselves, and a player can have multiple extraordinary paths at the same time. Condition, injured, a large human body pattern, dark yellow near the left waist. Strength, 5+2, 12/200, madness bonus, strength +2, agility +1, constitution +1, spirit -2. Spirit, 8+1-2, 119/16,000, iron will bonus. Agility, 5+1, 23/200. Constitution, 5+1, 21/200. Perception, 5+2, 192/200, 3 eyes bonus. Sanity, 3 out of 100. Energy, 17/100. Chi and blood, 51/100. Magic element, 9 out of 7. When the spirit is below 10, each point of spirit attribute will provide 1 point of magic. When the magic reaches 0, you will have a severe headache and lose the ability to move. It takes 24 hours for the magic element to be fully restored. A decrease in spirit will reduce the magic element limit, but will not deduct the current magic element value. Talent, Iron Will, refuse to die. Spells, none. Spells that need to be actively released consume magicka and may require chanting, constructing magic circles, ritual sacrifices, etc. Ability, 3 eyes. The abilities of the body, some of which require the consumption of magic. Facing the phantom of the 10,000-limb spider mother directly made his spiritual experience grow rapidly, and he directly broke through to 8 points. The terms such as extraordinary path, magic element, spells, and abilities all appear after unlocking the extraordinary. But Yang Yi doesn't know any magic and doesn't need any magic elements at all. His only ability is a deformed left eye. After considering for more than 10 minutes, Yang Yi decided not to tell Suna this information. Once this woman learns that her sanity drops below 10, she can unlock her supernatural powers. Who knows what crazy things she will do. Suna, remember to pay attention to the sea chart to prevent other players from approaching. Okay. Suna replied quickly. Yang Yi originally wanted to ask Suna to go to the island and look for the body of the giant fire spider. Because only one corpse is missing, the nightmare can be upgraded. But as soon as this woman returned to the nightmare, she locked herself in the laboratory and dissected the queen spider's head. So Yang Yi didn't disturb her. The corpse won't revive and run away anyway, so it doesn't matter if you get it later. I'm buying fire-making tools at a high price. I want them if you're serious. As usual, Yang Yi left a message on the World Channel. This time the response came quickly. Would you like the flint? Name, flint that ignites at the touch of a button. Type, tools. Quality, good quality. Introduction, flint will emit a lot of sparks when scratched by a sharp metal object, and can ignite cloth or wood chips. Note that it must be kept dry, otherwise it will be just an ordinary stone that smells like gunpowder. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. How much? 300 stones. Yang Yi immediately checked the chat history. I found 2 or 3 players selling this kind of flint, and there was no limit on the quantity. This means that they have obtained the manufacturing formula for this flint. But the current price is inflated, with a piece of flint selling for around 200 stones, or more than 1,000 conch coins. This guy sells himself for 300, which is really a high price. Yang Yi ignored him and was no longer worried. Because the price of fire-making tools will continue to fall, just like warm clothing, there is no need to rush. And there may be better tools for starting fire, like lighters. Flint requires a dry environment and is far less useful than an unlimited gas lighter. Yang Yi checks the sea chart. The speed at which the extreme winter sea spreads downwards is not fast. It will take another 10 days or half a month before it meets the black fog. As he was thinking, Yang Yi fell asleep. After being tense for so long, he needed some time to relax. 4 hours later, Yang Yi woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the light. My eyesight has been restored. Yang Yi was cheered up. Just because of the one eye, the field of vision is a little limited, but it does not affect daily life. He tried closing his eyes, then removing the eye patch and switching to his left eye. Suddenly the whole world lost its color and became extremely clear. If he wanted to, he could even count how many eyebrows he had, without the help of a mirror. He walked out of the captain's cabin. It is still daytime, with 2 hours of daylight left. But in fact, the presence or absence of light has no effect on his left eye. These 3 eyes do not seem to see by receiving light. In the left eye, the sunlight is not dazzling, it is just a sphere hanging in the air. Yang Yi took out the crystal ball from his stomach and, with the help of the reflection, used his right eye to look at his left eye. There were 3 gelatinous eyeballs, squeezed together, with an almond-sized yellow dot in the middle, which seemed to be the pupil. They will rotate slowly and adjust their position as needed. Yang Yi just tried it once, then switched to his right eye and put on the eye patch. A world full of colors is more comfortable. If he used his left eye, Yang Yi always felt that the world was lifeless. Is this monster-like eyeball beautiful? Yang Yi recalled Suna's first reaction when she saw the eyeball. This woman's aesthetic taste has probably become distorted. Under normal circumstances, no living creature would have such an eyeball. Only Suna would think that this eyeball was particularly beautiful. If it were Yang Yi, he would only think that this eyeball was inexplicably ugly and disgusting. The time limit should be around 10 minutes. During the insurance period, the time of using the 3 eyes each time should be limited to less than 10 minutes. Yang Yi sent a message to Suna. Suna, I'm awake and my vision has returned. I'm going to the island to look for the corpse of the giant tinder spider. I have to hurry up and upgrade the Nightmare Star. Dragging this big sailboat all the time is seriously slowing down the speed of the Nightmare Star. Suna didn't reply, she must still be busy with the autopsy. He glanced at Suna's sanity value, which was 62, still within a safe range. When she is free, she will probably see the message. There are still 2 hours before dark, and Yang Yi wants to hurry up and search, trying to upgrade the Nightmare Star to level 3 tonight. He was not going to the spider's nest, where Yang Yi had taken away some of the tissues of the giant velvet spider's corpse. Even if there were any fish that slipped through the net, they should be in the fork in the road and difficult to find. Moreover, the nest is far away, so it is not suitable to go in at this time. He decided to go to the nearby woods to look for the body of a giant tinder spider and collect some tinder spider hair to prepare for making sweaters later. After searching for more than an hour, Yang Yi still couldn't find the body of the giant fire spider. But just when he was about to give up and go back home, he happened to find a giant tinder spider on his way back. Hee hee. Taking a different route back is indeed the right choice. Yang Yi smiled happily and immediately flew back to the Nightmare Star. When they boarded the boat, it was still light and Yang Yi began to move supplies from the large sailboat, Huwei's boat, which had not yet been disassembled. After gathering enough materials for a 3rd level upgrade, he immediately operated on the log and pressed the confirm button for the upgrade. Then a pale green soul emerged from the Nightmare Star, and at the same time, skeletons composed of countless crossed arms climbed onto the hull of the Nightmare Star and covered the deck like a layer of dense armor. During this evolution, the size of the ship did not change, but the appearance of the ship underwent a drastic change. The captain's skeleton at the bow had a soul fire lit up inside his skull. He was grabbed by countless skeletal arms and pinned to the bow, unable to move. Only his skull could move, opening and closing up and down. Upgrade completed. Nightmare Star upgraded to a 3rd level ship. You can view the specific changes in the ship interface. Yang Yi immediately opened the ship interface. Nightmare, level 3, durability 4500/4500, capacity 12,000 units, speed 65 knots. Hull skills. Nightmare, the sleep quality on the ship is extremely poor, you will have nightmares, and the energy recovery efficiency is -75%. It only works for the captain. Angler's curse, instead of catching normal fish, the probability of catching abnormal objects increases. Astrology, you can display the surrounding sea map with a radius of 150 nautical miles, and view it in the crystal ball. You can set an early warning to vibrate to remind other players to appear. Peep, you can search for the ship name, player name, get the coordinates of the ship, and view the image of the ship. Limited to 1 target per day. Embrace of the Dead, the hull is protected by countless skeleton arms, and the hull durability is enhanced. When the durability loss is less than 2,000, it will repair itself. These skeleton arms will try to grab the invaders, but their strength is not strong. Introduction, this ship is starting to grow bones. Are you sure you want to continue upgrading? After reading the attributes, Yang Yi smiled broadly. The most criticized shortcoming of this ship has finally been fixed. Durability up to 4,500. Although it looks a bit strange, it is a ghost ship, so it is normal to have some moving skeletons on the ship. It is not worth making a fuss about. After watching it for a long time, you will naturally get used to it. After looking at the properties, Yang Yi operated the log, dismantled Huwei's sailboat, and obtained a large amount of supplies again. Then he walked into the cabin with excitement. There are 2 more expansion spaces. This time I can build the cannon I've always dreamed of. I must pull it to the maximum. He immediately chose to build an attack building, the Ancient War Room. Consumes wood *200, steel *10, sulfur *10. After the light faded, a room appeared on the right side of the cabin, with 2 cannons inside. 2 operations rooms like this can be built, corresponding to the left and right sides of the ship. Yang Yi thought about it and built another one, in case the enemy appeared on the left and he would not have time to adjust the direction. He walked into the Ancient War Room and checked the properties of the cannon. Name, water cannon. Type, ship equipment, relic. Quality, good quality. Introduction, this cannon is soaked in water, and the shells it fires will not explode, but the range is longer, with a low probability of firing something inexplicable, and the range is 300 meters. The cannon is fixed in the war room and cannot be disassembled. After reading the message, Yang Yi couldn't help but complain, nothing that has been soaked in water is normal. But this inexplicable thing, what on earth could it be? Yang Yi tried firing more than a dozen times, but nothing happened. It just broke the rocks on the coast. Isn't this thing just a slingshot with better trajectory? Yang Yi suddenly realized. After all, shells that don't explode are very close to rocks. He discovered that the expanded building could be upgraded. If you want to upgrade a level 4 ship, you need to upgrade all expansion buildings to level 2. The exceptions are special buildings, such as the Witch Laboratory. It is not clear whether the Witch Laboratory can be upgraded. At present, there is no upgrade option in the log. After reading the information, Yang Yi upgraded the ancient war room to level 2 without thinking, consuming 100 wood, 400 cloth, 100 stone, 40 steel, and 20 sulfur, which was just enough resources. A flash of light appeared, and a layer of moldy carpet appeared on the floor of the old war room. Bubbles would appear when you stepped on it, as if it had just been pulled out of the water. The surface of the cannon had some rusted metal patterns, turning it into a second-level submerged cannon. Name: Secondary Flood Cannon. Type: Ship Equipment, Relic. Quality: Fine. Introduction: This cannon is soaked in water, and the shells it fires will not explode, but the range is longer, and there is a certain probability that some inexplicable things will be fired, with a range of 350 meters. The cannon is fixed in the war room and cannot be disassembled. The range of 350 meters should be much longer than that of ordinary cannons. This is a big advantage. In fact, Yang Yi also thought about making a glazed cannon, but that cannon was too expensive, required 100 crystals, and was easy to break, so he decided to wait until later to upgrade it. After completion, the inventory materials are as follows. Wood *535, cloth *285, stone *945, steel *47, crystal *14, sulfur *25, conch coin *1400. Huwei's inheritance was almost squandered. The materials needed to upgrade the 4th level ship are also displayed. Need: wood *4000, cloth *2000, stone *1000, steel *500, crystal *1000, sulfur *500, ever-growing flesh and blood *1. Seeing the skyrocketing demand for supplies, Yang Yi decided to pretend he didn't see it for now. Yang Yi fired more than 10 rounds, destroying a large area of the coast. Then he finally saw something inexplicable. It was a long-legged sardine. When it first came out of the muzzle, it might still be alive, but it just hit a reef and now it can't be dug out. The damage from this shot was not high, but it was extremely insulting, leaving Yang Yi speechless. What the hell is this doing? Are you trying to make the other person laugh to death? Of course, this might be because Yang Yi's face was too dark, so the thing that flew out was a long-legged sardine. If it were the European emperor, the thing that flew out would probably be a hammerhead shark, and its destructive power would definitely be several levels higher, but not much. But why didn't Suna react at all? Yang Yi suddenly noticed something unusual. The nightmare was upgraded and he test-fired the cannon again. It made such a loud noise, but why didn't Suna come out to take a look? His heart tightened, and he checked Suna's condition, and found that he only had 49% of his sanity left, and his crazy state was still obsessed. Yang Yi immediately entered the witch laboratory. At this moment, Suna had just finished dissecting the queen spider's head, and her cheeks were flushed due to excessive excitement and congestion. There were 2 glass jars on the table, containing 2 brains, one big and one small. The big one was incomplete, but they both looked like a human brain. When she saw Yang Yi, she immediately shouted excitedly, "You are finally here, I was just about to notify you." Yang Yi frowned and looked at Suna, who was going crazy. "Let me tell you, I have made a great discovery, it's no less than a new continent." Suna spoke quickly and shared her amazing discovery with Yang Yi. "I have discovered a completely new form of evolution in the spider queen that is controllable and can choose its direction. Different from the long accumulation changes of gene mutations. These spiders can consciously transform their own bodies, just like editing their own lives. I would like to call this way of evolution the Evolution 2.0 model." Yang Yi reached out to interrupt Suna, stopping her long speech and instead asked about the final result. Suna, what do you want to do? Yang Yi. Do you want to evolve? Suna took out a syringe. This is the cerebrospinal fluid I extracted from the Spider Queen. As long as it is separated and purified, it should also be able to work on the human body. By injecting this liquid into the spine, we can also connect other limbs to our bodies like spiders do. Any limbs will do, and gradually achieve the evolution of life. Yang Yi suddenly thought of the 10,000-limbed spider mother. Although his memory was already fuzzy, he vaguely remembered that the 10,000-limbed spider queen seemed to have 6 legs, 4 arms, and a huge spider body with various limbs attached to it. She estimated that this was the form of a creature that had reached the pinnacle of evolution, a great being, or even a god. Recalling the phantom of the great existence, your sanity decreases by 30. Yang Yi's eyes turned cold, and he threatened in a deep voice, Suna, stop your crazy thoughts and don't delve into this direction any further. Why? Suna looked confused. If you don't want to evolve, I can try it myself. You dare? Yang Yi shouted loudly, like the sound of a golden bell, scaring Suna so much that she shrank her neck. If you dare to connect some inexplicable things to your body, I promise that I will pull them off your body one by one. I mean what I say. Yang Yi's eyes were firm, without any room for bargaining. 10 seconds later. Suna curled her lips and replied, why are you so fierce? However, after Yang Yi's dissuasion, Suna seemed to give up her plan to evolve, and destroyed the unfinished unknown potion in front of Yang Yi. This move was beyond Yang Yi's expectations. He glanced at Suna's sanity level and found that it had risen to 51, and she was out of her crazy state. So you can wake someone up by scolding them. Yang Yi was shocked, but remained calm on the surface and asked. Is the restorative potion ready? I've got some clues, but it'll take a few more days. Okay. It's getting late, let's go back and rest. Suna nodded and walked out of the laboratory, only to find that the nightmare had been completely renovated. Level 3. That's right. Suna began to check the ship interface and adapt to the new changes of the ship. Night falls. The nightmare, which had always been pitch dark, finally had some light. It's just that the lighting is wrong. Clusters of pale green ghost fire appeared on the deck of the ship. These will-o'-the-wisps would appear at night and wander back and forth on the deck. They have no temperature, are harmless to humans and animals, and can even be touched by hand, like a ball of special gas. The only effect is that it brings light to the nightmare star, while also making it more eerie and ghostly. Yang Yi controlled the boat and experienced the acceleration performance of the nightmare star. Although the maximum speed was only increased by 5 knots, the acceleration was much faster. The powerful force could even make those who were not prepared lose their balance. But before he had sailed a few miles, he heard movement behind him. It was another earthquake. The sea water was stirred by this huge force. The whole process lasted for more than 10 seconds. Yang Yi looked back and switched to his left eye. He found that after the earthquake, the area of the island had shrunk by several hundred square meters. An earthquake had occurred on the island long before Yang Yi destroyed the stone statue. But Yang Yi didn't pay much attention at that time, and he was also blind. Looking from a distance at this moment, I noticed that the island seemed to be sinking. He had a premonition that these earthquakes would become more frequent and the island would eventually sink. But it doesn't really matter, since Yang Yi won't stay long anyway. After collecting the bodies and gathering some supplies, he would have to leave. After all, the black fog is always moving. After stopping at a suitable position, Yang Yi dropped the anchor and stabilized the boat. Then he returned to the captain's cabin. There are also new changes here. There is a red velvet carpet on the ground. Although it is old, it is very comfortable to step on. There was also a new light in the room, a skull with a pale green flame. It would light up when the jaw was opened and go out when it was closed. Although the brightness is not high, it is better than nothing. He lay down on the bed and found that the bed had also become soft. This upgrade is well worth the money. He began to check the chat records and found that more players were selling flint and the price of flint continued to fall. Major newspapers have also updated their latest weekly issues. Yang Yi spent 100 conch coins to buy one and sold the information about the fire velvet spider, but he did not reveal any information about the glutton, the spider queen and the 10,000-limbed spider mother. This information is very important and related to the extraordinary, and the intelligence fee given by the big newspaper is very high. A bit low to be honest. Soon, Yang Yi received a payment of 400 conch coins, which was equivalent to getting an issue of the newspaper for free and earning 300 conch coins. He flipped through the newspaper and found that there were not many changes in the transaction section. Yang Yi did not see anything he wanted to buy, but the book, Introduction to the Corpse-Eating Cult, seemed to have been bought by someone. I wish him good luck. The storm at sea recorded some events that Yang Yi missed. A few days ago, a gun was sold in the chat channel at a sky-high price of 120,000 conch coins. Name, White Rose. Type, Treasure. Quality, Treasure. Introduction, an exquisite revolver with white gold plating that can shoot silver bullets, causing a small amount of damage to alien demons, inhibiting regeneration, and can harm intangible alien demons, such as ghosts. The magazine capacity is 5, and the automatic reload takes 3 minutes. So rich. Yang Yi was amazed. He couldn't afford such a huge sum of money anyway. At the same time, I am also confused as to why this seller wants to sell guns. If it were Yang Yi, he would definitely not sell it unless he had extra guns. However, this news also shows that the popularity of firearms is increasing. Yang Yi has to be careful. He can't dodge bullets. If he uses the third eye, he can try. At the same time, Sea Storm also revealed the coordinates of a new island. This is an island formed by an active volcano. There is a special creature on the island called lava slug, which can crawl in the magma. This creature will not actively attack humans, but the body fluid it sprays is extremely hot, and anyone who comes into contact with it will basically die. It is an extremely dangerous creature. But this creature didn't have much brains, and players soon found a way to destroy it. Just use lots of sea water to cool it down. When the temperature drops, the slug dies and turns into hard stone. Corpses can be used for gashapon, which has a high chance of giving out a flint recipe, and there's even a chance of getting a lighter. I see. No wonder the number of players selling flint and steel is increasing rapidly. Yang Yi looked at the sea map. The island was quite far away from him, behind him on the left, and it would probably take 7 or 8 days to sail there. By the time he arrived, the island would probably have been swallowed up by the black fog. He gave up the idea of joining in the fun, and decided to just buy a flint and steel to make do if nothing worked out. The next day, before dawn, Yang Yi got up early and knocked on Suna's door. After a long time, there was movement in the house. Suna opened the door and asked with some displeasure. What's wrong? This island is sinking. Let's hurry up and retrieve the corpses on the island. We only need the red hair on the spider's abdomen. If there is enough time, we can collect some more wood. Yang Yi arranged. Suna nodded and closed the door. Yang Yi took the helm and controlled the Nightmare Star towards the island. When it docked, it was already daybreak. Suna simply washed up, put on her pirate longbow, and prepared to go to the island with Yang Yi. But when wading ashore, Yang Yi suddenly realized something. If you find an island in the extreme winter sea, you have to wade across the water to get to the island. By then, the icy sea water will be very deadly. It seems necessary to make a raft. I can make one by hand later. Yang Yi made a decision. Once the corpses are recovered, use the logs and spider silk to make a simple raft. The dozen or so units of spider silk remaining in the silk sack should be enough. After arriving on the island, the two acted according to the plan and went to the nest together first. The density of spider corpses is the highest here, and we have to bring back the corpse of the Tinder Spider Queen in the innermost part as well. If we go alone, it might be impossible to do it. Afterwards, Suna was responsible for the area closer to the ship, collecting the fire spider hairs in the area. Yang Yi was responsible for the more remote areas, including the other end of the island. The two decided to complete the recycling of the Tinder spider hair today. This was their second time on the island, and the two were familiar with the route, so they soon arrived at the entrance to the nest. It smells even worse here. And a new kind of insect appeared in the cave, ants the size of rice grains. These ants came out from nowhere, and there were so many of them, gnawing on the firefly mushrooms above their heads and the corpse of the fire spider. Suna caught a few ants, took a look at them, and thought they were ordinary, nothing special. She made a guess. These ants and spiders may be in an adversarial relationship. After the spider died, the cave became a paradise for ants, Suna explained. The two did not stop, and each harvested the hairs of the fire spider along the way, with great efficiency. It is not difficult to collect, just scrape it off with a dagger or short sword. The two also tried to enter the side road to sweep, but the side road was too narrow, and the spiders inside were small, making it difficult to move. Soon, they had an unexpected reward. In a 2-meter-wide fork in the road, Yang Yi found a giant tinder spider curled up dead. The number of times you can gacha for this type of spider should be calculated independently, so you can take it back and try again. The two went deeper and soon came to a cave. This was the place Yang Yi had seen before, full of dried human limbs. When Suna passed by, she also stopped to look for a while, but did not go in to explore. After all, there was a huge spider queen waiting for her ahead. Yang Yi walked into the cave and harvested the spider hairs of the dead spiders inside. He found a platform in the cave, covered with black stains. Suna leaned over to smell it and frowned. Blood stains. These spiders must have completed the dismemberment here. Some blood spurted several meters away. There is reason to suspect that these people were not dead when they were dismembered. Yang Yi didn't say anything and found a broken bow and a dozen simple arrows on the ground. No other equipment or props were found. Hu Wei might have come here to recycle them. There is no light ball after the player dies. The two of them did not stop. After harvesting the fire spider hairs here, they continued to walk inside. Enter the egg chamber, which is the end of the spider's nest. The magnificent stone statue that originally stood here has turned into a pile of rubble. Even if a god came, he probably wouldn't be able to guess what it originally looked like. Yang Yi noticed that there were still many newly hatched fireweed spiders here, but they were attacked by ants as soon as they were born and were quickly killed. At the same time, a large number of spider eggs were destroyed by ants, and even the spider queen's body was crawling with ants, densely packed. Suna was not in a hurry to retrieve the spider queen's body, but instead hurriedly collected some complete tinder spider eggs. These spider eggs are only the size of goose eggs and are considered living things and cannot be put into the treasure bag. Suna could only carry a small amount, which she put in a simple backpack. Yang Yi stared at the body of the spider queen, thinking about how to move the body back. After all, a 10-meter-long spider, even without its long and thin legs, is still much larger than an average cow, especially its round abdomen, which is about 3 meters in diameter. It definitely won't work if you stuff it into your stomach, or it will be eaten until only the shell is left. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble and the island was hit by another earthquake. Yang Yi immediately pulled Suna and hid under a huge piece of rubble. The earthquake lasted for a minute before it stopped. It was more violent than the previous ones, and a large number of firefly mushrooms fell from the top of the head. But strangely, no stone fell. The situation was the same as before during the first earthquake, but Yang Yi didn't pay so much attention to it. But this time he sensed something was wrong. Is this rock top too solid? He looked up and found that there seemed to be some kind of pattern on the wide stone wall at the top of the egg chamber, but the light was dim, and a large number of firefly mushrooms withered and fell to the ground, making it even more difficult to see the top of the rock. Suna was also looking up. That looks like some kind of text. She squinted her eyes, trying to see it more clearly. Without using her third eye, her eyesight is better than Yang Yi's. But if you use the third eye, it will be completely different. Yang Yi took off the eye patch on his left eye and used his third eye to look at the top of the rock, and then, he saw. This is. Yang Yi froze, his body tensed, unable to move his eyes away. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge poured into his mind, so brutal and crude that it almost made his brain explode. Suna guessed correctly, these patterns were indeed words. The fact that she could tell it was text showed that her perception attribute was very high, but due to the limitations of her naked eyes, she could only see vague outlines. But it also protected her sanity. so that she would not be forced to read and understand these words like Yang Yi. It is a very ancient script. No recorded text in human history has anything to do with it. Because this kind of writing does not need to be learned later, as long as you see its shape, you can immediately understand its meaning. Hieroglyphics can only be regarded as a crude imitation of this kind of writing. The difference in the information carried by the two is like pure sand and complex chips, there is no comparison at all. These characters had no fixed format and each one was different. The amount of information was so great that Yang Yi's brain began to swell, veins bulged on his forehead and it seemed like his head was about to burst. Facing strange words, your sanity will decrease by 50. You have finished reading the Book of Arachnids, your sanity has dropped by 100. You have learned spider limb magic, which can be viewed in the panel. Who? Yang Yi was panting and sweating profusely, as if he had just run back from a trip to the gates of hell. At the same time, it was as if 100 worms had crawled into his brain, causing his mind to open up and he to lose his perception of the outside world. It took him several minutes to come to his senses and regain control of his body. At the same time, the nose felt hot and spurted out blood, even some tissue fragments in it. Yang Yi, what's wrong with you? Suna was also looking at the top of the rock, but to no avail. She came to her senses when she heard a noise beside her. Yang Yi was still in shock, and hurriedly grabbed Suna and warned her, "Don't look up." "What did you see?" Suna asked. Yang Yi couldn't answer. He couldn't tell Suna verbally what he had seen. The meaning contained in those words is too heavy to be carried by shallow human language. So Yang Yi couldn't find the right words to describe what he saw and heard. He could only reply, "Open the crew interface and check my sanity value." Suna understood and went to check immediately, and found that Yang Yi's sanity value was only 1 point. Then she became excited and asked eagerly, "What on earth did you see?" "An ugly, evil, disgusting spider," Yang Yi replied. "If you look at the words on the top of your head with the wide field of vision of your 3 eyes, you will find that all the words are connected to each other, forming the shape of a spider. Don't look up, decompose the spider queen's body, and then go back." Yang Yi was a little tired and didn't want to continue this topic. Suna had a complicated expression on her face. She lowered her head and stood there, as if she was still trying to figure out what was on the top of the rock. But Yang Yi didn't give her a chance. He took out the sea serpent's fang and easily cut off the spider queen's joints like a butcher cutting up an ox. He quickly dismembered it into the abdomen, thorax, and several segments of insect legs. The precise technique indicated that Yang Yi knew the spider queen's body structure very well. "Let's go, if we don't leave now the body will be eaten by ants," Yang Yi urged. Suna had no choice but to give up the idea and focus on moving the spider queen's body. After some discussion, the two decided to push the belly back to the shore by rolling. Most of the organs are located in the abdomen. Because the chest and insect legs are relatively small, they can barely be stuffed into the treasure bag. The two men pushed the spider queen's belly and rolled all the way to the cave entrance. This is more difficult. Even if 2 people work together, they cannot get the abdomen out of the hole. This vertical hole is too inconvenient, after all, it is not designed for humans. The spider's head is okay, after all, the queen's brain is relatively empty, and without body fluids it weighs only a few dozen pounds. But the abdomen is a completely different story. Yang Yi could only take out his flintlock and fire a shot diagonally upwards at the entrance of the cave, creating a slope. With the help of slope, the 2 men pushed the huge spider's abdomen out of the nest. The 2 returned to the coast. As expected, the island sank again, and its area may have shrunk by thousands of square meters. Fortunately, both of them can swim, especially Yang Yi, who has the bonus of madness. He swims like a fish underwater, quickly approaching the nightmare star, and then boards the ship. He maneuvered the nightmare closer, then used his grappling claws to grab Suna and the spider queen's abdomen and bring them into the cabin. After a short rest, the 2 men poured out the tinder they had collected, and then went back to the island without stopping. There are still a lot of corpses waiting to be recovered in the forest. The 2 acted according to the plan. Suna was responsible for the area close to the ship, and Yang Yi was responsible for the far end. When he was alone, Yang Yi began to check his panel and found that it had changed again. "Yang Yi, everything. Extraordinary path, pollution, depth 7%, / Book of Spider Limbs. Book of Spider Limbs. After reading the Book of Spider Limbs completely, you will learn Spider Limbs magic. When casting Spider Limbs magic, no spell is needed. If you have the Spider Kiss status, the magic consumption will be reduced by 2 points. Strength, 5 + 2, 22/200, Madness bonus, Strength +2, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Spirit -2. Spirit, 8 + 1-2, 1320/16,000, Iron Wool bonus. Agility, 5 + 1, 29/200. Constitution, 5 + 1, 42/200. Perception, 6 + 2, 22/4000, 3 Eyes bonus. Sanity, 5 out of 100. Energy, 87/100. Chi and Blood, 91/100. Magic Element, 9 out of 7. Talent, Iron Will, Refuse to Die. Spells. Limb Strengthening, stimulates and strengthens a limb, increasing the strength of that limb by 0 to 3. The stronger the limb, the worse the effect. It consumes 5 magic points and lasts for 15 minutes, after which the limb will become paralyzed. Limb Restoration, restores limbs and can repair broken limbs. It requires sufficient flesh and blood, consumes 3 magic elements, and can also increase the number of connected limbs. Limb Explosion, detonate a limb. You need a severed limb to cast this spell, or you can specify your own limb. The stronger and fresher the limb, the greater the power of the explosion. Consumes 8 magicka. 10,000 Limb Spider Mother Summoning Spell, sacrifice all of your limbs. The more limbs you sacrifice, the stronger they are, and the higher the chance of success. If successful, you will summon the phantom of the 10,000 Limb Spider Mother. Ability, 3 Eyes. Reading something can also achieve transcendence. Yang Yi checked the 4 new spells he had learned. If he has the Spider's Kiss status, the magicka cost of using these spells will be reduced by 2, which is a huge enhancement. It's just that these spells don't feel right. Shouldn't we start with Fireball? Yang Yi scratched his head. Although the effects were not clearly stated, he felt that using these spells would definitely deduct sanity points. There may also be some undisclosed side effects. He didn't intend to use magic unless it was absolutely necessary. Especially the last summoning spell, which requires sacrificing all of one's limbs to summon the 10,000 Limb Spider Queen. Putting aside the success rate, there is no benefit even if this thing is summoned. Do you want to die together with your enemies? Except for a madman, Yang Yi couldn't think of anyone else who would use it. He put the thought aside and focused his attention on recovering the spider's corpse. Through the 3 eyes, his recycling efficiency is greatly improved. Just switching back and forth between the 2 perspectives still put a lot of pressure on Yang Yi's brain. So every once in a while, he would sit down and rest for a while. But even so, his speed was much faster than Suna's. 4 hours later, Yang Yi was the first to complete the recycling work, and he also found a giant tinder spider that could be used for the capsule toy. It will probably take another hour for Suna. There is still plenty of time, as it will be dark in 2 hours. After Yang Yi came back, he did not sit idle. Instead, he chopped down a few logs and used the remaining spider silk in the silk sack to make a simple raft. Then they grabbed the raft and boarded the Nightmare Star. Just let it dry in the sun for a few more days and wait for the spider silk to dry out, then you can put it in the water. In the future, you can use rafts when you go to the island to prepare for the extreme winter seas. After doing all this, Suna just came back. It was already dusk and another earthquake occurred on the island. This time, the island sank by a quarter right under their noses. The island was sinking faster than Yang Yi expected. It is very likely that this island will disappear completely tomorrow. Fortunately, the recovery of the spider's corpse has been completed. The 2 men piled up the collected tinder spider hairs to form a small hill. Suna collected 517 units. Yang Yi had much more, because all the spider hair in the nest was stored in his stomach. When it was poured out, it was more than 7 times that of Suna, reaching 3,695 units. All this wool can be used to make 42 sweaters or trousers. Yang Yi already has 3 sweaters and 2 pairs of trousers on hand. If he makes one more sweater and 2 more pairs of trousers, he will have 4 sets of sweaters and trousers in total, just enough for each person to have 2 sets. The remaining 39 sweaters and trousers can be sold and make a lot of money. But before knitting the sweater, you can draw 2 capsules and use the corpse tissues of the 2 giant tinder spiders. Yang Yi was just about to go up to the deck to play gashapon when he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. "What's wrong?" he asked Suna. The latter was organizing her words. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "In the cave, you saw something, right? Can you draw it?" "Not all of it, just a part or a rough outline." She handed Yang Yi paper and pen, her eyes burning with hope. But she was destined to be disappointed. Because Yang Yi's painting skills are still at the primary school level. He himself does not have much artistic talent. Asking him to draw the ancient text is like asking a newborn baby to draw a QR code from memory. This is simply impossible. "I can't draw it." Yang Yi decisively refused and turned to leave, but was stopped by Suna. "Tell me and I'll pay you." Suna began to try to seduce, pulling at the collar. Hee hee. Yang Yi sneered, his eyes showing contempt. What does this woman think of herself? Livestock. It's ridiculous. I, Yang Yi, have a will as strong as steel. How could I be moved by beauty? He took a glance and felt that it was nothing special. After sighing helplessly, Yang Yi took the pen and scribbled on the paper twice, drawing a ghost painting, which was very abstract. But if you look at it for a long time, it will feel like a spider. He handed the painting to Suna, then quickly slipped out of the cabin to avoid being harassed by this woman again. Suna held up the crude drawing, which was at the level of a 3rd-grade primary school student, and began to look at it. Yang Yi went straight to the gashapon machine without stopping. He opened the stomach and took out the bottled fresh water and the corpse tissue of a giant tinder spider in exchange for a stinky long-legged sardine. However, this fresh water is not for drinking, but for washing face. His face was a little dark because he hadn't washed it for a few days, which was not good for gashapon. After wiping his face clean, Yang Yi officially started to gashapon, inserting corpse tissue twice and turning the turntable on the chest of the octopus head gashapon machine. Soon, 2 ordinary capsule toys fell out. Yang Yi picked up one and checked it, and was overjoyed. Good stuff is out. Name, low-level craftsman inscription stone. Type, consumables. Quality, treasure. Introduction, it can improve the quality of treasures, and upgrade the treasures including those below the fine quality by 1 level. Your treasure will be brand new. The other capsule toy was not so amazing. It was a bug armor heart mirror, exactly the same as the one Yang Yi had obtained before. Just one of this thing will do, you can give it to Suna. After the gacha, he returned to the cabin, and this time Suna had returned to the witch laboratory. Yang Yi took a look at Suna's sanity value, which was 72, so he didn't rush to drive Suna out. He mixed a bottle of coconut juice and drank it in one gulp. Running out of salt. Yang Yi noticed that there were only 30 g of salt left, and there were only 2 bottles of coconut milk left, which he kept as backup. There are still 54 vitality coconuts left. Why not just buy some salt and turn all the energy coconuts into energy coconut juice? He walked out of the cabin, drove the nightmare, and stopped it in a relatively safe position. Tomorrow, if the island does not sink, he plans to chop some wood before leaving. If it sinks, forget it. He browsed the chat channel and first exchanged the machete for 2 bags of salt, totaling 1,000 g. Yang Yi actually likes this knife very much, but its quality is too low. It can only be used to chop branches and people at most. If you use it to chop the carapace of an adult fire velvet spider, unless you are extremely strong, it will be difficult to break it and it may even break. Yang Yi took a look at his energy level, which was only 55 left. After all, he had consumed a lot during the day. 1 sweater or 1 pair of woolen pants consumes 3 energy points, and Yang Yi can make up to 8 pieces this time. If he makes additional ones, his energy will be less than 30 and he will be at risk of fainting. It is unnecessary. In less than 2 hours, he had knitted out 4 sweaters and 4 pairs of trousers, ready to sell as a set. As for the price, he set it at 4,000 per set, which is almost 3 times the current price of down jackets, a down jacket costs about 600 conch coins per piece, and 2 pieces cost 1,200. He started to spread rumors. Tinder sweater and pants, a set. See for yourself how it works, 2 pieces per set, 1 set costs 4,000 conch coins, only 4 sets left. The properties of the Tinder sweater and pants are included below. As soon as I finished sending it, a bunch of private messages came in. 4,000, did you type an extra 0? I got it in seconds for 400 conch coins. How about 2,000? Down jackets are only around 600 now. It's just clothing to keep out the cold, not a weapon. You can sell it cheaper. Yang Yi read a few private messages. They were all from troublemakers, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to them. Anyway, this group of people are not his target customers. The people he wants to sell are those players who are doing well. These people have no shortage of basic materials and equipment, and will be willing to spend money to buy better equipment, even if the price is a little more expensive. Soon, his first customer appeared, and it turned out to be Shen Guanquan, the leader of the New World Shipping Group. Didn't I tell you? If you have any good stuff, just message me privately. I bought all 4 sets. Yang Yi took a breath of cold air. This guy seems to be having a prosperous life recently, and he looks like a wealthy businessman when buying things. If Yang Yi has money, there is no reason not to make money. The transaction was quickly concluded, and 16,000 conch coins were received. Yang Yi had just sold out and received private messages from several other friends one after another. Including Yu Dawei, the captain of the Iron Ambition, and Suda, the captain of the Gale. Sold out, I'll chat with you privately when I make new ones. Yang Yi replied one by one, called Suna back to the room, and prepared to go to bed and prepare for tomorrow's action. At the other end, the New World Ship Group. Shen Guanquan received 4 sets of sweaters and trousers. After receiving 1 set for himself, he planned to distribute the others to several capable men. Boss, is your sweater too expensive? Captain Tayato Zhao Tayato said distressedly. What do you know? When the temperature is low and you need this sweater to withstand it, you will know its value. But if I wear 2 large cotton-padded jackets, aren't they the same? If it's still cold, I'll wear 3. After Shen Guanquan heard this, he was petrified on the spot and turned to look at Zhao Tayato with difficulty. Tayato, sometimes I think you are quite smart. That's not true. It all depends on the boss's teachings. Zhao Tayato scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, then do as you wish. Just don't wear a sweater and woolen pants, just wear 2 sets of large cotton-padded jackets. After that, Shen Guanquan took the sweaters and prepared to distribute them to others, leaving only Zhao Tayato chasing and shouting behind him. No, boss. I was wrong. I prefer wearing sweaters.